Ladies and gentlemen, as it will still take some minutes to get ready for the first panel, let me begin. Let me first start from all the housekeeping. We are streamed live, so whatever you say, whatever you do is on camera. And we work in 2 languages, English, which you will hear in this room predominantly, and Polish. So if you don't understand one of them, please collect a headset. They're available on the other side of the entrance door. We have volunteers, most of them wearing grey shirts, who are helping us throughout the conference. Thank you very much. And lo and behold, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to begin the second day of the conference, Europe and Mobilities, part of the Polish presidency. The subtitle is Challenges and Opportunities for Socio-Economic Transformations. And challenges and opportunities are something we've heard a lot about yesterday. But may I now welcome all the participants to the second day, participants present here in body and in bandwidth, thanks to all those marvels of technology. Welcome and thank you for being here, logging in or turning up today. It is good morning here in Warsaw, but when I looked at the map where you're coming from, I see that it's also good afternoon, good evening, and good middle of the night, judging by the countries you connect from. The conference is organized by the University of Warsaw. To be more precise, these are the Center of Excellence in Social Sciences and the Center of Migration Research, with the support of National Science Center Poland and the National Center for Research and Development, as well as the Ministry of Science and Higher Education of the Republic of Poland. It is one of the key events of the Polish presidency of the Council of the European Union. We're grateful to the European Union, by the way, for all the funding, and grateful to the government of the Republic of Poland for co-funding. Our honorary patrons are 2 committees of the Polish Academy of Science, the Committee on Migration Research and the Committee on Demographic Studies. Our media partners are TOK FM and Oko Press. Yesterday, we started with welcomes and an expert keynote speech and have gone through 3 out of 7 thematic sessions covering migration and demography. Today, we go for another 3 to close with the other keynote address. Please note that there are breaks, and please note that we really need those minimum 15 minutes for coffee, so I will be unfortunately cutting all the sessions on time, even if they start somewhat later. Please also note that the views and opinions expressed here are those of the speakers and not necessarily reflect those of the European Union or the organizers. Therefore, neither the European Union nor the organizers can be held responsible for such opinions. Right, time for the views and opinions on democratic backsliding, which can only mean one thing. Session 4 is about to begin. Is it possible to make the society resilient, or best immune, against democratic backsliding? Well, time to receive the answer, and possibly many others, from the panel, with introduction by Mr. Łukasz Zamęcki of University of Wrocław, chaired by Agnieszka Lichnerowicz, TOK FM. Have I mentioned the media already? And distinguished speakers, Tsuli Lin from Tungai University, Sabolcz Pani, investigative journalist, Łukasz Zamęcki, University of Warsaw, and Anna Wojciuk, University of Warsaw. Well, the floor, the lectern, and the presidium table are yours.
Okay, now, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Greetings to Wrocław, although I was born and raised and working in Warsaw. Thank you very much for the possibility to present that. Hopefully I do not compete with the coffee, but believe me, the topic is so important that the emotion probably will be raised anyway without the coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, I was asked to prepare a short introduction, a kind of state of art, I tried to prepare the clear and brief, a brief presentation, but please remember that I'm a person of academia, so if I will manage the time poorly, please give me any size. We are talking today about democratic backsliding. At the beginning, I thought that it would be good to emphasize and underline why we talk about democratic backsliding. This concept and this term became quite popular, although it doesn't mean that the autocratization issue, democratic erosion, is something recent, something new. But you can notice I just used the simple Google Ngrams to present how often the terms like democratic backsliding, like democratic recession, erosion, autocratization occurs in the scientific literature. So we can notice that since, let's say, last 2 decades, we have a greater emphasis on those terms. This is probably also due to the, let's say, new form of backsliding, new form of autocratization, although those concepts are not the synonyms, but I will be using them a few times during that presentation. Probably this is also tied to the issue that last, let's say, about 20 years we observe, according to the international indexes like VIDEM, Democracy Index, and all the other, we can notice a kind of rise of non-liberal democratic systems or even non-democratic systems around the world. So that's why researchers, let's say, also try to study that. And I would like to start with, let's say, a bit classic already paper of Nancy Bermeo. She underlined that we spent a lot of time when it comes to explaining why democracies break down, but we work less on how they break down. And what we can notice in that new third wave of autocratization around the world, let's say, is that those processes tend to be more incremental. What she studied and what she noticed, that classic open-ended coup d'etats now are in the form of, let's say, below the radar changes that very often we don't even notice them. They are more incremental, so they are even harder to study. We do not have dramatic, let's say, executive coups, but we can observe a process of executive aggrandizement. So democratic backsliding starts with, let's say, the situation that the executive branches takes more power. The parliament became silent. It's only a kind of voting machines nowadays. So this is what we can observe nowadays. And when it comes to those recent studies on democratic backsliding, we can also notice, for instance, thanks to the Haggard and Kaufman, that the process of the democratic backsliding is quite similar, no matter if we talk about Hungary, Poland, United States, or Brazil. Very often the precursor of the democratic backsliding starts with the political polarization. Strong political polarization, affective polarization, which allows populists to gain the majority in the parliament. Of course, that's nice for the populist if it's supported, let's say, by the electoral system. So, for instance, majority system, it's easier then to win the election. And the first step, let's say, which we can observe around the world in those processes of democratic backsliding is weakening of check and balances. And we could also observe that, let's say, in Poland, attack on some independent institution and independent bodies. Then the second stage is the process of limiting the rule of law and civil liberties. So the changes of the civil liberties, this is, let's say, the second stage of those changes. And at the end of that process, we have electoral manipulation. So the democratic backsliding normally, let's say, start with democratic elections, winning the election by the populists, but the next election, it's quite possible that won't be any more free and competitive. When it comes to the studies of democratic backsliding, we can observe a different perspective. This is quite normal when we hear among the people of academia, the perspectives, theoretical perspectives which are used were kind of summed up by Waldner and Lust. So we have a lot of studies from the perspective of agency-based theories, political culture, institutional theories, theories of political economy. Very often we talk that, let's say, the reasons, the causes of democratic backsliding also lies somewhere in the economic issues. But we have more and more also studies, for instance, regarding the international factors and the pressure from, let's say, outside on the autocratization changes. And we do not have probably so much time to discuss about all the, let's say, reasons, all the causes that starts democratic backsliding. But as I said a few seconds ago, we have, let's say, some main researches and traits, let's say, when it comes to those studies. Of course, we use that perspective of economic crises, economic inequalities. But what's interesting, the reasons, economic reasons, are not so, let's say, obvious. We have plenty of studies. You can check quite a recent book, a handbook of autocratization, where in one of the chapters we have a summary of all the, let's say, economic backgrounds of democratic backsliding, and we see that studies differ somehow when it comes to the role of those economic factors. But what we can notice, unequal democracies are more likely to experience, let's say, backsliding. This is one of the issue which is already quite nice studied. Or the role, for instance, what is interesting, especially in those digital autocrats, the role of the higher classes that support some forms of authoritarianism. When it comes to the cultural issue, I would like to notice, to emphasize the role of something what Pippa Norris called cultural backlash. So that very often those changes, populist changes, are kind of reaction against the too fast spread of progressive values, that some people have a feeling that they lost centrality, let's say, in the society, that they were so important 20, 30 years ago, and nowadays they talk about some progressive values, but not about us, ordinary people. This is maybe, nostalgic deprivation is maybe not, let's say, the main field of studies, but I would like to also emphasize that we have interesting studies on not the objective factors, but a kind of perceived loss of economic, political, and social status. Nice studies done in United States, United Kingdom, that people with those nostalgic deprivation supports the mostly right-wing populists. And of course, we have also a lot of studies on decline trust in democracy. This is a huge body of literature on that issue. So when it comes to kind of sum up, we also noticed that recent years we have a lot of studies on polarization. This is now a totally separate, let's say, field of studies, the role of polarization. I especially do not underline here if we talk about social polarization, political polarization, affective polarization, but anyway, all forms of polarization. The role of the history of democracy in the country, the support for democracy, and the attitudes, political attitudes toward democracy, and of course the role of the economics. When it comes to University of Warsaw, we also try to conduct the studies on democratic backsliding. So I would like to underline, let's say, two areas of the studies that we've conducted last years. From one of those areas is the role of local governments during the de-democratization processes. So what is the role of local bodies, institutions, cities in the processes of democratic backsliding? And the second, let's say, part of those studies conducted last year at the University of Warsaw emphasized the role of the crisis situation like pandemic, for instance, COVID-19 on democratic backsliding. We could observe that not only in Poland, but also in other countries, that democratic backsliding was, that the pandemic was used as a reason also to, let's say, emphasize the role of the autocrats and to support that process of executive aggrandizement. We have a lot of studies on the issues when the democratic backsliding starts. Since I underlined that it's a kind of incremental process nowadays, below the radar, it's not easy to notice somehow the momentum when it happens. It also means which kind of, let's say, fields of the democracy are attacked by those populists. I would like to show you the Andrea Cassani and Luca Tomini studies on, let's say, the forms of autocratization process. They prefer to use the term autocratization process and how, let's say, limitation on executive changed the systems from the liberal democracy into the defective democracy, how the limited contestation in the state changed this defective democracy into electoral autocracy, and how it's end with the limiting of the participation toward the closed autocracies. So this is also the huge body, huge literature on those issues. But of course, this is very often connected to the definition of liberal democracy. So mostly election, participation, human rights, and rule of law. So those three forms, let's say, of accountability: horizontal, vertical accountability, and diagonal accountability in democratic states. So at the end of that short introduction, what kind of problems we have when we study democratic backsliding. I already said about this incremental process that they are hard to observe. We have also kind of tensions when it comes to the defining key elements of democracy. The issue is that we need very often normative judgments in our studies on democratic backsliding. This is also connected to how to study the democratic backsliding. We had a very influential, let's say, paper by Andrew Little and Meng about that maybe this is not true that we observe this huge democratic backsliding around the world, because we use expert-coded studies, and when it comes to objective indicators, they do not always support, let's say, the idea of this broad autocratization around the world. The role of heterogeneous social and political context. For instance, today we have the speakers from Europe, but also from Asia, totally different political and cultural context. And of course, the discussion about the data. This is what we still lack. We have, of course, the studies of Freedom House, VIDEM, the economies, but anyway, we still need the proper data to study that democratic backsliding. This is the short introduction to our discussion. Hopefully, I managed the time. Thank you very much, and I will sit with my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello, good morning. I will have the pleasure now to moderate the panel among these honorable and distinguished guests. And before we start, I would like to underline one technical issue. I would like to welcome all of you to join us with your questions or opinions at the end of the discussion. We would like to propose you to, come with some questions. So if they come up to you, please keep them in mind, and we will try to integrate them into our discussion. That will take place for another, let's say, 1 hour and 15 minutes, I guess. So I would like to start with, also based on what Professor Zamensky has just presented, with mapping, so stating what is the state of things, what is this moment, what are the main trends. And I would like to start with you, Professor Wojciech, because we are here in Poland, and our honorable guests also probably are aware that we are after very hot and very controversial elections. So I wanted to ask you first, where are we on these mappings that Professor Zamensky has just presented? Has it started? So how was it so far? Could you shortly somehow synthesize and describe the situation? And what is your prognosis? What can we expect? What are the scenarios?
How much time for this?
Like 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Okay. So as Professor Zamensky said, Currently, the threat to democracy comes from authoritarian populists, and except from Venezuela, they tend to be right-wing populists, unlike in the Cold War, when this threat came both from the left and from the right. What is striking is the diversity of countries in which those phenomena happen. There is very narrow common denominator between them. They differ in everything. We have right-wing populists everywhere. In some places they are in power, almost everywhere they are in opposition. We see them in countries of global north, global south, winners and losers of knowledge-based economy, to quote Torben Iversen. US and UK, of course, are discussed as losers of this knowledge-based economy, but countries like Poland, like our country here, is clearly a winner of knowledge-based economy, because this is here where those chains of production are moving, and we are clearly beneficiaries of knowledge-based economy. So why here? We see it in countries that have problems with migration, like Western countries, but we also see it in countries that do not have it, like Brazil or India. We see it, furthermore, in both democracies and autocracies. We see authoritarian in autocratic countries. We see right-wing populism in China. There are amazing studies, like, for example, by Chen Zhang, showing grassroots right-wing populism in China. So this is something really amazing and striking. And where is Poland on this map? So we are a country that grew by 600% in last 35 years in GDP, purchasing power parity in real terms. So it's a huge growth. And our inequalities were kept in a median European level. So I believe Poland is a very difficult case for the Marxist explanation of the causes of democratic backsliding. You see our rural population benefiting from EU funds within agricultural policy. You see Polish farmers exempt from social security insurance payments and also having tax privileges. So honestly, this is one of the most privileged groups economically in these countries, yet they consistently support right-wing populists. This is what we will discuss in our book, Let's Agree on Poland, Oxford University Press, coming up in October this year. So we will study this case, why and what to do. So now moving directly to your questions. So after these elections lost by the candidate of the Democratic side, we are in the process of learning more about the cycle. So in many countries, of course, there are governments which managed to establish a system in which they cannot lose elections, like Hungary and Turkey for now, but we see also right-wing populists ousted, like in the US, Poland, and Israel. And with the Democratic side believing that once eventually the Democratic side will win, they will explain, educate, show the wrongdoings of the right, corruption, and then the support for right-wing populism will decrease. That's not happening, and very often we see that these tend to be short episodes after which right-wing populists are back. There is evidence, for example, by a paper by Michael Zurn, Daniel Weiner, Sandra Destradi in International Affairs, showing that the longer right-wing populists are in power, the more aggressive they become. And they become especially aggressive when they are ousted and then they are voted in again, because they have stronger mandate, because it can be assumed that voters wanted them not because they were manipulated, but they really know what they want and they are voting for that. So this is the case here. And the last point, I think what the Polish case teaches us, just like all other cases, is that the future of democracy cannot depend on the fact that the democratic forces will keep winning. Because the nature of democratic system, to quote Adam Przeworski, democracy is a system in which ruling parties lose elections. So in order to solve this problem, we have to think what to do in order to be able to lose elections and not lose democracy. I think this is the major challenge of our times. And I think that we need to find a compromise with the right. Just like during the Cold War, the democratic forces made compromises toward the communist parties moving into social democratic agenda, which in my view was a very good thing, but it was a compromise. I think we need to make a compromise with the right. And also this is what our work, Let's Agree on Poland, is about. So we propose a social contract between the right and the left and the liberals, in which we will allow different cultural values to flourish in different parts of Poland, because we believe that, especially in Poland, this conflict is mainly about cultural issues. Really, with Marx's hypothesis, it's very hard to find a lot of evidence for that. So I think Polish case is very strongly indicating that it's about the cultural conflict and cultural status loss, about which Łukasz mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. We will come back to this question at the third phase of our discussion, so we can talk more about how to counter or mitigate. But now maybe a word from Szabolcs Pani from Hungary, an investigative journalist. Their work actually proves how important is journalism. So is it what Professor Wojciech said, is it possible for now having the full power, Viktor Orban, to lose the next elections, because we see new dynamic we have been observing? And what is also this dynamic as the autocratization process going on and becoming stronger?
Yes, thank you for inviting me, and I just took some notes here. You had a quote that populists are getting more aggressive, and that's actually what we're seeing in Hungary right now. Full disclosure, I'm not an academic, I'm an investigative journalist, so I track the decision makers and I follow the money, not so much the trends in society. But even following the behavior of Viktor Orban and his government tells a lot about how they perceive their own power and how it's clearly slipping away. I guess no one in this room needs an introduction about how Hungary became a so-called illiberal democracy, a term that Viktor Orban openly endorsed back in 2014. I just want to quote one interesting fact from our elections in 2014, which was the first re-election of Viktor Orban's new regime after he already changed the country's constitution. He already had a two-third majority in parliament, and he won the re-election in 2014 with 45% of the vote share. Actually, it was 44.9%. But this was already transformed into a 67% two-third supermajority in parliament, which made it possible for him to basically consolidate this new regime that he created. And I guess this is a very special example within the European Union, and something that differentiates Hungary from Poland, that Viktor Orban, throughout his rule since 2010, had a supermajority in parliament. First, it was like a natural decision of the electorate, but then it needed electioneering, and it needed him to change the constitution. And throughout the years, he entrenched himself so much that basically, currently we're in a situation where we don't know what's going to happen next year. We don't know if we are going to have free and fair elections or not. We don't know if, for example, journalists or civil society leaders will get jailed or pushed out of the country or not. The thing is that this is really uncharted waters for Hungary, because, as I said, our election system was changed in a way that if there's a single party that gathers the vote of 48% of the voters, then that party will have a supermajority and can do whatever they want with the country. And now all the polls are showing that it's not Viktor Orbán's ruling Fidesz party, but a new opposition party that is leading in the polls. And in some surveys, it's on the verge of being over that threshold that it could actually even have a two-third majority in parliament. So currently we see that the system that Viktor Orbán tailored on himself throughout these past 15 years is suddenly becoming even a threat for himself. And this is, for example, why we are seeing in this past 1 year more and more new laws or draft laws that are proposed that are trying to limit the scope of public debate, either by banning the Pride March in Hungary, or by trying to force the opposition leader to file an asset declaration where if there's only a minor mistake, he could be stripped of his mandate in the European Parliament because he's a member of the European Parliament. And that's why we've seen this recent proposed law which was aimed at basically creating a blacklist of so-called foreign-funded media and civil society organizations. So we are entering a phase in Hungary where the government is clearly copy-pasting Russia-style laws, but at the same time they are losing the popular support, and we just don't know if they have the will, if they have the courage to push through these legislations, or even if they push them through, will they have the popular support to execute these? So we really don't know what is going to happen. When I was preparing for this panel, I was suggesting some topics to talk about, for example, this new law that I mentioned, which would create a blacklist that would essentially make it impossible even for my own Hungarian outlet to operate. But yesterday we received the news that because of internal debates within the government, they postponed the approval process indefinitely of this law, which also
is a win from your perspective.
It is a win because it shows that there's a lot of hesitation and uncertainty even within the government. The Prime Minister and his inner circle wants to move forward to consolidate that power, but even within the regime there are more sane or moderate people who know what the consequences would be for those moves.
So I guess there was one point about the reaction of the European Union to. So is it possible for you to summarize it like in 2 minutes?
Well, I've been invited to Brussels, to the European Parliament, and also to speak at some EU Commission meetings a number of times in this past 15 years. I knew exactly that basically the chances that the European Commission would act upon our recommendations is quite minimal. You're all familiar with the so-called rule of law conditionality mechanism that was created exactly because of Poland and Hungary. This is the first legal tool that could be used to somehow, at least in cases where there's corruption or very blatant violation of EU law, then this would give a tool for the Commission to act. But in the case of Hungary, this mechanism was implemented already too late. Viktor Orbán has entrenched himself so much that basically he can also twist these what he perceives as an attack on Hungary, on Hungary's sovereignty by the elite in Brussels. he can play the victim card and he can show that that he's the strong leader who's not willing to give up the conservative values of Hungary. So even these so-called pressures by the European Commission are not actually useful in a way that they don't really seem to help Hungarian society. And currently what we also see is that Viktor Orban actually accuses its opposition and seems to be capitalizing on this argument that the opposition is siding with the European Commission in preventing Hungary from accessing EU funds. So it's actually the opposition that's preventing Hungarians to receive money that they deserve from Brussels. So it's a double-edged sword, I have to say.
Thank you. And Professor Su Liling, I even read that democracy is a core part of Taiwan's civic identity. It's one of Asia's strongest liberal democracies. But in recent months or years, we hear more and more worries about the conditions. So can you pinpoint what's the core of these problems and why is it strong still?
Thank you for your question, and I would like to thank you, Professor Lamaski, to invite me and Congress have me in here. It's my second time to Warsaw, and I really enjoyed this city. And I have another mission in our university, not just a professor, but also we have a team. We go to the central Taiwan's high school and to tell them the global tendency of democratic backsliding and the democratic resilience. Why we do that? Because you all know the China threat to Taiwan is real. And for a long time, they try to tell us that democracy is inefficient and the Chinese dream is better for Taiwan's future. Because they know Taiwan, that kind of people's willing are not want to become part of China. So the best way they try to convince us is democracy is not reliable. Democracy is not fit for Taiwan's future. However, our young people, they burn with democracy. For them, democracy is just like water and air. It's just normal. However, you know, the social media, the fake news influence our young children very much. And for them, somehow, democracy is not that important. So that's why we have a team. Every week, we go to different high school and tell them, yes, democracy is not perfect. And yes, around the world, a lot of countries, they suffer the democratic backsliding. However, in thinking about the ranking in the world of Taiwan's democracy, we are 12th within 167 countries. So according to the Foreigner magazine, Foreigner Free House, this all in investigation, our economic or democratic performance are well. But I think it is not enough because we see the case, especially the professor already mentioned, inequality is also serious in Taiwan. And the political priority also important. We have two groups in Taiwan. One is more pro-China. They support one China principle, think the future of Taiwan, if we want to have peace, and we need to accept one China. And we have the other group, fortunately, is larger, and we believe our Taiwan autonomy, we won't say independent anymore because it's unreal. So we claim we own our destiny, we own our identity, and we insist the Taiwan autonomy. And this group, luckily, is around 65, 67%. It's much, much bigger than pro-China group. So yes, we also have the challenge, or we also have the, but as I say, when the threat from China is bigger, our willing to resist it is stronger. Yeah, that's my short answer.
But could I ask a little bit more about why there are worries about the condition of Taiwanese democracy? Why they have been recently more and more information that this ideal, almost Taiwanese democracy is failing. As I understand, there is a discussion about the independence of also constitutional court, as we have had here, and the issue of polarization. But
Yes.
Can you say a little bit more how problematic it is?
Okay. Mainly, I will say is the political competition, because the opposition party, if they want to win the next election, how do they prove and they are better than the ruling party? And the best way is not only corruption, but also they hurt the democracy. That's the main excuse. And the opposition party, the most famous one is KMT. This party's leader accused our president is Hitler. And you know it's not true, and even the German office in Taipei, they against this kind of accuse. So you can see mainly this kind of worry. Yes, we need to monitor, we need to check the ruling party, do they hurt or invade the democracy or not? But I will say mainly is the political competition. They use this against the ruling party, say yes, they influence the justice, they influence the court decision, they use this. But on the other side, we need to understand our Taiwanese people want to balance the competition between KMT and the DPP. DPP is the ruling party. That's why the presidential seat is belong to DPP. However, the KMT and the TPP, the other small party, they control the parliament. So we want check and balance between their competition. At the same time, the final bottom line is still democracy.
Professor Zamecki, I thought that maybe I could ask you to summarize. I know that there have been hours and hours of discussions, and there are many, many reasons, but is it possible to understand why is it happening now in so many places, and as Professor Wojciuk mentioned, in so many different, let's say, styles? Is it possible to understand why is this third wave now?
During my short introduction, State of Art, I underlined few, let's say, the main lines of explaining the reason of that democratic backsliding. I personally really tend to emphasize the role of this, what Pipa Norris called the cultural backlash. Because what Professor Wojciuk mentioned, populism is not observed and autocratization only in, let's say, less progressed countries or high progress countries. This is not so much tied. So I have a feeling that we should focus on that axiological, let's say, part. Even Max, Professor Lin from Taiwan, mentioned the role, let's say, of social media, young people. We are losing the battle probably somewhere here. More and more people have the feeling that the changes are maybe too fast and they lost their position, even if it's not, we do not have objective indicators. So like in Poland, we could have, let's say, economic progress and in the same time raise of the populist voices, because we are, let's say, pushed to the corner with the discussion that, yes, we are attacked by some progressive changes, values, and so on. So that's why I also emphasize that nostalgic deprivation, that we have a feeling it was better 20, 30 years ago. You can observe that, for instance, now when we see the Donald Trump, that if we go back to the economy like 30 years ago, everything will be okay. I'm afraid that this is not the solution, but this is one of those new trends, let's say, of this autocratization process, this performative autocratization, authoritarianism. It's spread by its own media, by the role of the social media too, which we as probably people older than our children, we do not use so much and we do not understand them. Of course, it's easier when we have this polarization, yes, which I also mentioned. But it's interesting that this autocratization is also supported by kind of new, let's say, process, which probably 15, 20 years ago was not so visible, a kind of populist network. I know that Professor Wojciuk also studied that issue. In the 70s, in the 80s, we heard about kind of communist international, yes, but now we can observe support, logistic support, narrative support, this media support by the populists around the world. So this is also something what can, let's say, support this growing of the populist nowadays. And Professor Wojciuk used that quotation about the democracy. I would like to add another quotation, which I really like, that we have the democracy when the democratic form of grasping the power is the only game in the town. The issue is that too many people, and like also Professor Lin mentioned, for some people this is probably not only game in the town anymore, let's say, that we have another form of let's say, dealing with the economy. Although long-term studies prove that democratic management is much more efficient than the autocratic, but it's easy, let's say, to win this social media competition that, yeah, when we have a strong leader, it's easier, let's say, to solve the economic problems without the discussion, very fast, efficient, 48 hours for a legislation. Yes, we are so strong and powerful, and you see, we can do a lot. We forget that democracy is about the discussion debates, and then we have better results.
So, Professor Wojciuk, as far as this right-wing Comintern is concerned, could you assess how strong is it, or how meaningful is it at this moment? How successful, and how much Donald Trump, that is the president of the contemporary empire, is kind of also the Caesar of this Comintern, or it works in some different ways? Is this power centralized in Washington around, as far as this network is concerned?
Mm-hmm. So actually, I haven't studied it myself, so I cannot refer to my own research. I'm referring to Mihai Varga, Katarina Blum mainly, and so their studies and their co-authors. Basically, we know that those new right or new conservative networks started to develop in late 90s under Bush administration, when neocons in the Bush administration embraced what we could call a neoliberal agenda, and with the fact that the right actually agreed with the left on major human rights, because when we look at I know, people like Condoleezza Rice, yes, for sure we may be critical, but in terms of human rights, this is the essential hegemonic consensus of the liberals. And at that time, from what I know from other studies, we see the establishment of some different, like, paleo-conservative networks that want to restore. It's about restoration of the values from before, I know, the domination of the Enlightenment consensus. This is how I would call it, to more traditional values, traditional family. And so I think those networks in the US connected with both American Catholic Church and evangelical churches is spreading in many countries. of both for example, South America, especially Brazil. They are very strongly dominated, so there is huge learning process where Brazilian radical right is learning from American radical right and vice versa, because of course it's mutual. So here I see one of the nodes, important nodes of those networks. Secondly, Mihai Varga is showing the networks of intellectuals emerging at the beginning of our century, which connect Russian intellectuals with intellectuals from East Central Europe, that also promote return to healthy conservatism, normal family, traditional roles of women in families. And clearly many countries of post-Soviet area have these kinds of connections. I would say Poland is not that much connected, but still you have people like Leszek Sykulski who meet with Dugin, and you have those narratives even in Poland, which is extremely anti-Russian, but you have it. So this is my second point, and my third point, unfortunately, I believe that that really Viktor Orban is a major innovator in that domain. I believe, you know, a month ago I was on a workshop on right-wing populist foreign policy in Jerusalem with scholars from all over the world studying it. And at the beginning we had the introductory meeting, and we got photographs of different populists, and everyone was supposed to choose the one thinks is the most important, and I selected Viktor Orban because I think it's not a big deal to be influential if you are running a country like the United States, but if you're running a country like Hungary, which is a small country, a peripheral country from the point of view of the world, and have so much impact on other countries. And of course you could see when I was on a study trip to Hungary a year and a half ago, also on that occasion, although in Poland I met Szabolcs, I visited all the Danube Institute, all those right-wing think tanks. It's an amazing infrastructure, and I believe that currently liberal side does not have this kind of attractive infrastructure. You really I met, of course it's an amazing building in the best part of Budapest, and you have the scholars from all over the world who clearly earn a lot. They distance themselves from Viktor Orban, but you know, money, as the Romans said, can be an incentive. So I was surprised how much international stuff is happening in Hungary. Also the Ludovika University, where they bring people from the right, from all over Europe, give them jobs. Also people from Law and Justice in Poland who lost influence in Poland after PIS lost elections. Some of them got jobs there. So really Hungary is a safe haven for this international, right-wing international, not to mention Minister Romanowski, who found also safe haven against Polish justice system in Hungary, was given asylum by Viktor Orban. So I think that given the resources and the scale, I believe that really Viktor Orban is a super important element of this network. And my final point would be East Central Europe as a laboratory of right-wing populist agenda, and I would say that it's here, and this is perhaps Jarosław Kaczyński, not Viktor Orban, who was the most audacious, bringing up front the very conservative agenda about abortion rights, anti-LGBT. Maybe anti-LGBT Viktor Orban was first, but I think with abortion, clearly PIS was on the most innovative side, to use this word. And you remember under first Trump, Georgette Mosbacher was actually constraining PIS government. But now under second Trump administration, you see Donald Trump having this kind of agenda. And my point would be that it's the success of these kinds of policy proposals in East Central Europe that is motivating the actors all over the world to go further, even though it may look very risky to use this kind of agenda. But when you polarize, you don't look at the center, but you try to create conflict. So clearly, I think here it's where Poland was on the side of innovating. Thank you.
So, Szabolcs, Pani, how are you exporting it? How is Viktor Orban, of course, exporting it?
Again, I want to emphasize, so as an investigative journalist, my angle here is that what you describe is true, but it's financed by Hungarian taxpayers. So it's our money that's being spent on not just a partisan agenda, but also on political endeavors in foreign countries. That's not how public money should be spent while we have our hospitals in ruins and a completely underfinanced healthcare system. I also have a different perspective on why Viktor Orban does these things, and I think that maybe I'm just too fixated on Russian influence in Hungary, but how I see it is that he's emulating Russian methods, but within the European Union's legal context. So he's taking already working tools, network building ideas, but he doesn't have a KGB, obviously, to bribe, I don't know, fellow travelers and useful idiots in the West. What he can do is that he can spend Hungarian public money creating institutions that then put conservative intellectuals on the payroll who then write favorable opinions of Viktor Orban, and some of them happen to be friends with J.D. Vance or other people close to Donald Trump. So this is spending money on infiltrating, for example, the U.S. president's inner circle. And Viktor Orban is mostly doing this because it's offensive defense. In order for his regime to survive, he needs to shield himself both from pressure from the United States administration and also from pressure coming from the European Commission, the European Union. And this more intellectual part of his far-right network building is clearly aimed at previously undermining the Biden administration or whatever Democratic administration there was in power, because they were heavily criticizing Viktor Orban's government. They were putting some government officials on US sanctions lists. And what Orban could do to counter these hostile activities was to try to undermine the democratic administrations and to support and to bet on the return of the Republican Party into power, and he succeeded in that. And there's also the network that he's building both in Central Europe and the wider European Union. Again, this is also offensive defense. This is to create an alliance of reliable countries that could shield Hungary from an Article 7 procedure. So the EU's tool to strip a country of its voting rights, but also to try to water down any kind of measures that are aimed against Hungary. The way for Orban to do that is to try to support as many allies in Poland, in the Czech Republic, in Slovakia, or we can also quote the examples of a Hungarian state-linked bank financing the previous presidential election campaign of Marine Le Pen, or most recently financing the campaign of the Spanish far-right Vox party. So Orban's end game here is to have as many allies in power in their respective countries as possible so that they can repay these favors and, for example, help Hungary access its EU funds, or at least help Hungary avoid being punished with an Article 7 procedure. So this is really about the survival of his regime at its core. But of course, at the same time, he's someone who does have at least regional ambitions. So this alliance is also consisting of politicians who owe favors to Orban, and he expects them at some point to return these favors, and he just enjoys meddling and influencing in other countries' politics. But at the same time, again, I'm an investigative journalist, it's also a good source of income, for example, for spin doctors and campaign strategists working for Orban, who then pretend that they can sell this magic weapon to other politicians in Central Europe, that if you employ us in your campaign, I'm going to show you how Viktor Orban did it. I'm going to show you how to stay in power. I'm going to show you how to crush your opponents by polarizing societies. And in some countries, these campaign strategies who are really close to Orban, they were successful. I mean, they were very active, for example, in Slovakia. In other countries, like in Poland, where the society reacts in a different way to these campaign strategies, they were not that successful during your previous parliamentary elections.
Thank you. So there's one more point I guess I should ask you, Professor Zulilin. It concerns, Professor Zamensky also mentioned it, but you also mentioned it at the beginning. One is the question about the military threat to a country, how it works with democracy. And then there is this specific thing about Taiwan, which is Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. Probably all of you know it, even if you are not aware of it. It's everywhere. So it's a cheap, very high quality, cheap producer that has almost as monopoly on some kind of crucial production. So how this new technology, gold, and military threat working with the democracy?
Thanks for your question. I think the first answer I would like to use a story. Maybe Professor Lamaski will agree with me. Most of our foreigner academic friends, they come to Taiwan, always ask me, before I decided to come to Taiwan, and my family, my friend always say, you are crazy. Why you go to Taiwan? They are going to have a war. Why are you so, broad to go to Taiwan? And since they arrived Taiwan, they will feel Taiwan are much secure than most of the places in the world. So since we have democracy in 1990s, and according to China's economic growth, they tend to use the military missiles to stress Taiwan's autonomy. So it's not surprise since 1996, our first direct election president, Li Denghui, he went to American University Cornell and said a democratic speech. After that, and the China, they launched the missile to Taiwan. So for us, this kind of military is almost every day. Actually, every year they send the aircraft across the middle line of Taiwan Strait. It's almost over 5,000 times. So it's our regular life to dealing with this military threat. And as I said, to deal with this threat, and of course we do worry. So some people believe that if we accept one China principle, and we are, saying this, and then they may not, or they may have a peace agreement with Taiwan, then we can keep our daily life and maintain our democracy. However, China, they are not stupid. They not only want your, one China principle. They want you a real. So when people see the case in Hong Kong, when people see the case in COVID-19, they lock down the city. And when we see the case that China support Russia invade Ukraine, and we know that if we accept this kind of one China principle, and then we will lose our choice. We will lose our freedom to decide our identity and our destiny, for sure. So that's why, of course, we are not always one voice. We have different voices, but that present we are democracy. So I think this kind of military threat and bring us kind of belief that if we, like China, always want to use the violence to conquer the enemy or a small country like Taiwan, then it's not acceptable. That's the first one. And the second one is people always say semiconductor, TSMC, can semiconductor like a silicon shield to protect Taiwan. I won't say semiconductor will protect Taiwan. The only thing can protect Taiwan is our defense power, our military power, how much missile we can have and to defend ourselves. Yes, and some people, they say, now TSMC, they invest American, they invest Germany, they invest Japan, and also we have a factory, TSMC have a factory in China. But I have to say that TSMC is a global company. It's not only a Taiwan company. Think about this scenario. If we Taiwan, we only have TSMC. Every college student only study engineering, and all the talent, all the money go for TSMC, and then it become like destroy our economic structure, which is not health. So we are happy to see TSMC going to, everywhere of world. We extend our national power to the other country, which for me is very correct. And we're using that, have become our interest, become the other industry. We merge our interests. At the same time, we make more money and buy more weapons and more missiles to protect Taiwan. Because I think it's a fake news about American suspicion theory or skeptical theory. Why? Because we cannot put our destiny or our trust in American. It's not for real. We need to trust ourselves. You think if we can protect, defend ourselves, then we can think about after we can insist 2 weeks, 3 weeks like Ukraine, then maybe we will get the support from Democratic Alliance. But it's not always we can assume. So we make our democratic stronger. Our democracy stronger. Our people are willing to protect democracy. Then we can protect ourselves longer.
Thank you so much. Professor Zamensky, I will go, if you allow me, to round 3 because I'm stressed that we will not get what is most important, which is how to mitigate or counter. I don't know if we actually should focus on mitigating or be more combative, whatever it means, counter this democratic backsliding trends. So generally, I don't know, if you think that there is, Poland was supposed to be the country that has the know-how, how to stop it. It seems not necessarily. So are there any good methods, ideas you see? Are the parts of society and elites that believe in liberal democracy already in this mitigation or combative mood, or still shocked by what's going on?
I started the presentation today with, let's say, discussion and the use of the concept of democratic backsliding. So I could add another one with the terms like democratic resilience or democratic mitigation, because this is now the, let's say, evolving area of studies. Because we already, let's say, conceptualized the issue of democratic backsliding, and now we have a research question how to defend the democracy. But I'm afraid that the ways to defend democracy are not so, sorry for that term, sexy for public opinion, and this is the issue because
I guess you mentioned before that the the core issue, the core problem is the crisis of narrative.
Exactly, exactly. This is my feeling. So this is, let's say, not research-based, but my feeling that we need to grasp again the narration, why democracy is important. And Professor Lin mentioned, for instance, the security issue, this discussion about the securitization, the conflict, wars, and so on, change the core elements, aspects, values of the democracy, because democracy is about freedom, pluralism, debates, discussion, control of power. And nowadays, we more focus in that discourse and narration, not about, let's say, freedom and pluralism, but about order and security, yes? Because there are existential threats, yes? So we need to combat, we need to fight with those threats and so on. So we lost the narration, because we do not talk anymore about freedom and pluralism. We do not talk about dialogue, but we talked about suspicions, yes? I'm afraid that this is not the good way to defend the democracy when we give, let's say, the floor to that populist narration. I already mentioned that, for instance, democracy is not about speed, pace, but about efficiency, let's say. So how to make this efficiency, again, more interesting for the students, for the young people. So many people in Poland were, let's say, surprised by the support for one of the candidates during last presidential election, which is less, let's say, devoted to democratic values, that he was supported by the young people. So how to grasp that narration again? Control of power. Yes, this is democracy about. But no, we are now talking about, let's say, this executive aggrandizement and how to make this government, president, let's say, a very reinforced. Let's say, this is the problem. So we need to deal with the issue that emergency situations became a kind of normalized, and we need to think how to change it again, that emergency situations are emergency situations, so from time to time, but they are not, let's say, daily issues, daily base. So this is probably the issue of let's say, reinforcing democracy and mitigation the threats. Thank you.
So maybe, Professor, if you allow me, Sulilin, I will ask you, because you seem to be winning still on the narrative. So as I understand from what you are saying, in Taiwan, there is wide enough assumption that democracy is more effective, actually, for the people than China's model that they are militarily trying to enforce on you. Do you have any other lessons or tips for the times of democratic backsliding? What to do?
You mean facing the challenge from populism or from China? Which one?
Whatever. I mean, as I understand, there are many causes or roots of this democratic backsliding around the world. So which methods, where do you see the rescue, how to face this problem? From your experience or based on your knowledge?
So far, our performance in economy is okay. I think this is the key point. People feel they are suitable in society. And as the professor already mentioned, in this society, the majority of people feel they are the loser, left behind. And then they will believe that democracy is not good for us. For example, I think the experience of European Union is the best for the world. However, I believe in many countries, many people, they doubt the function of the European Union. So people always doubt, criticize our system. But the purpose is we want it better, not destroy it. So the point that we face the criticize about democracy is we believe we want it better, not because we want to change our political system to the other system, autocracy. So I think economy is important. The social justice is important. Education is important. And not every democratic country, they are facing the backsliding. Yes, it's the case. We need to monitor our government to check if they doing something. Because especially I think the dangers in Taiwan is the government always like to use the name of safety, the name of security, the name of everything, and want to get more power from people. They want to hurt our freedom. Why? Because I want to protect you from the threat from China. So that's the thing we need to be aware that although we want security, but also we want to maintain our freedom. Otherwise, we are going to somewhere where we don't like. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. And Sabolj, you've been, I think, the longest. Your battle has been the longest of the people here. Yes. So what are your ideas, golden recipes?
Well, I'm not fighting any battles. I'm just working on stories, and I think the key here is all these populist regimes are trying to crack down on independent and free media because they don't want their true faces to be seen by the people. And that's our job to show that these people, for some reasons, who always talk about national sovereignty, who always talk about being a modest man of the people, in reality, they tend to be billionaires. They tend to steal from their own people. And I can give you an example. In Hungary, my colleagues working for Direct 36, it's a small nonprofit outlet. They published an hour-long investigative documentary into Viktor Orban's family's enrichment, and it became extremely popular in Hungary, garnered 3.7 million views on YouTube in a country of 9.7 million, and of course it also triggered very nasty attacks by the government on us, and that's because this is usually the Achilles heel of authoritarian leaders, that when journalists or when activists show how corrupt they are, how immensely rich they are becoming during their rule, and to show that their opposition to liberal democracy not only stems from what they're saying, that it's inefficient, that it's corrupt, but it also stems from their will to try to make public life so untransparent that they can do whatever they want behind their populist slogans. So I think that bringing more transparency and working either as activists or as journalists to uncover corruption, abuses of power, or just to show the hypocrisy of these leaders, it's the most efficient way of, as it was said, of regaining, setting the narrative, for example. And just one more thing, that in the case of Hungary, we have a government that's talking all the time about defending Hungarian national sovereignty. Obviously, this is something that's also copy-pasted elsewhere, and it also originates from Russia. But when it comes to reality, defending sovereignty only applies to defending sovereignty from our allies, from the European Union or from previously from the United States. But at the same time, it also comes with a very a distinct alliance building with Russia and with China. And the thing is that when you defend your country's sovereignty by siding with your enemies, I think that should raise questions in people's minds.
I have to ask one more question, if you allow me, because what you are saying means that you still believe that exposing corruption or hypocrisy or abuse of power in a traditional fact-based journalistic way is still working? Because you know what I mean, algorithm and affection-based communication.
Yeah, what we learned is that obviously people don't care about corruption stories if these are written in very long and complicated articles. But if you show a picture of Viktor Orban's son-in-law with his Ferrari, then that suddenly sticks. If an investigative journalist travels to the Mediterranean Sea and captures the footage of our foreign minister vacationing on a yacht while he's pretending that he's in his office and dealing with foreign affairs, then these things work. So we live in a society that favors audio-visual footage. So we have to create investigative material that can also be distributed in this way, and it can be efficient. Yes.
Thank you. So, Professor Wojciech, the last but not least, so far we have very much focused on the narrative and effective communication, I guess, so the ideas and how to communicate them effectively. In your book, the book that you co-authored, Let's Agree on Poland, you focus more on the political system. What you propose is decentralization, as I understand, as a measure, as a method to counter polarization. So can you say a little bit more, or can you mention any other methods or ideas that are around that seem to be more than less effective?
So since I already advertised it, I will not focus so much on it right now. I believe on the side, on the democratic side, we really badly need innovations, which will help us to deal with those phenomena. And on the philosophical side, if I may, I believe it's like a really Hegelian dialectics of struggle between the slave and the master. And from this, of course, from the point of view of opposition and investigative journalists in countries dominated by authoritarian forces, it looks different. But in countries like Poland, I really think that liberal elites need to do a deep emotional and intellectual work and really understand the other side without this feeling of superiority, which is very common, and I think it's not helpful. Not only among politicians, which in a recent campaign showed some amazing examples of lack of empathy, lack of understanding of the context, but it's not only politicians, these are also intellectuals. I think really we need to be more humble and understand it. Also, when we explain biographies of people like Karol Nawrocki, because how we perceive it can be very different from what other people perceive it, and not really helpful. So I think this is my first point. The second point is I believe we need to try to find compromise with the right, and as you said, I think that decentralization of issues on which we do not agree and which are vital for the everyday lives of ordinary people can really help to ease those tensions. I'm not talking about strategic issues, but things like education. If people want to have 3 hours of religion at school, let them do that. This is my point. If you try to eradicate conservative curricula, religion from schools, you will fuel more anger, more backlash. So I think that the very, very ambitious and hegemonic agenda of the liberal side needs to be compromised. Of course, I think we have to protect places where the majority of people believe in liberal values, protect them against the right, but really slow down and stop to believe that we will enlighten the other side. On the other hand, they are not going to convert us. That's not happening. We are split half-half. And finally, yes, I think that we need to, in countries like Poland, which went through this and has a dismantled system of checks and balances, for now it's not working. We rise in indicators, but it's only because the site which is liked by those who code it is coding it. But nothing changed in the system. We don't have constitutional court. We have problems with the Supreme Court and so on. I think we need to find a way to rebuild institutions which will be neutral arbiters in the game between the liberal side, the liberal left side, and the conservative side. We have a number of ideas. Let's involve more local governments in electing them. Let's be closer to the people. In a genuine manner, because I think for now the liberal side is still counting that the other side will be enlightened, that it will disappear, that its support will grow to 25% of, or as one of very important ministers in the current government told me just after elections in 2023, we will strangle them. We will not strangle them. Thank you.
Okay, so we don't have much time. I'm sorry about that. I failed. I hope that we started 5 minutes later and we will have 5 more minutes, but it seems impossible. So are there any urgent questions, maybe? Please, sir.
Just a very short one.
Could you please wait for the microphone? We stream, so I'm sorry, but without the microphone, most people can't hear.
My name is Sławomir Nalcz. I am sociologist. I wanted to call to everybody in this room not to call one side democratic side and the other populist side, because it really is not true. Populism is something like we were talking the previous day, like migration. It exists. It is a context of political life. Likewise, social media that are dominating the public debate and pushing back traditional media experts that used to previously be the moderating factor in the public debate. It is not longer now. Now,
can we have the question, please?
Yes, yes. I think I just wanted to give a question, to ask a question. Don't you think that the election have been won by not by this or that side recently in Poland, but by third part and social media, and that is the clue of the that is the answer. We have people of right-wing or conservative values. Okay, so sorry, that was the question. Thank you.
I could on democratic side, because I think I used it the most. So to be honest, I have nothing against populism. I have nothing against conservatives. I have nothing against the right. But I believe that it's authoritarian right, and I think we should name it as it is. So I think I'm willing to call the right, the right-wing parties democratic. This is not by definition, and also a lot of populists are democratic. But we have the problem with autocratic populism, and I think that's how we should call it, because this is one of the big battles which is going on, whether democracies will survive. This is my point of view.
I don't know, Samuel, would you like one word about social media?
One more very, very short question.
Thank you for this fascinating discussion. I guess it was Łukasz Zamęcki who said that democracy is about discussion and debate. And my question would be, in fact, how democratic are then democratic governments, or these governments we call democratic, in terms of discussion and debate? And okay, I'm somehow referring to the Polish case, but I guess it's not only about Poland. Okay, so if we just define democracy in such a way, so how democratic are these governments we describe as democratic?
Because, sorry, I couldn't hear that. So how we describe the democracy in democratic governments?
No, how democratic are our governments?
Are our...
The ones that we call democratic, are they really? They
in
also
that
have a
sense,
problem
okay.
with democracy.
Okay, I think that I mentioned that a bit, that we lost the narration, let's say, that we gave the floor to that autocratic populist narration, and this is, I believe, not the best way to deal with the threats, democratic threats we have. We need to, let's say, move that debates again to show, I use that term again, not very politically correct, but how to make this democracy more sexy again, yes, to prove to the young people that this is the best way to deal with and manage with the issue, and we have the research on that it's more efficient. Democratic way of management is more efficient, of course, with the leadership, inclusive leadership.
Thank you very much. I believe that we already about 30% into the coffee break.
Just a brief point on this, because my point was the following. Maybe it's not that much about narrative, but how, in fact, we are making the democracy. That's the problem, yeah? This is maybe what we're lacking. We lack real discussion, real debate. This is what Anya also said before. Maybe this is the reason. It's not only about narratives. That's the point.
Or social media.
All right,
I
so-
would like that line.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put together our hands to the panel for, I'm not reading the names are there. To really let you enjoy the morning coffee. Thank you. society owing to the recent developments and polarization mentioned in the introduction to the previous panel. But to me, as a casual observer, it seemed there could be perhaps no polarization in something called green transformation, which gets about 12,500,000 hits in Google. But is it really so if the word greenwashing gets no fewer than 39.6 million, which is 3 times the score for green transformation? The panel was, let me quote, given the task to explore the socio-economic implications of energy accessibility and the transition from fossil fuel industries to green jobs. With that in mind, let me remind you that we look at the green transformation from the country boasting Europe's largest green power plant unit, providing 600,000 homesteads with green power, as this 225 megawatt unit is fueled solely with biomass, also called green fuel. 80% of it is wood chips, 20% of it is agricultural biomass. The wood chips mean 1.1 million tons a year, which is about 20 hectares of forest a day. And the biomass comes here from such distances as Central Africa. I'm talking about, for example, coconut husks. So I'm awfully sorry if that aside on the transition to what we call green has made the lives of the whole panel a bit harder, but the distinguished experts in panel 5 will definitely cope with that and many other problems and issues. Let me introduce the whole panel. We'll have the introduction from Diana Uger-Forsats, Central European University, and also member of the panel. We have its chair, Mr. Wojciech Jakubik, Ośrodek Bezpieczeństwa Energetycznego, and also Energy Drink podcast. The other panelists are Frank Sieben-Thomas, DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion, of course the European Union, Rina Badiani-Magnusson, World Bank, and Jakub Sokołowski, University of Warsaw, but also Institute for Structural Research. Europe and Mobilities, Challenges and Opportunities for Socio-Economic Transformation. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation, dear excellencies and distinguished colleagues and panel members. So yes, let's talk a little bit about the challenges and opportunities for the energy transition in Europe. And first of all, the good news is that, how do I forward? I guess this way. The good news is that at the end of the day, we are actually doing quite well because we are, we know how to get to net zero emissions. And we have been really achieving amazing progress. This figure is from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the 6th assessment report, and shows how the market costs of renewable forms of electricity have decreased dramatically over the past couple of decades, so much that many of the renewable electricity generation options are not only competitive with fossil fuels, but actually the cheapest form of electricity in the vast majority of the countries around the world. And we look at the corresponding results, we also see that as a result, of course, the market uptake has also been very dynamic. In fact, it has been more dynamic than we would ever have even dreamed about. This, what you see, this is the market uptake of solar energy, and this is the forecast year after year of the key energy think tank of the world, the International Energy Agency. Year after year after year, they underestimated the market uptake of solar energy, and we are still often underestimating. So, we see the result. Last year, already in the first half year, wind and solar, just these two forms of energy, had a higher share in European electricity production than all fossil fuels. And in fact, while wind and solar, the share increased by increased substantially, the fossil fuels dropped, the share of fossil fuels shared 17% in 1 year, while the solar and wind increased by 30%. So yeah, there is a lot of great story. So if it's so easy and so nice, then maybe we can just all go home and not need to discuss, right? Well, unfortunately, it's not that easy. Because in fact, even if I want to be very provocative, even the very notion of real energy transition can be questioned. Are we really transitioning? Yes, we are. If we look at the word picture, we are adding a lot of green, a lot of really fantastic solar and wind and other renewables. But in fact, it all seems to come only on the top of the previous fuels. And in fact, most energy transitions in the past were in fact only just adding new types of energy generation to satisfy further energy demand, the increasing energy demand. And yes, that's exactly the problem. So what you see here is the green line is how the word annual growth in renewable electricity generation, which is really outpacing all of our expectations. Nevertheless, our expectations to grow more and hunger for more energy is even bigger than our amazing success in upscaling renewable energy. So, but that shows that there are two parts of the equation, and we always only thinking about one. Let's throw more supply, more green supply, more green supply. But that doesn't seem to be enough. We also have to think about the other side, keeping the demand perhaps even if not lower, but at least focusing how we can do more from less. And fortunately, if we do look at the EU, actually we are doing that. Even though still the green transition is just a little bit on its way, but it's already outpacing at least coal, so the new green electricity outpaces coal, but natural gas has increased. But the point is that we have managed to actually decrease total EU electricity consumption already for quite a number of decades consistently, while increasing our GDP and even population substantially. So that means, yes, we have shown that we can do more from less, and we could continue that further, but you do have to focus also on the demand side. And if you look at also the Polish picture, you have grown your economy tremendously. You are celebrated as one of the great success stories. And still, you haven't increased your electricity consumption substantially. Yes, a little bit, but not that substantially. And the new green power did manage to replace some of the coal. So anyway, the point is that the message is mixed, and there are good signals. But these trends are not sufficient to bring us where we need to be. To prevent, for example, it's very nice to experience this warm day today, but I was quite surprised that just in the very start of June, I was actually really hot in the morning just walking in such a northern city as Warsaw. So the point is that we do need to focus also on the demand side. That's the only way how we can achieve the energy transition, the real energy transition, and succeed with the energy transition, not only throwing in more and more and more green supply, but we need to focus on the demand side as well. And what I want to argue also is that it's actually going to be also much better for everyone if we focus on that. But that will be towards after I present you my hypothesis. Oh, I don't know why the top is but anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is that, again, if I would ask you, how European energy looks like, almost all of you, I'm sure, could roughly tell me how much, oil and gas, what is the share and everything. But nobody has any clue, not even my colleagues who work in energy, that actually, if you look at how energy is being used, half of all European energy is actually used for heating and cooling. Half. We never talk about that. We only talk about coal and gas and oil. We never talk about it, how, for what we use it. The reason why it's really important is because that's where the enormous potential is for decreasing. Because it's one way to say, okay, we must get out of something. But maybe it's better to get out of it before first we actually provide the alternative, provide something where we won't even need that thing anymore that we want to prohibit, what we want to get out of. And what the point is that in the whole European Union, in the end, 27% of all of our final energy goes for space heating. We virtually don't need those molecules. Let me show you. And most of that is natural gas and coal and so on and so on. And if we actually look at the share, this is also not showing, but the share of different end uses in energy in residential buildings, we see that Poland is leading almost the whole EU in terms of the highest share of space heating in residential energy use. What that means is that probably the highest share of energy-related costs in space heating. And that basically can get rid of almost all of that. How? Well, it's very simple, just good architecture. And this is no rocket science. This is the house of a dear colleague, or most of my, let's say, scientific icon of mine, Amory Lovins, already many years ago, I think 2 decades ago, this is house. But that time it was his 74th banana crop. And the house is not in Kenya, it's in the Rocky Mountains at 2,000 meters elevation, and he has no heating system. And he built this in the 1970s because it was the oil crisis, and he was thinking, he's a physicist, why on earth are we importing all these molecules of hydrocarbons from this far away and creating all these political problems when we don't need it? If all the heat that we need is already in the house. You are all heat sources. This is all heat source. So if we just keep this inside the building, we don't need to bring and burn all these molecules. So he basically did the first passive house, and he said, because it was just cheaper to build it that way. Because you don't need a heating system, so you save a lot of money. And it's a very livable house, still working. So that was the first passive house. But then Europe has actually advanced that concept into a patent, a very successful patent. This is one of the buildings of houses of one of my architect friends, now I can say that way. Snow outside, no heating inside because he doesn't need, it's a very comfortable temperature inside. So yes, and the passive house concept has been flourishing. There are many nice examples also in Poland. These are just some that, and also timber construction, meaning, taking up, replacing cement and other emissions, and actually zero energy buildings, because you saw also the solar energy. But we see it in schools and industrial facilities as well. So all kinds of buildings can be built and can be retrofitted to that. There is also in social housing in Hungary, from social budgets, when a municipality receives a limited budget that you have now some money to build social housing. From the same budget, you can easily do a passive house. There is no extra cost, but it really benefits the residents. Because they will have very little or almost no heating bills. These have been around, and these residents have virtually diminished or virtually disappeared heating bills. We can also do it in retrofit. It is Hungary, we had shown the word that this typical panel building that is all around in our region, you can reduce heating energy by 85%, and with no rocket science, just with getting rid of thermal bridges and good installation and heat recovery ventilation. So again, reducing energy substantially. Why is this especially important for mobility? Why is it especially important for the poor? And this is unfortunately the UK, but what it shows, look at the bottom, the blue bars. What this shows, if you look at household income deciles, heating is almost the same. Almost all households at all income levels actually roughly use the same amount of energy to heat their homes. But it hurts the poorest the most, because that means they spend a very significant amount of their income on heating. For the rich, it doesn't really hurt them because it's a fairly small share of their income. So that any amount of retrofit program really benefits the poorer, because for them, it's a major savings of their disposable income. So, but of course, it costs a lot. And my point is that I don't think we can expect the residents to take up these investments, because it does pay back, but the payback times are maybe 20 to 30 years. Most, flat owners or little, rural house owners, or most of the poorer parts of the society do not have that kind of capital to do a deep retrofit. But it's a societal interest. So we do need public money into fixing the building stock. But we will be all better off if we fix the building stock towards not needing all that enormous, the half basically, or 27% of our final energy. But just remind you, quite a lot of fossil fuel subsidies are still spent in Europe. Fortunately, Poland is not in a leading place here. But still, there are fossil fuel subsidies, but there are many other, or I believe actually really much more climate funds and climate money should go into retrofits, since there is almost no other area in the climate mitigation where you can save so much energy and so much emissions and provide so much benefit for the entire society. And from among those, because I think it will be better if we discuss it in the discussion itself. So I just want to highlight one of the benefits for beyond, of course, the social welfare, because I have argued that for decreasing energy poverty, this is the main thing that we need to do, because we want to get rid of energy poverty for the good. Because yes, it is also good to compensate for energy costs, but that, or even worse, is just to keep energy prices low. Because if you keep energy prices low, you disincentivize, I always have a trouble with this word, you disincentivize efficiency. So that means you actually lock people into energy poverty. That's what we have been doing in socialism, and we still suffer from the legacy of locked-in energy poverty. However, if we fix the buildings, we will get rid of energy poverty for long. So that's a very important, that's the most important benefit. But the other important benefit is for energy security. If we go along this path of just retrofitting our building sector to in a deep way, meaning to passive house standards, then we can basically get rid of most of our natural gas imports by the middle of the century. Yes, it takes time, but it's time to start, because we know already for decades that this is the strategy which will get rid of energy poverty, which will get rid of our energy dependence, so increase energy security, which will improve social welfare, which will create a lot of jobs, by the way, because you can only retrofit buildings locally. You cannot, outsource those jobs to Asia or anywhere, because you have to put these up where these buildings are. So just a whole range of co-benefits, and this solves many of our problems in the long term. So in conclusion, yes, it is important to focus beyond just thinking about, always prohibiting something. And I think that's exactly why there is a lot of backlash around the Green Deal and everything, because it was always only about prohibiting stuff. No, instead we want to provide incentives for the alternative, for a better economy, for a more competitive economy, a different economy, but a more competitive economy, for more social welfare. So but that you can do much better if you focus also on if you create the alternatives in energy demand, and you just won't need all of that coal and oil and so on. So focus also on energy demand beyond energy supply in the energy transition is crucial to succeed with the energy transition. I also showed you that heating and cooling accounts for half of European Union's final energy use, especially even higher in our countries, in the former communist countries, because of our communist legacy of cheap energy prices and disincentivizing efficiency. And much of this can be eliminated through just good architecture, deep retrofits, and energy positive buildings. On the new, they don't cost any more than standard buildings. On the retrofits, they fully pay back. But because they do require substantial amounts of investment, it cannot be expected that the average homeowner and the average person pays for this. We do need substantial help with that and subsidies for that. But I also showed that low energy or energy positive buildings benefit the poor disproportionately. So definitely very strongly helps with the just transition. I have a fantastic Polish master's student who created this amazing thesis, which I didn't want to show the results yet because she's defending it next week. So, but showing how energy, more prosumers and more self-sufficient buildings, how they help Polish energy transition. And also lowering heating costs to a fraction of what they are today can turn cost of living crisis around actually to really help people substantially with their social welfare. And finally, I've shown that EU's natural gas import dependency almost vanishes by mid-century in a deep retrofit scenario. And finally, just a personal point, because I have 1 minute left, but it's going to be less. I'm really grateful for the organizers that they did allow me not to fly, but take the night train. I know it was hard because it is more expensive, and I was actually the most shocked when in the end I saw the ticket. But in the end, the reason how we calculate it is that, yes, by 2 nights, it's going to be avoiding 2 nights of hotel and 4 airport transfer, even financially, maybe it's okay. But the reason I'm showing this picture, it was very sad when I got off the train this morning. I realized I was the only one. And that's how sad it is. There is 1 night train between Vienna and Poland. There are how many flights? So we are doing something very wrong. We are still strongly at the end subsidizing flying, which is mostly for a small segment of society, whereas we are really, so the pricing is really wrong. I'm just saying this because I hope there are some decision makers, even if it's not fully pertaining to this topic, but I hope that it's going to help change something. We need to fix the pricing for this. It was comfortable, it was clean, it was punctual, everything, but why was there nobody else there? Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for this interesting presentation and this positive agenda that is really necessary to speak frankly about energy transition. That's what are we going to do to merge the policies, to merge the energy policy and the employment policy, the ways those policies are intertwined between each other. So this idea of decreasing reliance of imported natural gas is close to my heart because we are in Poland. This conference is supported by Polish presidency, as there is a full support from Polish presidency for the REPowerEU program, which is all about quitting reliance on the main supplier, which we all know. But going further with our discussion, we have wonderful panelists that were announced, and we have different approaches to green transformation when it comes to the policy, the employment policy. So maybe for a beginning, what's your remarks on the presentation? What would be the one thing to remember when we assess those ideas? Who'd like to comment on that?
Let me go ahead. I'm going to remember a lot from this presentation. I think it's great when you have such dynamic speaker, thank you, but who also inspires us in many ways. I'm going to remember that train because I think we've all been in that experience. We've all faced that decision point. I know I can a number of times. For me, it wasn't the price point that was putting off for the train, but it was actually availability. So I can tell you that there are 3 trains a week between Brussels, where I live, and Vienna, the night trains, and they're always fully booked months in advance. And the question you always ask is, where is the infrastructure here when the demand is obviously so high? But I want to reflect on this, and I'll come back to it in my comments also on energy poverty, on your point on the energy efficiency, especially in heating and cooling. You know, there's a reason why this is called the first fuel. it's very clear that we have the technologies already at hand. It's not about future technologies, it's not about ambitious designs and storage, it's literally about what is currently available. And yet there are so many clear gaps. Some of them are financial, but many of them are simply, they can be behavioral, they can be status, you're focused on what you have now, you don't want to move to new approaches. But others are simply also that our regulations and our prices aren't pushing us there, which is what you mentioned in terms of fossil fuel subsidies. So when you put all this together, it means really obvious solutions simply don't move. And right now we seem to be taking partial solutions. So I really loved all of your slides. I'm going to steal some of your photos. And that was one of the reflections that I had, that some of these things that seem so easy are actually incredibly hard. Thanks.
Thank you. Frank, did you try this train?
I didn't take this train, I have to
Yet.
admit. I do take it, I have taken it from Brussels to Berlin, but I should have taken it. I did pay a compensation. I took a green ticket from Brussels Airlines, I have to admit, but I should. I fully share this view, and while I cannot announce that on pricing, I don't know what the strategies exactly are, but there are activities going on to ease and facilitate and increase the number of offers of cross-country trains, and also make ticketing easier, and I fully share and the view, and agree with most of what you said. Maybe as a first reaction, I'm working with the Director General for Employment, Social Affairs in the European Commission. So I'm not an energy expert, but we do work on aspects of just transition, and probably there's a chance later to say something on the employment side, on the social side. I also work on research programming. We'll discuss this later. But the things which struck me, or which came to my mind, is we need to empower the people along the way in this transition, and we need to find the means, have a transparent exchange of what the real costs and benefits are for everyone, compensate those who are in need. We can say a bit what our ideas are there, and also empower people along the way. We have done a Eurobarometer survey a few years ago on the perceptions of fairness in the green transition. What we found then, it was at the height of the energy price crisis. Maybe it has worsened a bit. Most people are supportive at that time of the transition, and even want to be part of it, but are not sure that they can be part of it, because whether they have the right skills, and even more so whether they can afford it, or whether they will reach this target by 2050. And if there are these concerns and people feel they are unaddressed, I think then we have a problem. So there we need openness, and I think we can probably discuss how we try to do this. And similarly, I would agree on the need to also include the demand side. Yes, there has been a lot of progress in decoupling, also in rolling out renewable energies much faster than we had thought, probably in difficult times. But for example, the European Commission, when it has proposed a communication on the next 2040 climate target, the intermediate target, which has to be integrated in the European climate law, there was also a section clarifying that without behavioral changes, without, some call it sustainable lifestyles or others, it will be very difficult to reach our targets. But this must not be seen as imposing on people something they don't want, but on the contrary, of trying to find out how this can be done. And maybe this brings me back a bit to the last session, and with this, thank to the organizers for this excellent conference, and the, let's say, courageous approach you take to all the sessions. I was also at the previous session on democratic backsliding, and there are links between these topics. And the one link which comes to mind, which also came to mind here now, is to create awareness about the real opportunities and to fight misinformation and fake news. And this is even something which is literally said in the mission letter of one of the European commissioners, Commissioner Hoekstra, in charge of climate action, who has also to do this, because people are not against change per se. They are not against having a better life or paying less in the end, but they need to be informed and need to be empowered to do that, and they need support in this transition.
Yeah, so I'd like to give you a supplementary question about those challenges when it comes to the most affected parts of our economy when it comes to energy transition. How would you address that?
Yes, so at the European level, as you know, the European Green Deal comes together with the commitment not to leave anyone behind, and that covers a lot. This covers a lot, not to leave anyone behind in the transition out of, let's say, high emission sectors or high energy intensive sectors, and high energy prices are an issue for those sectors and for competitiveness. So we have to also to support companies in this context. But obviously some people, we know that some people will lose their jobs, more people will see their tasks changing on their jobs, in their companies, in their value chains. And there are many new sectors where there are new opportunities coming up. Circular economy, electricity production is one of those, energy production in general. And we need to grasp these opportunities. So one thing to help those affected is through policies here, and first by analyzing how are people affected, and what are say the employment opportunities in alternative sectors. So this is something we are doing. We're doing in the Commission together with the researchers and in many other fields. And the numbers we find is that there is scope to create additional jobs, new jobs, but only if the right policies are in place, employment policies which help people find these jobs, re-qualify them, reskill them, provide them with the right necessary skills needed in these new sectors. At the same time, we are also facing labor and skill shortages, also a country like Poland. So we need to make sure that we have the people to do these works, to install these, retrofit these buildings, install solar power plants, build wind parks offshore, etc., and maintain them, etc., etc. And that's something which is not easy to be done. There are also funding tools in place to do that. The Just Transition Fund, you know, helping regions phasing out from coal in particular. So several Polish regions, including Silesia and others, are affected here and do receive a lot of funding to help the regions diversify their economies and create new jobs on the spot. Another thing I have to mention here, how to help the affected, maybe we come back in the second round if I'm too long here, is to address regressive effects of climate measures on households, be it for heating and cooling, be it for transport, and there are tools in the making. So
we'll go deeper into that.
Both strands in parallel, empowering them to take up the employment opportunities and help them in the transition, but also help them in the transition at home, in the way they move, they live, and compensate those who can't afford, let's say, the transition in the beginning. And I will be happy to say how to do that.
We'll get back to this topic, but maybe a few more words about the presentation from Jakub.
So what I would pick up from this presentation and from what Frank was mentioning as well is the energy security narrative. We, especially in the Central Eastern European countries, we need to focus on this narrative to build support for transition. We have seen that with the Russian invasion to Ukraine. We have seen that right now when the Green Deal or ETS becomes a word that is, let's say, a suicide for any politician that tries to pick up and create ambitious climate policies. So maybe this focus works somewhere else, and we have to acknowledge that, but maybe in the context of bordering countries with Russia, countries that are very dependent or used to be very dependent from Russia, we have to convince people that transition is also about energy security, is also about independence. Of course, we want to show also that it's about cost of living and a possibility to lower this cost. But I think that, and we also have research to confirm that actually when you look at people that are more right-wing or left-wing oriented, energy security narrative is the one thing that actually connects them, unifies them in terms of preferences for energy transition and change. So this is how we can work on this topic. Thank you.
Good point. Really good point. I could add a small portion to that. Looking at the trenches in Ukraine, there is also an energy transition going. The Ukrainian soldiers are not only using the diesel generators, but also investing in batteries, in renewables that are heavily dispersed and more secure from the military point of view. So it's a really great point to be added to our discussion. But coming back to Diana and your presentation, I believe it dropped well. It went really well. I would add one thing, that we are having a fresh train from Warsaw to Rijeka, and from Rijeka it's really close to Adriatic Sea. So everyone, there is also a positive agenda when it comes to Polish trains. We can use it. But coming back to your topic and the support that we need to gather to have this energy transition going, how to show the benefits of energy transition not only in the housing, but also in general energy transition of our European economy for the people to support it, no matter are they right-wing supporters or left-wing, they all want to have cheap and clean heating and energy sources. So what's your take on that?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the wonderful comments. So just before I answer your question, just very quickly, let me reflect on just one of a few points. I think thank you very much for talking about making ticketing easier across Europe. I think perhaps this is one of the key, because it's no problem to go to any website and book any flight to all over the world, and immediately you don't have this for trains. This is ridiculous. You have to, if you cross countries anyway. So I think this is just, we are so behind, and I don't understand. That's not even a financial issue, right? To have just agreement among train companies that if one country's train is late, then you don't lose the ticket to the next one, and so on. So it's a lot just effort rather than money. Right. I think I agree with everything else. For Brussels, check out the trains now. They are now empty because they raised the prices. They doubled the prices in the last year, and that's why also this train was, before it was not impossible to book, but now it's so expensive that I think it's also problematic. But coming back very much to the question, I'm sorry, I will have to come back to still how on the demand side, because how to make the energy transition attractive to people is to make it all sexy. If we have better cities where you don't have to rely on cars, but you can have really good access to everything that you need on a daily basis, that then you don't control your transport cost or by having subsidized fuels or something, but simply because you don't need to get around. And we don't necessarily enjoy spending all that energy. So the point is not to have cheap energy, but to have low energy costs, low mobility costs. And that we can do the best we can do it by eliminating the need for it. And I just want to remind ourselves that the most livable, I'm sure you're also looking at the livable cities rankings, right? The most livable cities in Europe and in the whole world actually are those which are not built for cars, but where there is highest share of walking, active transport, bicycle use, and great public transport. So and which are almost, and as a result, they are kind of 15-minute cities because you don't need to get. And equally also for buildings. It's not, you can have you can have huge energy prices if you don't need the heating. It doesn't matter. The heating is still affordable because you virtually don't need heating. And it was so funny. I was at this conference in Ireland for passive houses, and they took us to a tour. They have now enormous, Ireland is booming, the economy is booming similarly like to Poland, so they have to build a lot of new buildings. And so they took us to this big, huge passive house development. And so yes, okay, so why do you need these heaters there? Because you actually don't, yes, physically we don't need the heaters because we don't need any heating in the buildings in the end. But the reason we have to put them is psychological, because people feel cold if they don't see the heater there. So it was so funny. So that's the reason. It was very small. It was like this little heater in the entire. But anyway, so the point is that I think the way we can show the attractiveness, if you don't have an energy bill, if you don't need to don't have to be stuck in traffic for 2 hours a day, and you still lead a comfortable, good life, high quality life. I think this is the way to be best, rather than, yes, energy supply and making energy prices affordable, true, but I think the best is to make energy costs affordable, which is the energy demand times the price. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all about psychology, because I'm coming from Kraków, which is historically one of the places in Poland with most polluted air. But still, when there was this idea from municipal authorities to introduce the clean areas inside the city, the people were against, because they were afraid not to get to work using a car and so on, in spite of the fact we have a wonderful public transport in Kraków. So it might be about fears, so maybe some education, some good informative policy, not a propaganda, but also some numbers to show to the people. What do you think?
Absolutely. But I think it's really a challenge for us now if we see, the results of all kinds of elections around. I think the narrative that, and I'm not saying that's what you said, but just general that we know and people are stupid and we have to educate them. Maybe it's not the right approach, but we still have to keep this message. But maybe
to show them the information,
absolutely.
not to
yes, no,
make
I didn't.
them
I wasn't
study,
criticizing.
but,
I was criticizing ourselves. I'm a
Yeah.
university teacher when we had this attitude. But I think we have to be exactly more creative in what you're saying. Maybe through social media, Misama. So give them exactly the message, or just I think. Best examples work a lot. If many of us are doing this and keep posting about this and whatever, or influencers, I think that can make more impact.
Yeah, you can just show the numbers. That's the approach that is ruling the debate right now. Frank, what do you think? I see you want to say something.
Yes, with pleasure. Probably three short points. The first one, it was clear, very implicit in your presentation. We know that transition brings costs, and that's what people sort of are rightly afraid of or need to address. Yet we also know that, as we say, inaction or delaying action is also has also attached a lot of costs and will hit the most vulnerable most. We often are in the wrong comparison of comparing action and costs with non-action, which would be costless. That's not the case. And I think there we should be honest. Climate change is real. All member states in the EU are preparing climate adaptation plans. How do we deal with climate change if temperature rise goes beyond what we were hoping for? And some member states have drafted the first plans which are based on a 4-degree scenario. So this means real impact on everyone's life and everyday's work, which comes at a cost as well. The second point I would like to say, sharing best practice is key. So I don't go into much detail, but we work in the European Commission among member states with the labor and social affairs ministries, energy and others, to do exactly that, to monitor what do you do, also in terms of employment policies, skill policies, social protection policies, access to essential services like energy, and how do you involve the local population, stakeholders, social partners in this process? And every 2 years we have a process which we call peer review, where member states present what they have done and others question them, criticize them, and we have joint conclusions. We'll have a next round in 2 weeks' time. So a country like Poland will be invited also to say, what have you done? What's in your National Energy and Climate Plan, which is not yet submitted, the final version, or what is in other policy documents. And I think this is very important. All member states take action. All member states are willing to take action and have different constraints, but all are interested to exchange best practice and to hear from each other what works in your case and why has it worked, and to emulate this. And the third point I would like to make is on, I agree on the horizon. Yes, it's important that the aim of the transition is to have cheaper energy resources, renewable energy resources at the end of the process. But we are discussing this, and I come back to the previous session, which really was impactful, also in a context on a climate of, let's say, difficult decision-making in many member states, of lacking, signs of lack of people's trust in policy making. So we have really to address the focus on this transition, help people throughout this transition, because their concerns are real. Energy poverty, so this is the number of people or households in the European Union who cannot afford to heat their homes properly. This number has gone up to 47 million people in the energy price crisis, despite massive public support programs to cushion the price effects. So 12 million more people have been affected. This has gone down since, but this is something we have to take into account. People don't disentangle necessarily the effects of the different geopolitical, energy, climate, policy-related impacts, and we need to find convincing answers to this and to reassure them that this goes in the right direction, and that we will help them on this transition while energy costs are still high. Also, this takes place in the context of a housing crisis for many, or a cost of living challenges, which people have to address. And last but not least, as we said also, we have seen some decline. Overall, the employment situation in labor markets are quite resilient, have been resilient throughout the crisis, but we have seen some declining employment in high emission, high energy intensive industries. So we have to take this context and these concerns into account and combine both messages. There's this cheaper, better solutions in the future, but we also help you to support actual investments on the ground. And this is, maybe to mention it here, the Commission has proposed as part of its Fit for 55 package, an energy policy package, social climate fund, you know of probably, which was related to a new emissions trading scheme, controversial, I know, to be introduced as of 2027, and this would increase the price because include in the emission trading scheme housing and transport, road transport, the two things everyone uses. Everyone has related expenditure, and that's why people want to know what the solutions are. The Commission or the EU has decided to put up a fund to deal with this. It's called Social Climate Fund. It will be operational as of next year, and it's quite innovative. It's innovative in the sense that we take 25 to 50% with member state contributions of the revenues from this new emissions trading scheme to pay it back to vulnerable households, to help them cope with higher energy costs for housing and higher energy costs for transport. And this fund is innovative because it kicks in 1 year before the new emissions trading scheme kicks in. Currently, member states have to draft their national plans to identify who are vulnerable groups at national level, who should be eligible for these funds, which type of households, people related to social housing, people with living in rural areas and having high transport costs, for example, people at risk of poverty. These are groups affected in Poland, we see, for energy costs, people at risk of poverty, for housing, it's people, for transport, people in rural areas mainly. And we need to adapt the solutions. And the member states and themselves, with the local stakeholders, civil society, social partners, should come up with lists of measures they propose to the Commission on how to use the funding. Poland will be one of the main beneficiaries of this fund. And once the plan is submitted, the Commission will assess it, and the fund plan will be agreed, and payments will be made upon achieving certain milestones and targets. So important just to say here, yes, an incentive structure is put in place, which makes those pay who can afford to pay, but which helps those most vulnerable who cannot afford to pay, and so to reach at the same time social objectives and climate objectives, hopefully.
So are those talks hard? Because we hear from Poland that they want to delay ETS2 for 2027 at least. So we don't see, you know, a compromise, but well, they are saying no, essentially.
Yes, I think negotiations are difficult. At the same time, I'm not mandated to say, I'm not part of the ETS negotiations, obviously. But I think the important point just is to say the construction goes together. When the Commission put up the Fit for 55 package, which is a package of more than 20 measures to help Europe reach its climate reduction target by 2030, to have 55% less emissions by 2030. It's a mix of measures. It's not only a measure of price signals. It's also a measure of energy efficiency and of many other tools, because we think price signals alone is too harsh, given their regressive nature. But at the same time, I think all economists agree without price signals, it will also not function to make this transition, hence this solution. The only thing which one can say at this stage is, for the time being, that obviously there cannot be a refunding mechanism or a social climate fund or plan without an ETS in place. So this is, I think,
yeah. So we are looking for this compromise, and that brings us to Rina Badiani Magnusson and the remarks on energy poverty, the fight with energy poverty, and on the other hand, the just energy transition ideas. What's your take from the perspective of World Bank, so from the world perspective?
Okay, so there's already been a lot said on energy poverty, on the various ways in which we have to think about not just I think the point of unpacking costs is really important. You have to think about how to reduce demand as well as working on the price side. But I have 3 points. One, I hear a lot of discussion on just transition, and the emphasis is quite often on the just. And I think it's really important to say that the just is a transition quality. It's where we need to ensure that we go with the energy transition to make sure that the vulnerable groups aren't left behind, to make sure that we have societal support. But the goal is energy transition. And the just element is a transition quality. So we have to figure out how to manage that. And this transition, I think we have to also put it in the context of the other transitions we've talked about during this conference. So yesterday we talked about the demographic transition. I think the next session is going to talk about technology transitions. These transitions are all changing the workplace, they're changing the way people live their lives, and we have to think about the just energy transition amongst those, because or the energy transition amongst those. It's the most complex in the sense that you're shifting not just systems, but also demands, and you're also shifting from the people's perspective. You're going to be touching upon multiple elements of their lives, whether jobs, through prices, through their direct combustion, through the way that their houses are effectively heated. So the energy transition is incredibly complex, and so we can't just put it in the bucket of as part of multiple transitions. It has to be seen as different. And it's clear that poorer households have less room for maneuver for all of the reasons discussed in this panel. There's an energy efficiency tax. You know, when you live in an uninsulated house with leaky windows, when your radiator has to be full burning in order to get your heat up, you're going to pay more for your heating. And you're going to end up with higher emissions, as was shown. I did a study for Poland with that same chart from the UK. You can find it in our country climate development report, which shows exactly that same picture you see from the UK, that for the lowest income households, and particularly single family buildings, you see that many of the emissions for poor households come through this energy efficiency tax. Their technology that they're using is effectively just much less efficient. They have to use more energy. It brings up their total costs. So they're basically spending, what they can't afford to do is get to the technologies they need. They're beyond their reach. So it's clear that we're going to have to support poorer households through the transition. We're going to have to support those workers that are laid off. But and this is where I'm getting to my point, sorry, but increasingly what I see is that poorer households, the just transition element, is used for a reason for delay. And this is often used as a reason for delay by groups that have effectively stalled in their own transitions that can actually afford to make them, but haven't. And we can say that the price signals aren't correct, but you can also say that the incentives are not aligned, and we have to find a way of actually signaling, okay, look, this is a societal shift. Those that can afford to do it need to get on the train, and we're going to throw all our instruments at you to get on that train, and we're going to be supporting those that are left behind. But focusing on the just, focusing on the poorer groups, and using this as a rationale for stalling, it's something that, as someone who works on inclusion for nearly 15 years, I've never seen poverty discussed so much as in this transition. It's amazing. So many different discussions. Poverty is sort of a side issue left in social policy. Here it's a central issue. And I think we need to work out how to manage the transition to make it just, but to ensure that we're on the train. Second, so the question is how you do that. And I've seen across countries in Europe, and I hope that the Social Climate Fund will look directly at this, look at mechanisms. There are two pathways taken to handle energy poverty. And the countries that get greater societal support, that manage to get their populations on board and help support them, are those that use both pathways, not just one or the other. In a bunch of countries, quite often Central and Eastern European, you have energy policy and environment policy dominating, and so you have these massive renovation wave programs, you have heating support, you have energy support measures. And on another side of the program, you have social policy, where you have integrated approaches in social assistance to think about heating as one of the components of social support. But when you use one or the other measure, you don't quite get there, because the energy policy branch often deals with the technology transition, but it doesn't fully deal with the fact that these households have larger baskets that are needed for energy. So you need to put both the social and the energy policy together in order to make this work. And it's not being done in Poland. Your social assistance structures are not directly supporting, your social assistance programs are not calibrated to support those who are going through the renovation wage transition in the Clean Air Priority Program. So poorer households who shift from coal, biomass and trash towards gas, for example, are not being picked up in the social assistance system. The social assistance system now goes to only 2%. The minimum income programs go to 2% of the population. Heating is really a very small share of the support. So basically you've got a disconnect between your policies, and when you have that disconnect, you're basically not moving. So you need to bring those together in order for it to work. And finally, I just want to pick up on this point of effectively looking holistically at the barriers that are facing households. And information alone will get us nowhere. You have to unpack that journey of going from current lifestyles to future lifestyles and understand where are your inflection points, what's holding you back. Sometimes it's fear. It's simply fear. I've got very little money. I really can't afford any extra expenses. I know you tell me that this will make me better off, but you know, what happens if it doesn't? The social policy doesn't help right now. I have no, you know, even if I'm a social assistance beneficiary, I can't get any more money. I'll be stuck. So that's a rational fear. And even if you will strengthen your policy, there'll still be those people. But the reality also is that there are some houses that are going to be really difficult to invest in. There are going to be some groups that are going to find it hard to get to work. And we need to unpack this entirely. I'm not surprised by the Ireland example of having a heater in a passive house. I can tell you that as a Brit, growing up in an energy inefficient house, my idea of a warm house was when a radiator was sort of blasting heat. I touched the radiator, it'd be boiling hot. I'm like, yeah, my house is good for the winter. When I moved to Sweden, my radiator was really cold. And I remember turning to my husband and saying, look, we're going to be in such trouble in 3 months' time. There are mental shifts that need to happen as you move on this transition, as well as behavioral, and we need to support households through this process. So in summary, look, we can't focus just on energy poverty as a reason to stop. We need to think about it through the systems perspective, through social and energy policy, through behavioral transitions that need to happen. We have to unpack the causes of why people aren't moving. But also, we have to think about it with these other transitions, because when you look for system-level solutions, you find that actually the problems aren't always where you think they are. So, you know, I can see Poland, for example, right now is really struggling from the fact that the confidence in renovation wave programs is plummeting. Also because you can see that the building sector effectively hasn't got fully standards and accreditation frameworks that are needed for building trust and confidence in this rapidly shifting market. That's a sideways solution, but it's a system-level solution. Thanks.
Thank you for this one. Jakub, I know your institute is carefully looking at data when it comes to those social connection with the energy policy. Is it really disconnected in Poland? Do you agree?
Yes, it's very disconnected. We also drafted the social climate plan for Poland that is going to be announced tomorrow by the ministry. What everybody in this panel is saying is completely right. So what we observed and what we modeled is the fact that even if you do investments that are, let's say, relatively ambitious and that are described in Polish Energy and Climate Action Plan, you are still going to see an increase of energy poverty due to the introduction of ETS2. What do you need to do? You need to tackle this with transfers. You need to have this kind of a social assistance that's going to work together. But it has to I think relates to the concept actually that was introduced yesterday by Hein de Haas of this involuntary mobility. We have people that are stuck. They want to move. They want to follow this transition, and it is about energy poor people who want to have better housing conditions, who doesn't want to use coal. They don't want this. This is the only option for them, but this is not their choice. So we need to help them. We need to make their lives secure, as Rina was mentioning. We have to give them investment opportunities, but we have to give them direct transfers as well, so they can afford, start thinking about changing their situation. And the same goes back for workers. We have 70,000 people working in coal mining, and again, this is involuntary mobility. They don't want to be digging coal pits until the end of their lives, but they see that they are confronted with this fear that also Rina was mentioning of losing their welfare, losing a stable job, using union support. Even if they go to wind farm, a wind farm is more, let's say, precarious work. There will be no unions helping them. So we need to cover for all those benefits. Actually, and maybe as a final point, we are stuck in this way of thinking of transition that we had learned in the 1990s. But Poland is not transitioning from centrally planned economy to market economy anymore. All the industries are booming. There is plenty of work. Our research shows that since 2026, there will be the demand for workers in Silesia alone will be higher than the supply of workers. We can, of course, try to think of how we can get well-skilled migrants to fill this gap. But we do have very well-skilled workers in place. They are working in coal industry that should be shrinking, that we should close down tomorrow and secure all the needs of the workers. So if I imagine a negotiation with coal miners that would start tomorrow, I would say, okay, what is your request? Do you want to have a salary that is comparable to your mining salary? Okay, go to another sector and we are going to top. The government will top the difference from public funds. You want to retire? I don't see this as a good solution because we still need those workers to feed in the local labor market. But it's still better for them to retire tomorrow than to retire in 2050, as they agreed with the Polish government. Keep digging the coal pits until nobody needs the coal, because we already also in our research showed that the demand for coal is shrinking. The supply of workers digging the coal is not following the same trend. So for what? They are just doing that because someone promised them that they can do it until 2050. It's not fair also to them. So even if they, and I support this completely, if they want to be important, there is plenty of room for them to be important, to give heat. We even can build this beautiful narrative that they can still bring energy and heat to Polish homes, but not in digging coal, but by retrofitting houses, by building wind farms, but by working in the energy sector. But we need to accommodate their needs, because their needs are right, and this is the just quality of transition. And we have the means to do it. With Social Climate Fund, we have the means to cover for the increasing energy bills and to signal that we want this transition to be the rich polluters need to pay. We can send this signal to the society because we have the means. We are a high-income country. We are all experiencing an economic boom, an economic miracle of Poland. So we have to use it, but we have to confront, and we have to be not to stay in defensive, that we stop using the word Green Deal, and this will help. No, people are smart. People will understand what is happening, even if we call it a different name. We have to accommodate their needs, and we fortunately can do that. But we have to be courageous and have this transition head on. And I completely support what Rina said, that energy poverty right now is being used as this kind of a excuse that we can't do anything. No, we have evidence. We have empirical evidence that we can do everything and accommodate the need also of vulnerable, that they are not going to be worse off. Thank you.
I believe we are all, we have even some people supporting this idea from the stage, but I believe we are all waiting for your paper to be published tomorrow, online, everywhere. Okay, so we'll read it carefully, but guys, how did you like those several ideas from Poland? Who'd like to Frank first, maybe?
Yes, maybe on the last two, also what Rina said, I couldn't agree more on this need to mainstream policies or to have a systemic or global approach to it. What does that mean? It means that you cannot use social policies and employment policies to fix problems afterwards. So we have to think them, and let's say, see them coming in the beginning, assess these challenges in the beginning, and build them into our policy making. Same with the compensation schemes where we put them up, and then the climate policies or the tools we put in place here, like the Social Climate Fund, can't deal with all social policy problems, all inequality problems, obviously, and they should not, because there are other tools in place. They may be sufficient or not. Maybe in that context, I should say that the European Commission is working on a number of initiatives. One of them is what's the first ever anti-poverty strategy at European level, which should come out at the beginning of next year, a new strategy to fight poverty at large. And obviously there are many other tools. The minimum wage directive can help, certain other policies are important here, and I think we should not play energy poverty against transport poverty, for example. In this context, one should not play people in, let's say, badly insulated homes in the city versus those who need their diesel car for some time to move in the rural countryside and so on. The transition has to cover all of these cases, and we have to think them together and make them part of the strategy in addition to the other strategies. And I also fully agree with the focus on job quality, which is needed, which is also something this new commission has put into its priorities. So just to throw the names around, you didn't mention it, Jakub, but so the commission has, since its beginning, put up what we call a clean industrial deal. So it should support and complement the Green Deal by helping industry. So to make this transition feasible for industry, let's put it that way, for supporting demand, also new technologies, clean tech, reskilling as well in this context. The Commission has adopted what we call a union of skills. So we want to make skilling easier, improve basic skills, digital skills, but also portability of skills across countries, that people can move more easily between countries if they wish to do so. It should not be an obligation to do so, but it should be an opportunity to do that, and recognition of qualifications should be easier, etc. So this is a whole package. These are seen as essential. And the third one, which is currently under development with the social partners, is key, and it's called the Quality Jobs Roadmap. And this is mentioned in the priorities of this commission, a quality jobs roadmap to ensure a just transition for all, ensuring fair wages, fair working conditions, and fair transitions. Now, it's very ambitious. But this will be the frame for further actions at European level, which could be thought of. And it's, as Jakub rightly said, it's a real issue. The OECD last year had an annual report, the Employment Outlook. It's one of their flagship reports. And it was very good. It focused on the job quality impacts of labor market transitions related to the green transition and climate change. And it did find exactly that. Yes, the green economy holds many good jobs, high-skilled jobs for people who bring the necessary skills. But as Jakub rightly said, it also shows that some people with lower skills are moving out of high energy intensive sectors, lose out in job quality. This means they may lose salary, they may lose a right to access to collective bargaining, they may lose in terms of occupational health and safety. In the circular economy, we probably have to reinvent this sector, and new jobs in the circular economy are different from waste management today. So there are a lot of challenges, and I think this focus on job quality is key to get people along, so that and support may be needed to uphold quality in a transition context by retraining them. As I said, these are open processes, open consultations, also for the social climate plan at national level. There should be consultations following a partnership proposal, and also for developing these tools at European level. Ideas are sought, what impacts to look at. And I would finish with one last initiative. You mentioned what comes out tomorrow. I will mention what came out yesterday, which were the so-called country-specific recommendations in the context of the European semester. It's a bit bureaucratic jargon, but this is the process of coordinating economic, fiscal, social, and employment policies at European level. It's a process where the Commission and Member States together assess main challenges, and then the Commission issues a proposal for country-specific recommendations, which the Council, the Member States themselves, will adopt, and on that basis, Member States will respond. So for Poland, not to be too long, but the assessment says that Poland the implementation of policies and also funding programs has made progress in Poland. It's important to continue efforts to ensure the swift implementation of these programs and maximize the impact on the ground. Yet Poland continues to face challenges, including those related to accelerate the energy transition, as one mentioned, notably in the southwestern regions reliant on coal and heavy industries and in the industrial center, and to tackle skill shortages and mismatches, in addition to high housing demand and also underrepresentation of certain groups, vulnerable groups in the labor market. And then it makes a couple of more specific recommendations, which also include how to balance the energy price, flexibilize energy grids, probably energy taxation and levies. So it's not all about the programs we have discussed here, and similarly for skilled programs. So this is something on which we're working together and together with the Polish government. But the energy transition is very central here, and also its socioeconomic impacts.
We don't have so much time to go so much deeper into this topic, but a few more remarks from Jakub about the lessons from energy transition in Poland, because we're in Poland, so we have some successes, of course, in our history, but also clearly visible challenges that were visible lately in political discussions, so we need to bring this topic up. What's your take on that?
I think I mentioned most of them in my previous talk, but what I want to emphasize is that we need to make the decisions early on and not to fear the consequences, because there is the cost of inaction that Frank was mentioning, and this cost is huge. And unfortunately, it will not be politicians who are going to pay this cost. This will be the ordinary people, workers, low-income, middle-class people that are going to pay the cost of inaction. Because if we keep deceiving them that everything can stay the same, they are going to pay this cost, and we still have opportunities, and Poland is one of the hardest cases for transformation. We have 90% of coal workers working in one region in Silesia. We have 90% of coal being consumed by Polish households in the whole European Union. So if we look at the example of Poland, we can learn that actually making those tough decisions and even trying to then tackle the consequences is better than inaction. Because what we have been observing, and again, there is research that confirms that we are dealing with this kind of huge air pollution issues. So we have, I don't know, 20 out of 30 most polluted cities in the world are located in Poland, exactly due to this inaction, exactly due to the fact that politicians used to treat households as a kind of end user that will benefit from transition. No, they need to be a part of this transition. It has to be solutions that are well suited to them. It has to be a good program that we have. We have cleaner program. This is one of the biggest retrofitting schemes in whole Europe. I think the third biggest one. What we have done, instead of trying to let it evolve, we lost this huge confidence, and this is the case that we should think about. We lost huge confidence that people had in this program, that when they are going to be involved, they are going to pay for the investment, they are going to be repaid from the program, because Polish government said, okay, there is something wrong with the program and we need to stop it. No, you have to let it evolve. You can't stop it even for a moment, because this trust will never be rebuilt, or will be rebuilt in number of years. How you are going to go to those workers and convince them that when they are going to be laid off in coal industry, you will repay them? How you are going to convince low-income, middle-income people that when ETS is coming to force, you will be able to support them with direct transfers? They will see it. They will see it on the bills. So you have to build this kind of a trust, and I think this is missing. And you can build this trust with funding. You have to pay for it, and education will not be sufficient. So it's not about only informing. You have to inform people about your right decisions, but you need to make those right decisions in the first place. So you need to have efficient social climate fund, efficient social assistance, efficient investment programs that you can inform about. And I think this is one of the, let's say, additional lessons from
So
Poland.
one supplementary question. Should this approach be pan-European, or every country should work on its own when it comes to such programs to be efficient?
I think it should be pan-European. Sometimes I heard it also in this conference, that Poland is a very unique country and it has a very Polish perspective. I don't think so. Especially in Central Eastern Europe countries, we are very much similar, also in terms of our housing stock. When it comes to the workers have the same needs everywhere. Vulnerable people have same needs everywhere. So I think about this quality feature that Rina was mentioning, we have to make this transition just, and we can do it if we tackle inequalities, if we tackle inequalities before they appear, and we can do it. Of course, we can do it by raising income taxes, but are we ready to have this debate in Poland or any other country with, let's say, more liberal government? I don't think so. So if we don't want to start this debate, we can use transition as one of the means to tackle inequalities as well.
Okay, so Diana and then Frank commenting.
Thank you very much. So lots of things have accumulated, so let me reflect on a couple of things. I fully agree with almost everything that Jakub just said, but I think some points is where I think Europe can be a bit more bold and a bit more brave. Of course, it's easy for me as an academic to say that, but let me still posit. For example, the issue of competitiveness, because yes, it's important for us to compensate the losers, but we should also really think, is that what type of economy, not all industries, but what kind of economy do we want, which we will become competitive? Do we really need all those energy-intensive industries? Is it really good for us to keep, conserving 20th century industries in their old form? Because in the end, if we really focus very much on and of course I'm provocative, so don't take it please absolutely straight, and I know that but I'm more talking to the people here and my husband who is member of the business sector. So we have this debate usually, but do we really need to conserve everything, in a 20th century form? Because in the end, if we were always very carefully preserving the competitiveness of all industries, we would be still riding in horse-ridden carriages, right? Because the sailboat industry and the carriage industry should not lose competitiveness, right? So it's also, do we really need so much? I do have a few more points because I have not been able to reflect, sorry, for a while. Do we really need so much cement anymore? I'm not sure. Yes, there is some housing boom and we need some more housing at the same time. Why? Our population is not really increasing. We have a lot of buildings. And curiously, we never talk about this, but about 20% of commercial real estate in almost every European city is standing empty. So while we have tremendous amount of real estate standing for speculation, we have a housing crisis. Come on, it's also not realistic, and then we are really building a lot. So anyway, that's about competitiveness. But the other is about still the 47 million people who cannot heat their homes. Again, I think we need to have long-term solutions for them. And that's, yes, compensation is okay, but why don't we just fix their buildings? And I'm afraid, and that's my second provocation, I don't think the ETS will help. In fact, it will, ETS in the housing sector, it will be backwards, because the problem is any market-based approach here only results in cherry picking. What is the little thing that I can do to make it a bit lower my energy bills? That will actually lock us into high energy use, because systemic retrofits, the deep retrofits, can only be if you take the whole building at the same time and approach it as a system. But that's a lot of money. It will not work on a market basis. We know there are a lot of studies. So there, I think a lot of this compensation money and a lot of the climate funds I would put into actually just fixing the building stock for people. And with that, we would fix so many of our global problems. And finally, just on the point of competitiveness, if you allow exactly, but actually you already mentioned, Frank, all what the Commission is doing. So in the end, it's really towards this direction of simply changing the economic structures. For example, 40% of China's economic growth was due to the green industries. So they don't grow a lot, but still all that growth was driven by the new green industries. So I think we can allow a bit more, be more bold. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those insights. Then Frank and Rina with their thoughts.
Yes.
So many interesting things. I fully agree. The Draghi report and also the policies combine, speak about a roadmap for sustainable competitiveness and and decarbonization. So those two go together. Decarbonization remains a competitive strategy, and there's also an international dimension to it. If we can show it here, we build trust, but we also can showcase to the outside world who's also embarking on this transition. China was mentioned, others. Just very briefly, if I was unclear on this social climate fund, social climate plan, member states can use at maximum 37.5% for direct income transfers, but they may choose the measures, and there's guidance on measures. Measures have to include investments in energy efficiency, like those you mentioned, or in low emissions mobility. Any direct income support has to be related to those and coherent to those. Member states don't have to use it. They are free also to only to use investment measures, but investment measures are the core of how to help vulnerable households to retrofit their houses and so on. So this is important. The other point on sectors you mentioned, yes, I think the Commission believes that certain sectors are important for security, supply security, and strategic autonomy. And there are a couple of strategic dialogues, so without mentioning, I mentioned they existed, and there are sectoral plans in automotive, metal and steel. There will be one in chemicals, and there one more is planned for circular economy. So this probably shows you what's considered as critical here, and I don't speak about defense, which is related to those. And my last point, you had the question on the pan-European, does it make sense to have a pan-European approach in this? I think it could be in the interest of several member states, maybe Poland is part of those, to follow such a scheme, because the budget allocation of the fund takes into account the effective effort sharing. There's some solidarity built in from which a country like Poland would benefit, I guess.
Thank you. And Rina now.
I just want to pick up on a couple of the points that Jakob made and give my own take on them. So I fully agree that words matter and trust and confidence matters. And there was an argument from the audience in the democracy panel saying, look, let's stop splitting groups. Let's be very careful about how we consider societal perceptions, and let's make sure that we hear the concerns of citizens. You can't just wash them away with big level words and then point in a direction. And there's nowhere where this is clearer than in the green transition. When you have programs put in place that don't deliver, when you have a lack of confidence in government to deliver on their commitments, you see that under the Gilets Jaunes movement in France, but you've seen that under many fossil fuel subsidy reforms across the world. The population effectively just resists, and there's backlash. And that will happen more than ever in the green transition and right now, because we see the crisis of trust and confidence in governance that we've seen. I mean, we discussed it in the first session today. So there, I think, and this is where I want to point to the link to the point on efficiency of government, because when government makes commitments and isn't able to follow through, this is where you end up with a reduction in trust. And I just don't see right now in many European governments that the efficiency of government is quite there to manage these 3 or 4 transitions that I'm talking about. Public employment services are, with AI and with technological transitions, they need to move beyond unemployed. You need public-private partnerships to think about how to do reskilling and continuous learning holistically. You see so many countries, Poland is one of them, where very small share of the adult population is engaged in continuous learning. Unless we fix that, we're not going to fix this issue of job quality and green transitions. This is a system-level solution. The amount of money that went to fossil fuel subsidies in European countries in 2022 and 2023, this was a result of the lack of social registries to allow for systematic targeting. From the World Bank perspective, I can tell you we had a number of countries come to us and say, how can we target the vulnerable households during this energy price crisis? And when we look at the systems are not there in order to do the micro-targeting. And that's in contrast in some other countries where we work, in East Asia, for example, where we've built those systems up over 10 years' time. The governments have built those systems. So efficiency of government requires bringing digital solutions into government, and that is going to be fundamental for green transition solutions. So I want to just end on that point. Thanks.
Thank you so much to think about. I believe we got like 5 minutes left, so maybe there's someone in the room who'd like to comment or ask our distinguished panelists a question. I got so many more, but maybe someone in the audience. We've been discussing the lack of dialogue, the lack of trust, so maybe to work on this trust, let's have a dialogue. Yeah, so Anyone? I'd like the comment from a gentleman from the social sciences from the previous panel discussion that we shouldn't divide people. We need to connect people to remove this disconnection between social and energy transition policies. So, is there anyone? Yeah, and the mic is coming. Please present yourself and state what you want.
Hello, my name is Marta Anczewska. I work for Reform Institute, Polish think tank, and we work on energy transition, including the building sector. And I wanted to maybe respond to the point made on the building renovation and deep renovations. Well, the progress is very slow. It's an immense task and also connected to the ownership structures. So despite that, logically, it sounds very well to throw money at the renovation, focus on the renovation, increase the quality of life and the temperature. It's just impossible to do it at the pace required by the climate targets and reducing emission in the building sector without, also compensating part of the people along the journey. It's because we see that getting the owners on board and the deep renovation is extremely costly. They don't have this capital, and finding schemes that can support that is not easy. I'm afraid it's just not technically feasible. That's what we observe here on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. What do you think, Dana?
Yes, that's a very good point. And this is exactly why I think we know this is one of the best solutions for Europe, for sure, both in climate and energy poverty and energy security and almost or cost of living crisis, almost anything you say, that's what would help most. And still it's not happening. Why? Because we expect people to pay for it. They won't be able to. Exactly what you're saying. I think we need massive support in this area, and there is so much financing, so much money going, just the things that we said. I think if we were more seriously putting some of that money into this direction, I understand it's difficult, but if you go to any complex ownership structure and say, look, here's the money, let's say you have to pay something, but very little, and your house will be fixed or building will be fixed, and you will have much lower energy bills. You will have much better health. I haven't even had time to talk about enormous health benefits. China is now benefiting from our passive house invention, and India. Their passive house and net zero energy building companies are growing tenfold a year. They are not marketing by energy efficiency or climate, they are marketing by health. Because these buildings are much healthier to live in. We know they eat not only, they not only reduce allergies, respiratory diseases, but number of strokes, number of heart disease, of course, pulmonary disease as well, but just the quality of life, when people move in and suddenly they get that allergy is gone, or asthma is decreased substantially, such a major shift in the quality of life. So it's just, I think we would need to put much more money into that. If we compare it to the other climate options, carbon dioxide removals, so none of that pay back, but we expect this pays back, but it's a long payback. Just because it pays back, why do we expect the average pensioner to do this, where we don't expect in the other areas of the pensioners paid for carbon dioxide removal and in other areas? I think we need to just rethink our financing and put much more public finances and public support into this area so that we can once and for all get rid of so many of our fundamental problems. It takes 2 decades, but in 2 decades we are gone from many of our challenges. Thank you.
Thank you for this answer. Guys, anyone wants to reflect on that? Okay, so we are not finishing our discussion. We are going further with our discussion, but with a short break. In the meantime, I'm asking you for a big applause for our wonderful speakers. And I'm leaving the mic for our wonderful conference here.
And the speakers are Wojciech Jakubik, Chair, Diana Oger-Vorsatz, Frank Sieben Thomas, Rina Badiani Magnusson, and Jakub Sokołowski. Absolutely, applause is due. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that it is not a good idea to eat your lunch fast, but we'll cut the lunch break short. Please be on time. If you intend to leave the building, even for 5 minutes, please leave the headset here. You will find one on your way back. One was lost yesterday. Please look into your bag. Perhaps it's there, you forgot, you did anything. They are very expensive, and the university will have to pay for all the ones that are lost, and they can't be used outside this room, so they're absolutely of no use anywhere else. There will be jars for the questions, and if you missed an opportunity to ask a question to this panel, Alex is holding the jar in their hand. Alex, show everyone what the jar looks like. If you missed an opportunity yesterday or today to ask a question, put it in the jar, and the university has promised that all the answers will be provided. We will tell you in what form they will definitely be provided. Time for lunch, questions later. Thank you very much. Let's be on time. 2:45 p.m. for those of us who are watching us remotely and sorry don't have lunch with us. That is 2:45 p.m. Central Eastern European time, of course the summertime. And then we go for EU in the age of tech revolutions. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I begin that it is time to start. Some of us will simply be a moment late. I understand that there are delicious things for lunch, but we have a delicious panel called Session 6, and we're going to talk about the EU, that is European Union, in the age of technological revolutions. We've had some of those. We no longer use the steam engine. Electricity is still with us, but there are more technological revolutions to come. And in this distinguished panel, we have the chair, who will also offer her introduction, and she's Renata Włoch from D-Lab and University of Warsaw. And we have 4 panelists: Mina Starewa, DG Research and Innovation, the EU, very properly for technological revolutions; Zofia Dzik from Humanities Institute; Wolfgang Schulz, Alexander von Humboldt Institute for Internet and Society; and Anna Timofiejczuk, Silesian University of Technology. Therefore, the academia is perfectly well present here. Without further ado, can I please pass the floor to you?
Welcome, everyone. Am I heard? Or? Yeah? Wow. Okay, it makes
Yes.
technology. It makes a difference. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining us for this panel discussion on Europe in the age of technological revolutions. A brief introduction for me so that we anchor our debate in some important themes. The title of this panel is no accident, and neither is the combination of perspectives and expertise represented here today. The phrase technological revolution evokes more than just disruptions and innovation. It invites us to fundamentally rethink who we are as a union, as societies, and as individuals in the face of profound technological change. But this is not a conversation about technology in the abstract. Our focus is on how 3 dimensions come together and shape each other: the European project, the technological transformations we are living through, and the role of human agency in navigating this moment. Let me begin with the European Union. Europe has often defined itself in response to crisis. First, in the aftermath of wars it unleashed, now in response to a war unfolding at its borders. This calls for a renewed reflection on European identity, one that remains critical of its history, yet committed to its best traditions: human rights, the Enlightenment legacy, and cooperation as the basis for peace. But we also need new strategic thinking, not just values, but direction, in the face of shifting global power, growing technological dependencies, and intensifying geopolitical competition. Europe's role as a normative power, especially in digital matters, is now under pressure. Second, technological revolutions. We often hear about them in terms of progress, speed, and opportunity. But this story, the promise of innovation, can be seductive. It can obscure the fact that technology always comes with political, social, and ethical consequences. And the language of revolution is not neutral. Like any discourse, it serves particular interests. As some critical scholars, especially in the German tradition of digitalization research, have pointed out, invoking revolution may help sustain a logic of capitalist accumulation that has run out of steam elsewhere. It can draw attention away from more difficult but necessary questions about justice, sustainability, or collective agency. This is why Europe must be cautious not to outsource its digital future to a narrow techno-economic logic. We have tools, such as the AI Act of the Digital Services Act, that are designed not just to manage risk, but to shape how technologies are built and governed. But regulation alone is not enough. We also need spaces, such as this space, civic, institutional, academic, where long-term thinking and democratic deliberation can happen. Which brings me to the third axis, human agency. Technology is not external to society. It is shaped by people, by institutions, by policy choices, and cultural norms. As digital infrastructures become central to almost every domain, finance, health, education, mobility, the main theme of this conference, we are faced with the challenge of maintaining democratic control, inclusiveness, and ethical oversight. This also forces us to rethink leadership and education. How do we train people not only to build technologies, but to question them? How do we ensure that future engineers, policymakers, and innovators are not just technically competent, but ethically grounded and socially aware? In this, universities and research institutions, such as University of Warsaw, must play a key role, not only as providers of expertise, but as spaces where different futures can be imagined and debated. Especially in Central Europe, this means claiming a stronger voice in shaping the European digital agenda, not just reacting to that. Europe cannot simply copy American or Chinese models. It must find its own way, perhaps best described by what's been called the Brussels effect, embedding democratic values into the very architecture of digital systems. This also means recognizing the power of socio-technical imaginaries, the shared visions we have of what kinds of futures are possible through technology. These imaginaries do not just reflect the world, they help shape it. They guide our investments, our industrial strategies, our cultural narratives. So the key question becomes, what kind of future do we as Europeans want to imagine and bring into being? And how can we ensure that our technological choices in science, in governance, in industry reflect the values we stand for? So let us begin. Let us begin to ponder about this question, to deliberate. I have encouraged my panelists, my discussants, to question each other if they want, because I want it to be more a debate than, making statements into the air. So I hope that they will make use of this encouragement. But first, I have a general question to all panelists, perhaps starting from Nina Stareva. So the question is that Europe's ambition in digital innovation often walk a fine line between global competitiveness and social values. And in your view, what should be the European Union's distinctive strength or strategic priority in navigating the technological revolutions ahead?
Thank you very much, Renata. First of all, for inviting me to this panel with these distinguished panelists. It's a pleasure for me. Also for this very nice introduction, which says a lot, and that actually puts already the emphasis and a little bit higher up the ambition of this panel. Let me start by saying that the balance between protecting our values, societal values, and unleashing innovation has been the defining challenge of this decade. So for us, this is a critical point where I would see, let's say from the European Commission perspective, we see the European Union building on our values, so making progress and advancing and building resilience and competitiveness because of its values and not despite of its values. So it's a very, the strength that I would see of the European Union would be in the ability to combine innovation with strong societal values, so what we would call value-based research and innovation. So in the ability to support responsible and ethical research and innovation, which would actually mean fostering cutting-edge research, technological advancements, while at the same time respecting human rights, democratic principles and values, privacy, transparency, etc., etc. So coming from a unit that deals with societal transformations and that is also responsible about the integration of social sciences and humanities into the entire research and innovation spectrum, I would say that it's extremely important to place an emphasis on the societal impact. So societal impact, interdisciplinary research. So to sum up of this introductory question and to respond on the strength of the EU, actually it would be in showing to the world that artificial intelligence can be innovative, inclusive, and institutionally accountable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Ms. Stareva talked a lot about societal impact. From your point of view and from your expertise and from your different experiences in different fields of social activities. How do you see this societal impact could take place? Mike.
Sorry, no, it's okay. Yeah, welcome everyone, and Renata, thank you very much for you and Katarzyna for the invitation. And I'm grateful for the chance to be a part of this interesting discussion. I would say that lays the basis for where we want to be in the future, who we want to be in the future, and then answer the question how we want to do it. And in your speech, you actually pointed out a very important matter, that we should find our own way between not copying the states and going this direction. The question is, who of you would like to live now, today, in the States? And maybe in China? Then I think that this is the one point. There is we are brave, and as a European, and we proved many times that we can stand out for our European values, that the core of these values are human values. There is a movie that was done after the crisis of 2008-9 that is called Margin Call. And there is a famous speech in this Margin Call. The CEO of investment bank was saying that there are 3 scenarios how to succeed. After, you have to be first, you have to be smarter, or you have to cheat. And I believe that Europe has got the opportunity not to play anybody else's game. And we have the ability, the potential to be smarter in this game, because we know already that we are not the first. And there is a lot of question also coming from other panels, because apart from the Humanities Institute that I ran and established 15 years ago, combining in the systemic way the approach to humanity and the technology, I come from the business field, working for the last 30 years in the number of different sectors, one of the largest companies in the quoted companies in Poland and European Union. That's why I am talking from the perspective not only wishful thinking, but also the being the voice that I wish for, that the business will also find a way how to play this game smarter. And we as I would expect from European Union that in the future we will lay down the path for the human-centric AI solutions, because there's a short run and long run. And I believe that in the long run, the direction is clear.
Thank you so much. We will be having 5th discutant here, because I can't help adding something. Because I was looking at Professor Schulz, and I was thinking about a great book of a sociologist, Thorsten Veblen. He was a little bit of outcast in a sociological world, but he wrote a great book on innovation when he analyzed Germany as a country at the beginning of 20th century that was not first, that was not the smartest, it was not cheating, but it was combining its own institutional strength with the ability to copy some of the solutions. So perhaps we could...
This is also the part of being smarter. We know a lot
perhaps
of
it is a way of
successful
being
strategies of followers, not only to be first.
Yeah. Okay, so now going to Professor Schulz. Professor Schulz, you have a vast experience in talking about digitalization agenda, in trying to instill digitalization agenda on many levels of national and European institutions. So from your point of view, of your grounded in experience point of view, what are those strengths that Europe can use to its advantage in this technological race, let's say?
Yeah, it's an extremely thought-provoking question. And the first thing I would like to mention is something that sounds a little bit boring, but that is I think, extremely important in terms of innovation as well as protecting our values, and that's predictability. And if you look around in the world, and the US is an obvious example right now, how important it is that you have a political system, a legal system, an institutional setting where things are to some extent, at least the basic rules, predictable and how they change. And I think Europe does a quite good job there. The procedures are transparent, mostly. It is clear what is happening. We have some aims, there is discussion, and then there is legislation at the end, a framework, a governance framework, and you can agree or disagree whether it's clever and could have been better, but that's there for a while, and then you have regulators that act within this framework, and the industry knows how to adapt to that. It's also good because it's for the rule of law, obviously. It's an important thing. It sounds very boring and old-fashioned, but I think it's extremely important to keep that in mind and to preserve that in Europe. The second thing which I, for now, find is a strength in thinking about technology governance in Europe is openness, that we are open to learn from other countries, other regions, but that's a little bit under pressure, I would say, and you brought up the narratives and the importance of narratives at the beginning, and I'm struggling a little bit with the narrative of digital sovereignty. I don't really like the term, and I had one experience where we are talking with a young group of researchers from Africa, and they said, we are reading about European sovereignty always, does that mean you don't want to work with us anymore? And I said, no, I think that's not what is meant. It's not like closed doors or not maybe even autarky or something like that. It's just focusing that things we need desperately, that we have that to some extent.
I would call rather the risk management, yes.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, part
maybe.
of...
Maybe. But I think it's important that we keep this openness. So the idea of what Western civilization stands for is that we want to learn from all parts of the world. That is backsliding a little bit all over the world, and that Europe still has that is, I think, extremely important for going further. And how we think about digital sovereignty, even though there is a lot of push from the US and Europe has to react, I think it's important that we keep this kind of openness, eagerness to learn.
And be smart, yeah.
Of course,
yes,
of course. But I think you can only be smart if you see what other people do and do not understand it in a way at closed shop. It's just Europe, we are just talking with ourselves.
I really like your idea of regulation being open and positive, but I would like Professor Timofiejczuk to comment on it because Professor Timofiejczuk, you are a part of a very interesting institution, a very interesting platform of cooperation that tries to build some linkages between the Polish business environment and academia and Silicon Valley. So the same question, but if you could relate to what Professor Schulz said when it comes to this regulation thing, is it European strength or it hinders us in our technological development?
Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel and for these questions. And well, I think that you all expect my answer because I cooperate, first of all, I work at the Silesian University of Technology, first of all, in Poland here, but since 1 year I have been cooperating with Poland in Silicon Valley Center. It is the new center which was created on the basis of 20 years of experience in Silicon Valley, close to Stanford University. And we are trying to promote especially Polish science and industrial achievements in Silicon Valley. However, we cooperate with other centra, for example, with German, which is very good and powerful there. And when I compare, because it's very specific area, California, the society and people, they are very open to innovations, to testing innovations. They are very, and they have regulations that, so I'm also from technical university, and we are developing different technologies in advance. They are, so our law in Poland and generally in Europe is not prepared to test and to use these technologies because of different reasons, to make this long story short. And there is different, so for example, maybe I will give you one example. At our university in Gliwice, we have elaborated autonomous minibus, completely autonomous with very good technologies. It was together, of course, with industry, not only by the university. And currently, and after this project, it was completely ready, everything was ready. We had really very, very big problems to test it in different areas, also closed areas, protected areas. We had to fulfill a lot of rules. In California, it is a regular thing, and regular people, society, they are ready. And what I observed, because we also observed people reactions and let's say, perception of these technologies. So people in Gliwice, generally in Poland, they were also very open to these technologies. Really, they were coming to us, observing, they wanted to use this bus and so on. So it is, well, I think it is not the matter of people mentality, generally speaking, but regulations. And in case of different, maybe not all technologies should be open to the society and openly used, especially at the early stage of development, but we are stopped and we cannot develop different technologies because it is not allowed here in Europe, not only in Poland, but generally in Europe. And if I could compare these two realities.
Yeah, thank you so much. Don't worry, I will be back to this side of the table. But what you are talking about, for me, is a phenomenon called institutional lag. That we have technology that is developing quite quickly, and then institutions do not keep up. So, Professor Schulz, when it comes to this regulatory approach that the European Union is trying to anchor, how could we cope with this institutional lag?
So I think I share completely your observation. So we have many cases like that in view of innovations in Germany and other countries as well. I think there are some positive elements in recent regulatory settings which still have to unfold and show their capacity. One thing is that the European Union's AI Act, Artificial Intelligence Act, has a clause that mandates that the member states should have sandboxing established with their regulators, meaning that there should be the opportunity to test some things and agree with the competent regulator that some requirements, some legal requirements for these experiments are not necessary. They can be abolished for at least a specific time. And the reason behind is innovation. If you want to learn, maybe you have to adjust the rules. And ideally, in this kind of sandbox environment, you have both. You learn on side of the product and technology, but also the lawmaker and the regulator learns what adaptations might be there. If that really gets traction in the European Union and in the regulation in other fields as well, I think that can be extremely helpful. In my research community, sandboxing is a huge topic. You have a lot of conferences about that all over the world where people share experience in financial markets regulation. There have been some sandboxing experiments, and we can learn from that even for other fields. So that's extremely helpful, I would say. The second thing is that in some, again, the AI Act, but also the Digital Services Act, this act that governs, among other things, search engines and social media platforms, there is this concept of risk regulation or risk-based regulation. That is, I would say, another regulatory experiment, but it's still too early to say whether it really works or not. I think it can work, and the idea behind that is that companies that, for example, have these huge platforms, assess the risk that their services and the use of their service is creating for fundamental rights or for free elections or things like that. They should assess it themselves and come themselves up with ideas how to mitigate this risk. Then that is published, then the NGOs and academic community can reflect on that, and then a new report for the next year is to be drafted and published. And ideally, in the good scenario, that goes to a kind of race to the top, so that the companies more and more detect risk, come up with clever ways to mitigate them, and so on. The bad scenario is that that is just an employment program for lawyers and consultants, and it is a kind of proceduralizing eternally without any effect. I'm not sure which way it goes, to be frank, but I'm an optimist, and I see that the first path can be reached.
Thank you. Ms. Stareva, I'm throwing the discursive ball to you right now. Also, picking up what Professor Schulz said, because you're working on integrating societal and cultural implications into digital innovation policy. But I wanted you to be optimistic, you can be, but pragmatic. What are the barriers in instilling these aspects into digital innovation policy when we have such conditions, infrastructural and also regulatory conditions, as were spoken about just now?
Thank you very much. I'm learning a lot, and I feel very inspired, actually, by what you say. So you actually mentioned video, a movie, book, an inspiring innovation. In the European Commission, we are very, very good in reporting. And actually, recently, we actually commissioned in Digital Research and Innovation a report addressing the impact of artificial intelligence on our societies. So it will be published very, very soon. Again, it looks into the societal impact. And it looks into two different aspects. One is the direct impact on society, and another one is linked to the need to address societal aspects when developing digital technologies. So just to say very briefly that what we can observe with this report, in-depth expert review, to be precise with the title, is that, of course, artificial intelligence is not just technological transformation, it's a societal one, and it actually affects us all. I mean, it reshapes the way we work, the way we learn, the way we trust institutions, the way we interact with each other. This morning, actually, I heard from my sister that my niece, who is in a kindergarten, she's 2 years old, there was a parental reunion dedicated to digital transformation. So direct impact on our society. So what one could see is actually, of course, artificial intelligence amplifies inequalities, trust, transparency, we discussed that, remain weak. The innovation system is dominated by industry, there is insufficient uptake. Another Commission report that was commissioned yesterday is the country-specific recommendations linked to the European semester. A clear challenge for mostly all countries is, of course, the insufficient uptake of innovations. This is also a challenge for Poland. And the social science and humanities, what we call the integration of social science and humanities, is essential, meaning considering societal aspects since the very beginning of the policy or project design. So this is where actually one would come to the barriers. Coming to our question, one which is very, very obvious one, it's the lack of common language, starting from this. So social science and humanities and engineers, STEM researchers, etc., they don't speak the same language, they don't communicate the same, they don't do research the same, which actually comes to the second barrier, which is also so sometimes very easy to overcome, but not very obvious. It's that very often societal aspects are considered as luxury expertise. So once you develop your idea, project, policy, design, whatsoever, it's
luxury
only then.
Or secondary?
Secondary, yeah, the luxury and add-on, and so which would also question the need for such an SH expertise. So this is where actually we put lots of emphasis in digital research innovation, but not only. I think Frank was speaking before that, where actually they integrate social aspects into the different policy of the European Commission, but mainstream is extremely important, but mainstream is not enough. It's really starting from the basic question, how do you want your product, your policy, your design impact the society? How do you actually measure the engagement of society? And of course, it's a matter of socially responsible innovation. So I can continue on that, but maybe maybe later. But this, just to emphasize that the basic shift is not only narrative, but it's in the doing of research and innovation. It's not a process. It's impact oriented, and for us the question is really to position the societal impact at first place and to ask the question: how does my innovation affect or not society?
I'm working with economists, lawyers, data scientists, and I myself am sociologist.
I'm a lawyer.
This is difficult and tricky enough. We quarrel a lot. So I can imagine how difficult it is to work different areas of knowledge, such as sciences, humanities, and engineering, for example. Professor Schulz has something to say ad rem.
Yeah. Because I couldn't agree more about these challenges with interdisciplinary research. And I would just like to mention two things, and maybe the funding schemes should consider thinking about that. The first one is, I see so often that teams struggle to find this common language, or however you want to find it, or some boundary objects they can work with productively together. And then the project is over, and there is no additional funding, and so everybody goes his or her way again. So there is a value created there, and we are really wasting this value, that people found this common language and working together. And I think we need more funding schemes that allow people, teams that have been successful, to continue their work and these interdisciplinary added value. The second thing along the same lines is we are talking about success of interdisciplinary research for years. I've been talking for years about that. And there are still the same obstacles there. And one of those is that we don't have, at least in the field I can judge, a good instrument to measure the added value of interdisciplinary research and evaluation. And that's important for evaluation of projects, it's important for evaluation of individual people when they apply for university chairs, that's important for journals, and so on. I don't see it, and I don't see any programs encouraging the community to come up with that. So that is a suggestion to myself and my community, but it's also a suggestion for those that design research funding programs.
May I add, from DLAB point of view, it is also very difficult to publish interdisciplinary research. Okay, so Mina, but please shortly, because I want Ms. Dzik also to have some time to
Just
talk.
to confirm that it is the perfect moment to discuss about that, actually, and I'm listening all ears, and I'm not the only one, because we are currently actually measuring the level of SSH integration in Horizon Europe, which remains, at a good level, but we don't know what does it mean. So basically, we are also looking into the best ways to improve our practices and discussing also with stakeholders. So we're grateful that you mentioned that.
Okay. Ms. Dzik. So, if we could now introduce some of, I would say, grassroots, down-to-earth thinking about those societal frictions and societal challenges. Also, from your area of expertise, I would not so much want you to give us a diagnosis because it would last several hours, but rather to talk about some easy to pick up solutions to integrate people in this project of innovation, change, and technological race.
Okay, then if it would be so easy...
I gave you a difficult task.
Yeah, easy to pick up solutions. If it would be so easy, I think that would be in the different place. And I was very grateful listening to all of you, and one thing was striking me, that we are coming from different places, different cultures. And this shows, actually this is a clear proof of the basis that we laid out as a Europe, looking at the joint values. And I think that this is the main ground. Whenever you are, values are not only good when you are sailing with the wind. Values are something that is being proved in the difficult times. And the times come, and I think that this is also the time of the proving for which values we are standing up. What does it mean for us to be European? What does it mean for us to have certain roots? And I think that this is something that the people are now looking for new direction, more clear directions, having the feeling that maybe Europe in some way started losing their way.
But can I just set in? Can technology give this direction? Can socio-technical imaginary, as I said in my introduction, can give us this common sense of identity, of values, of providing better solution for better life?
Of course it can. I will come in a moment to the issue of leadership, because I think this is one of the key issues, and I have a few comments also on the side. You touched extremely important element of a sovereignty and independence. I talk about the risk management. We are facing difficult, turbulent times. And there's out of question that I love the idea of openness, but also we are facing the times when we know where, for example, lack of the independence of the energy or something brought us up to. The same question we have to ask ourselves, how to play the game smartly, but build the base for the protecting ourselves, for example, for the technological independence. And coming to the issue of the leadership, because you asked me, Renata, about the clear direction, how we want to do it. There's no simple way, because we are talking, I like the Latin saying that that says that omnia mea me comporta. It means that everything that I possess, I carry with me. That we are coming back to the leadership, but also to the education. And I have when I look widely, people ask me, why, coming from the business, you set up 15 years ago Institute Humanitas that took a systemic approach to combining humanity and technology. 15 years ago, nobody was touching this subject. I was thinking that Mina already is a part of our Humanities Institute, saying the sentence that you can find on every our page, that we are repeating that the technological revolution won't be so much about technology, but about the social transformation, how to approach people, how to prepare the people for the new coming. Peter Drucker was saying that the main challenge of a human being in the future will be the ability to take responsibility by himself, being overwhelmed by the number of choices and having the difficulty to choose. And now coming to these answers, I think that we have to come back to the roots. First of all, wherever we are in the stormy weather, you have to, in a way, look for remind yourself what is the purpose. Then come back to the roots and look at our approach to the education system. I have the feeling that in the educational system, we disintegrated, first of all, the approach to the human being, that human being is not just the brain, it's not only the knowledge. That's why I started from this Latin sentence, that I believe that human being is a multi-dimensional creature, that coming back to the ancient philosophy, that we have body, soul, and mind. And the question, to what extent this was addressed in the past. To develop the human that will have the critical thinking, that will be able to build a relationship. We are facing the situation where 60% of the new generation feels lonely. This is the loneliness is the new outcome of the technological revolution. Our institute is actually watching the statistics and research on the crisis of the relationship already for a number of years. Then that's why we have to, in this, not looking for the easy solutions, we have to come back to the looking through the whole environment and the whole ecosystem in which the human being is being born. It means the families, how we operate in the families, how do we build the social bonding, because this builds that this is the base for this that we are looking today very much so, like the resilience, for example. We have to look at the educational system, to what extent it prepares the people and the new generation for unknown future, where we'll have to take the responsibility in how to develop the new generation so it didn't stop thinking, learning, that we are talking about the long life learning, and loving. We talk about the approach and the leadership in the work environment when we spend number of hours. How in this work environment we look holistically at the human being, not just and addressing the difference between the question whether we employ, that is a huge difference, whether we employ employee or a human being. When we employ employee, which means that we signed a contract for the brain or the muscles. When we employ human being, we look at the development of the human being in the holistic way, that we are contributing to the society by developing the human being in not only in the professional way, but looking how the human being is growing as a human being. How, when we even discontinue our cooperation, how the human being grew up as a role model for others, being a friend, being the mother, father, the member of a society. And this actually brings us, the final area is also the area of leisure time, the impact of the culture, of the media. I think that there is, from this perspective, we discussed it in the past, that we are having too much this silos approach. You won't solve this, I would say, problem without the leaders that have the ability to look from, I would say, 50 or 100 years ago. I'm just coming back from Japan. I was fascinated that over there are forests and gardens that were grown from the first little plant with the perspective. The plant was chosen with the perspective what it will be looking like in 100 or 200 years. And I believe that this is also one of the areas that is crucial. It's not an easy solution, but without the I would say courageous, positive rebels, leaders that will show the direction and be the good role models, we won't start the change. People now face a lot of fear. And the more fear we have, the more the fear is the I would say, the ground for growing populism and radicalization, that actually dividing people between us and them is the easiest way to gain the power. That's why not giving the easy solution, I think that we should start from each of us from our own area where we have the influence, but also to encourage other leaders, especially I would see the leaders of the education and the leaders in the work environment. They have the huge impact on the people, their reskilling and the overall interdisciplinary development.
So you've touched on so many aspects and threads, but you have led us beautifully for what I was going to ask you all about, because you talk about the area of responsibility. And when I'm thinking about responsibility, I always think about Donna Haraway. She's a feminist scholar, and she talks not about responsibility, but she talks about responsibility. What is our ability to respond to challenges, societal challenges? How can we act and react? And how much patience do we have to stay with the problem? Not to solve it at the moment, but to stay with the problem. What you said about these Japanese forests and gardens. So now
it starts from the childhood.
Yeah.
How we give the space or take away, or we are overprotective parents. Yeah, it starts from there.
Yeah. So talking about this responsibility, I now would like you to talk like an academic teacher that you are. How can we teach our students so they can cope with those societal challenges that are created by technology and the challenges that technology is posing at the moment?
First of all, what I wanted to say that it is very beautiful example what you gave us, but from technical point of view, everything we can define as a process. And we have, generally speaking, there are different possibilities to divide them, but we have predictable processes and unpredictable processes. And in case of predictable processes, it's quite easy and we can design the garden. Yes. If we don't know what will be in the future, which changes we can expect even, it is impossible. So, well, I think it was said before the moment that interdisciplinary, for sure, is the key. And also at Polish universities and European universities, I know a lot of examples. First of all, flexible educational programs. Yes, so a lot of examples. So it's not the time to give them, but to give young people chance to select their path, but it should be also done with the advice. So it should be there should be some people who support these young students how to select, how to design their future life. And
we call it these role models. Yes,
yes, role models. Yes, we can call it, of course. And what I wanted to give you as an example, during this educational programs, currently we introduce different new forms of education. For example, education on the basis of experiments. You mentioned sandboxes, living labs, factory labs, different structures, and I know that it is really very interesting for young students. They are even smarter than our generation, so probably we are currently developing and preparing new generation interdisciplinary people, because we don't are is interdisciplinary, and I'm an engineer, and but we in this room, we are exceptional, and we are here because we are interdisciplinary. We learn each other during interdisciplinary projects with Renata, for example, and Kasia. So I, as an engineer, cooperate with psychologists, philosophers, and so on, so sociologists, economists, because I see that it is reasonable, that it gives me achievements, yes. But it is only few people at my university, even at all the universities in Poland, that they understand it. So not too many, but young people, they understand it. When we create group of people who conducted so-called project-based learning, it is different form of education at our university, they are looking for specialists from different disciplines. So, for example, students from mechanical engineering, they are cooperating with students of architecture or psychology, and it is regular thing for them. So it's I think they understand. It is good, yes, because we see that they are really more interdisciplinary than we. What we have to introduce definitely, and there is a lot of examples in our curriculum, there is such methods that show the students that creating technology and using technology, it is not a game, it is real life, that we don't have 10 lives, and we have 3 trials and we survive. We have to learn them, teach them, because it's really a problem. They don't understand it, and because of media and environment they are brought up in, yes. What I would like to stress that for young people, it is because of teaching them how to communicate between industry and academia, between different disciplines, it's really very important to involve in our collaboration industrial partners. And we are doing also project-based learning. And what is really very important, and I think also in Poland, but generally in Europe, in US there are different models, but in Europe we have also different models in different countries, that we have to prepare a long life learning model. So we have to teach these people how to learn during their whole life, and young people, I know that in Germany it's the same in different European countries, young people, they are not interested in very long academic education, yes? They would like to come to the university maybe for 3 years, then they would like to take different courses, workshops, but a lot of them, but in different areas. What is very positive, because they are interdisciplinary. But our educational system, especially higher educational system, it's really is old, too old, and we have to modernize them. And these changes, they are really very slow and too slow. They don't follow the changes in mind of young people. So yeah, it's probably all what I wanted to say. And for me also is very, very important. We learn each other during collaboration in area of Industry 4.0, as far as I remember, Renata. And for me, it was always like that. We have to show that in the center of all these industrial achievements and innovations, everything which is related to technology, there is human being. We have to finally keep in mind that it is the most important thing.
Couldn't agree more. And I always think to myself that we have to teach engineers about society and sociologists about technology. Because without understanding of technology, they won't be able to make, let's say, intervention, because we sometimes need interventions. Okay, Ms. Dzik was first. If you could just comment shortly.
Yeah, just quickly, because referring to what Ms. Professor said, that not always we have the chance to to react, that we are learning something, and in the uncertain times it's not putting the test, it doesn't provide the result. I meant by this Latin sentence, omnia mea cum porta, that we have to come back to the roots as a human being, actually, and Humanities Institute works as a think and do tank, that we are not only talking about the trends, but over the 15 years, we established a number of projects, systemic projects, that combine a lot of parties of this ecosystem that I have mentioned. Focus exactly on the development, first of all, of these competencies of a human being, like internal compass, self-consciousness, curiosity, how to be curious and learn continuously, critical thinking, intelligence, emotional intelligence. All this we know today, but 15 years ago, it was many times under the question. And because apart from the interdisciplinary development, the root of our values and this consciousness, awareness, being able to ask and go back to the root, that understand that we don't have 10 lives, is the teaching also about the definition of the kind of human being, and not allowing for the reduction of the human being just to this, I would say, dimension of a brain. Socrates said that if you have wrong definition, you will have wrong action. And just in one word, I will give the example that, for example, for 15 years, we established a systemic project to develop heads of schoolmasters around Poland, and to allow them for raising up their abilities to not only be the administrator of a school, but a true leader that is able to gather all the community of the school, parents, teachers, society, to prepare the students not only for the next test, but for the true life. And we also combine these schoolmasters with the business leaders that become mentors for the schoolmaster for several months, building the ecosystem. That just an example how actually the road is actually not to be in the silos, but to build the communities of exchanging also the knowledge in this fast-moving world.
Thank you. I could see you nodding a lot. So if you could now present responsibility of the European Union as an institution in all those areas.
Well, let me just say I'm amazed how emotional one could become when speaking about technology.
If you were waiting for, very technological discussion about generative AI, it was not it.
No, it will not be with me, at least. But I somehow reminded the words of loneliness, fear. Fear was also discussed in the previous panel, and it came several times. This is, of course, linked to mental health impacting very heavily also our society. And this is one of the areas that we actually look into within Horizon Europe, our framework program for research and innovation, in particular in Cluster 2, which is culture, creativity, and inclusive societies, but not only. So mental health is addressed across the board, but it's like the pandemic of our decade. But this also makes me think that actually the real bottleneck to the adoption of artificial intelligence and technology is actually not so technological, but it's societal. And one would see that the uptake gap often actually is based on a lack of trust, lack of accountability, meaningful user engagement. These are all areas where actually we are looking at. Of course, by providing within Horizon Europe support to interdisciplinary research, not sufficient, not enough, but it's a very, very good start. And it's, the European Commission is actually a leader in terms of fostering social sciences, humanities, both in terms of funding, but also in terms of mainstreaming across the board. We also look into more participatory approaches and citizens' engagement. This is something that is a must if you want to ensure meaningful user engagement at the end, and that actually to make sure that innovation reflects diverse societal aspirations. What is also heavily needed is more societal foresight. Of course, we're doing this, but it's also on the agenda, discussing the last programs of Horizon Europe and the future. So future-oriented thinking, I like the example very much of the Japanese tree. So this is where we actually stand in terms of Horizon Europe. And of course, because we are also good in delivering strategies, we are currently developing a strategy on artificial intelligence in science, which should be adopted early September. And if I'm not wrong, there is still a call for expression of, how do you say it? It's not of support, of interest. It's something new in the recent 2 years. A call for evidence. It's a call for evidence that would support the impact assessment of this strategy. So the strategy will present actually an action plan and further details on RACE. RACE is the Research for Artificial Intelligence in Europe. As you see, I'm reading this because it's another director dealing with this. But this is where we stand now.
Thank you. So this is quite an ambitious program. Professor Schulz, I'm getting back to you. So when we think about technological impact, when we think about, for example, because you wrote widely on this, about controlling digital infrastructures through regulation, algorithmic oversight, where could Europe be more ambitious? What could we do more?
Maybe a footnote to your question, previous question, because it's, but I'm coming to that. Still wondering about the framing of responsibility and coping, because that feeds a narrative of technology as a kind of force of nature or a kind of pandemic, and we have to see how to cope with that. My view is that technological development is a social development, and it has a lot to do with our practices, what we actually do with that, what we demand, what kind of impulses we give, and this thinking about technology as something we have to cope, we have to build walls, we have to be careful about, I think shouldn't be the only narrative, let's put it that way, but we have alternative narratives there as well. In terms of what we could do, I mentioned things already. I think what we need is a kind of innovation-friendly regulation that is taking care of our values, but put that into practices.
But how?
Yeah. One is what I mentioned already, this risk-based regulation, which I find helpful because it goes back to the things we care about, like elections, like fundamental rights, like equality, like things like that, and sets up a procedure to protect that. The second thing, which is maybe it's a little bit legalistic, but I mention it anyway, I think we need regulators in this field that can act really independently. And what worries me a little bit is that tech regulation becomes a kind of instrument for foreign policy. So when from the US there is some people saying don't touch our big tech companies, otherwise we will retaliate.
Yeah, this is exactly what I touched with independence. Yes,
yeah. And then there should be a regulator saying, it's the law, we have to do what's here, we have the rule of law, and not give in to this kind of pressure, or the other way around, that we use our instruments like the Digital Services Act as a kind of tool fighting for some foreign policy aims. I think that's extremely important, but it's not easy. And I think we have to talk about that and maybe optimize the system we have there at the moment. So that's a risk I see. A third point that I think is important is that bureaucracy is still a little bit of an obstacle. Even with financing research, so that you when you draft your research proposal, you already have to establish what kind of stakeholders you want to engage in year 4 and what the measures are to the yardstick for you, whether you are successful or not, puts a lot of burden on people applying for these kind of things. And I think we have to find new ways. I've been discussing that with some foundations, grant-giving foundations, as well, that they think about their funding programs in a way that they trust the researchers more, that they demand a work plan at the beginning, but then say, you have to give us a work plan actualization later on, but we don't demand that you have your work plan with milestones and things like that until the end 5 years or 4 years project, because that does make no sense in a field where the technological and social development is so fast. So we have to find new ways to adapt to these fields, I would say. So I think in terms of regulation, we need strong independent regulators that have the knowledge, technological knowledge, economic knowledge, and the other fields there. Since knowledge is so important, I think regulation needs a kind of ecosystem of actors around them, a kind of community of knowledge practice around them, NGOs, academic actors, which are important and help us to understand where the problems lie, where the opportunities lie, and how to navigate the tech regulation. I think that's absolutely key, and I think most failures in tech regulation have to do with not enough knowledge about what actually happens, and a little bit of foresight what could happen. So maybe some elements.
Frankly speaking, when I'm thinking about all this discussion, it very nicely plays into what I'm thinking every day. For example, when I'm writing articles, that there's no technology and society. There's no such division between them. They are co-constitutive, they are co-creating each other, and we have to start thinking, but not just when we are, speaking publicly, but in our everyday activities, that these things are very deeply entwined. So we have this deep mediatization, we have this hyper-connectivity. When I'm talking to my fellow sociologists, I tell them, don't be kidding. There's no sociology if it's not digital sociology, if it doesn't take into account that we are living in a deeply digitalized societies. And this is why we have to start think about what Professor Schulz told in his last words spoken just now, about knowledge and how to create knowledge in this age of technological revolution. I know that I put away the thing of revolution a little bit in my introduction, but I do believe that we live in an age of deep societal transformation, that they are co-constituted, co-created by technology. And right now, we have some problems with creating this knowledge. And one of them, and it came out in what you were speaking about, is that we have those vast differences between how sociologists think and engineers think, about how people who are...
That's why we are putting in this our project these different parts together, like the, business education.
Business education, technological education,
science.
sociological education. We have to find ways, and I believe that this is our responsibility, how to make it whole, how to make it holistic. It's not easy, because we are taught how to specialize. We are taught how to think in brackets and boxes, and now we have to unbox.
Collaborate, yeah.
Not only unbox algorithms, not only unbox artificial intelligence, but also unbox the way we are learning to be citizens, and we are learning to be workers, and we are learning to live in this technological world. Okay. So I really wanted to leave some time for questions from our audience, because I think that they may have questions as well as I do have them. So please, now is the time.
And here, yes, I saw.
Do we have a working microphone? Sorry, we're talking about technology, and technology doesn't like it. Sorry.
So thank you very much. I didn't want to take center stage, but now I'm here. Very short question. First on, so my name is Andrei Zidro from Bavaria Research Alliance. We represent universities in Bavaria. One question maybe for the representative from the Commission. On cluster 5, we have another kind of concept on societal readiness. So I was wondering, or we ask ourselves as research managers supporting researchers, is this another additional concept where we researchers need to get familiar with? How does it make the work of researchers easier in terms of when we think about SSH integration? And the second question, maybe for Professor Schulz. So we often think about regulation and different kinds of regulation. So also the EU has produced many of them, but we don't think so much about governance models. And taking one metaphor from central bank and from monetary policy, maybe what we're missing, and also thinking now about the geopolitics or the not using certain regulation as a foreign policy harm. So, and seeing kind of almost the central banks could face up to such a kind of attack from policy. Maybe would that be some kind of a model? So think about what kinds of governance models we actually need beyond regulations. Yeah, thank you.
Shall I go? Thank you very much for this question. I didn't mention societal readiness on purpose because it's still a pilot. So indeed, it's a pilot within Cluster 5, co-designed with member states and experts, with the idea to improve, to strengthen the current practice of SSH integration. As we see it, SSH integration is process-oriented. It's really about putting together the different expertise, while the societal readiness looks more into the outputs, the outcome of the project. So this is our current approach, actually, where we are looking towards more impact, societal impact, and we're testing different options. What is good with the societal readiness already is that it requires that evaluators actually do have SSH expertise. But indeed, we are still waiting the results of the first pilot. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely like this idea, thinking about this level of concepts or policies. Maybe two things
Excuse
about
me,
that.
is your microphone on?
Yeah, it is. At least there is a red light. Maybe closer, now it's better. So, good idea to think on this level of concepts and policies, and maybe two remarks on that. The first one is, I think there's really a lack of academic research in the field of governance and regulation on this level of concepts. And I had some exchange with people from the European Commission when they were thinking about the Digital Services Act, and they said academics very often believe that what we want is empirical evidence, and that's true, that's something we want, but what would be helpful would be some concepts as well. How could we do that? What are ideas, what kind of services to attach to which kind of requirements, for example, and what difference does that make? So more governance conceptual thinking. I think that's definitely true, and there's room for improvement in my discipline to do that. On a more practical level, we know the things, if I understood you correctly, from finance market regulation and telecommunication regulation, that we have this conceptual level as well. Whether that's feasible under the laws very much depends on how these laws are designed. If I take the Digital Services Act as an example again, it is constructed in a different way. It's not traditional regulatory concept that lies behind that. So I'm not really sure where kind of issued policy by the European Commission or by the board of regulators in the member states would really be possible under this concept. But in terms of what I said at the beginning, predictability, it's really, really helpful not to have just one decision and another decision, but have a kind of conceptual framework that you also communicate into the public and the regulated industry to make more predictable what happens.
Thank you very much. There is one question here, and in the meantime, could I please ask one of the volunteers to check our questions jar? Maybe
I would have maybe brief comment and then the question. And in terms of commenting, I would just make a link maybe to previous sessions, because in my opinion, there is a clear link between what we're discussing right now and previous topics like demography, migration, and also political changes. And what is really fascinating to me that in some cases we can speak about revolutions, maybe this is just the democratic scene, but in the case of the rest it's rather evolution. So in fact it really depends on what kind of topic we are discussing. And the question, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was somehow already discussed just a second ago, but my impression is that there is kind of elephant in the room. And the question is, who controls the technological change? Should we control it, and to what extent it's still controllable? And I will maybe refer to, of course, this extreme case, and you know Acemoglu and Johnson book. They introduced the concept of machine usefulness, and what they say that in case of AI, it's definitely not the case. By the way, they call, as far as I remember, AI as just the mother of all inappropriate technologies. So I know this is a very extreme case, but the question is, to what extent are we still able to control it? And how to do it, or maybe we do not need it, because the suggestion was that in fact in terms of competitiveness, maybe this is not what should happen. So the question is what to do with, for example, AI.
No, please stop. Okay, it's, yeah. I think the approach that is in the AI Act already is to some extent the right one. I think to say from the beginning that you can't regulate that is, I think there is a lot of evidence that you can regulate some things. The issue here is, but we saw that already with platforms, that what are risks and what are opportunities very much have to do with the actual practice. That's for general purpose AI, it's obvious because you cannot really see what people do with that, and the harm comes from what people actually do with that. So what is necessary and what is lacking is a kind of monitoring of practices and effects of specific practices, and then maybe try to intervene to some extent. How successful that will be, we have the same problems we have with global regulation all over the place, that you can only regulate actors that are in your under your legislation to some extent, or do you have to have international cooperation there? But what I see is, but that's not based on research, but just my gut feeling is that a lot of people working in the industry have a kind of interest in governance there. Sometimes it's surprising. Sometimes they are really afraid themselves what happens. And so there is at least some appetite in some countries. I don't know anything about China and the AI industry there, but in other countries to talk about limits, to talk about changeability of technologies, that you build it in a way that later on when you see there are effects that you can actually intervene in a specific way. Therefore, I think we shouldn't stop considering clever ways to regulate that. And what we see right now is that, again, like always, we are looking at very specific things, big language models, large language model, for example. There are a lot of things coming down the road, smaller language models for specific purposes, for example, and things like that. There are some B2B things that have been developed that function in a different way. This whole movement about more responsible, transparent, open AI development has led to some options, technical options, that at least now you see there's another way to do it, and maybe we can demand in public procurement, for example, that these kind of standards are met. So it's not an ideal way forward, but I think, like always in this complex tech regulations, it's important that you see all actors with their responsibilities. It's not just one. There are a lot of companies and people involved, and have a kind of comprehensive understanding of the social-technical ecosystem that you mentioned at the beginning, and to see that regulation learns how that functions and finds intervention points. But that's worth trying, I would say, but it's, I'm not sure whether that, what effect it has at the end.
Yeah, short. It's not easy to answer the question without mentioning the context in which all the changes are taking place. We want to be competitive as a Europe, but I would say that to meet this goal of being more competitive, we haven't touched it, but on more business side, we see two main obstacles, which means that we have to change our appetite for risk, and we have to change also all the investor structure. Half of the investors at the moment invest outside of Europe, and in some areas even more. And why I'm talking about this? Because changing the appetite for risk also opens the gate for a more risky project, and the ways how to go around different regulations, or and additionally, as Ms. Professor was mentioning already, the regulations always lack and there is a big period of time that they lag behind the changes. The Protective Act was late by approximately 10 years. Another important one, final element of that we are in the huge deglobalization process and the huge rivalry around the change of the power in the world. Technology gives power, and when it gives power, we are on the race. And the race, which is not taken care of, usually leads to some misfortune, not calling it stronger. And now answering the question, who controls the technology? I think that there are a few levels. That's why our institute works a lot on the leadership, works in the leaders in the education, but a lot also with the leaders in the business. We work on so-called coherent leadership, which means that you are speaking the values. We are looking for the role models, the people that might become these positive game changers, and finding the way how to do the things in the innovative way, but at the same time look for this long-term purpose and have the courage to stand up for the values. Additionally, I believe that also the control of the technology is in the hands of, I call them secret heroes or quiet heroes. Engineers, program is that on a certain point of the time, they will have the courage to stop the process and be the voice. And additionally, I believe that the power is in the hands of all of us. A few years ago, I asked the question if in 5 years' time, they won't be Google, Facebook, or other big tech company. And I believe that we won't reach it by the regulations, but I believe that we as a community have the power as a users to discontinue certain platforms. We showed already our power when the war in Ukraine started, how many big international companies back up from the market. It's the question whether we have the courage to stop using certain applications and the tools. We see that it doesn't serve our purposes and our societies, and how we negotiate our contracts as a business for advertising with certain platforms and big tech companies. We have power, and we should think smartly how to use it. We have the influence.
Thank you. So we have 3 minutes. So quick question and short answer.
At the very beginning, the issue was, or the statement was, the general statement that European technological transformation should be based on values. But it was, as I understood, it was not very well defined what are these values. You mentioned human-centered. But I want to ask whether what you mentioned was actually this part of human approach, which is not like more like consumer, but more like public good. Is it that?
Yes.
If so, then
we have the Human Rights Act, and
yeah. But then, if so, are we prepared? Do you think are we prepared for collecting the ideas, the innovations for public good from the citizens, from the users of the system in Europe? We are champions of public good as Europe, but are we going to keep it or to support it, to develop it even further as our speciality or not? Do we have mechanism? Can you mention the mechanism that we have at the moment to collect these citizens-oriented projects, citizens-oriented questions, challenges that should be addressed by the technologies, not just developing technologies because they are, new and better. No, but to serve the public good. Thank you.
You've already eaten the time for the answer.
Sorry.
Can I then quickly intervene?
Very quickly.
So first, with the first mandate of President von der Leyen was launched the Conference of the Future of Europe, where the aim was to bring citizens together and to discuss the challenges of the future. What we do in Horizon Europe is that we actually support the citizens' engagement, so through different mechanisms within our projects, but also we very often we co-create our programs together with citizens. We actually will have the Research and Innovation Days in September, 16 and 17 September, where an important element is the discussion with citizens on the different challenges that we address with Horizon Europe. But much more is needed. So this is also the short answer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
It is really time for a coffee break. Panel 6, Chair Renata Włoch, and speakers Katarzyna Śledziewska, Mina Starewa, Zofia Dzik, Anna Timofiejczuk, Wolfgang Schulz. And I believe another round of applause is due because this was probably the most difficult one, especially if we think that we were talking about technological revolutions and the word regulation in the context of EU was probably far more often used than revolutions. Some may think whether we need it, but we already know who the mother of AI is. May I just remind you that the father of AI is the massive IP rights infringement. Thank you. Another round of applause. Sorry, I won't forget. still not in your seat, but please be in several seconds. All right, I can hardly believe how very different our fields of work and expertise are, but I promised the co-chair of the 7th session that there'll be no spoilers, but I just have to tell you one thing. If you just look at the affiliations of our panel speakers, you'll see a proof of how many perspectives we account for examining the issues we tackle, and all that we've done in just 2 days. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be impossible anywhere else, but of course not at the University of Warsaw that hosts our conference. Not a chance. And that, I'm afraid, was a spoiler. So, ladies and gentlemen, the European Research Area Potential in the Social Sciences and Humanities and its co-chair, Sarah Perry.
What was it? There we go. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. Interestingly, I think we're going to extend and add to a lot of the themes that were broached in the previous session, especially around supporting interdisciplinary, collaborative research, and indeed more than that, transdisciplinary research. So, welcome. My name is Sarah Perry. I am an archaeologist and an associate professor at University College London, or UCL. I'm also in the very privileged position of being able to introduce you to session 7 and to co-chair it with the fantastic Max Bialeski, who sits beside me here. Just to position myself within the topics of this conference, I was born in Canada. I'm now a citizen of the UK, and I've lived as an archaeologist with a specialty around digital transformations, which will become important as we go on. I've lived as an archaeologist for extended periods across Europe, Africa, the Middle East, and Canada. And more than this, I've worked in industry, charity, government, and private research, as well as academia. So I have navigated most of my working life between very different types of professional environments with different beneficiaries, different values, and different goals. So I am currently the lead of a cross-European project called Transforming Data Reuse in Archaeology, funded through collaboration of the humanities and social sciences in Europe. And as you just heard, the acronym for this is CHANCE, and I will carry on from now calling it CHANCE. CHANCE is a joint initiative of 27 research funding organizations from 24 countries supporting research in the social sciences and humanities. And it's through CHANCE that I have met all of the presenters in today's session, as I'm also the lead of the Knowledge Exchange program that's related to CHANCE, that links more than 600 team members that are working on CHANCE projects. So those who will be speaking to you today lead or partner on CHANCE projects or support aspects of CHANCE and its future iterations through the European Commission and its affiliate countries. So, what are we going to do here for the next hour and a half? We want to consider some of the insights from our collaborative work on CHANCE projects, especially thinking through how lived experiences and values, including European values, equality, dignity, freedom, justice, etc., may sit in tension with one another and with rampant digital infrastructure development. As I think I've suggested, critical to CHANCE is a focus on knowledge exchange between the wide ecosystem of actors implicated in European digital transformations. For example, businesses, trade unions, academics, regulators, public services, etc. These actors may operate at variance with one another, for example, local versus national government, and their actions may also be inherently contradictory, for instance, relying on proprietary platforms to disseminate crucial information related to public good. The consequences here can obviously be severe. So through the lens of 2 CHANCE projects, the first called Public Service Media in the Age of Platforms, or PSMAP, And the second, time experience in Europe's digital age, or timed. The panelists are going to reflect on the lived experiences of individuals whose work and home conditions are governed by algorithmic systems and platform economies and other digital interventions, and also consider the sometimes contradictory roles of different regulators, businesses, and other stakeholders in navigating the digital landscape. Most importantly, though, all of the panelists will reflect on their experiences in recruiting, coordinating, championing, negotiating, moderating, enabling engagement of varied and sometimes potentially clashing stakeholders in their own project work and in wider research and innovation activities. So we have 4 speakers representing different positionalities from academia, industry, government, and beyond. These speakers are Catherine Johnson of the PSMAP project, Ruth Ogden and Anna Rydka of the Timed project, and Frank Seaburn-Thomas representing the European Commission's Digi Employment Unit. Now, I'm going to provide much more elaborate introductions of each speaker in a moment, including their full affiliations, just so you know. But I wanted to mention that our planned 5th speaker, Sasha Scott from the European Broadcasting Union, who works alongside Catherine on PSMAP, had to send his last-minute apologies. I think Catherine is going to say a bit more about Sasha and other partnerships on that project shortly. First, I'm lucky to be joined by my co-moderator, Maximilian Bileski, assistant professor at SWPS University in Poland and a psychologist specializing in neurocognitive science, psychophysiology, psychometrics, and psychological research methodology. Max has a very diverse and fascinating background working across academia and industry. He's a co-founder of the Open Workshop of Artificial Intelligence and co-founder of the Human Tech Center for Social and Technological Innovations at SWPS. At the center, he focuses on the application of psychology in the development of new products, processes, and services. Following the speakers' presentations, Max is going to guide everyone through a discussion, and he will also help me to ensure that all of your questions are answered. And in order to do that, to pepper your topics of interest into those that we've already defined with our panelists, we have created a QR code to enable you to pose questions, ideas, or comments. So at any time over the course of this session, please scan the code. Tell us if you have a particular person you want to address, and then share your thoughts. And once you submit your question, you'll see that you have the option to submit again. So one scan of the QR code now will allow you to share your questions throughout the session. But there's also some QR codes on the following slides, so you won't have missed your opportunity after I change this slide. I'm going to then layer your questions into the conversation between Max and the panelists. And then we're going to conclude with Frank telling us a bit more about a forthcoming research and innovation initiative, which has resonance with some of the aims and the design of Chance, but goes much further. So by the end of this session, I hope you'll have learned a little bit about the phenomenal inter- and transdisciplinary research and practice that underlies the Timed and PSMAP projects and their relation to the future of digital transformations and collaboration in Europe. I hope that you'll have had an opportunity to reflect on the joys and the challenges, the opportunities and the gaps that exist when we call upon different sectors, actors, and specialities to collaborate. I hope you'll feel that you have had an opportunity to ask questions of the panelists and know that you're welcome to follow up with all of us after the session. And I hope that you will leave feeling inspired about the new initiatives that are on the horizon for collaborative work in the social sciences and humanities, as well as feeling informed about the European Commission perspective on pursuing meaningful and impactful collaboration now and in the future. So without any more pause, I am going to introduce you to our first speaker, Catherine. Catherine is Professor of Media and Communication at the University of Leeds in the UK. She's an expert in in the screen media industries and currently leads the Public Service Media in the Age of Platforms, PSMAP project. She's author of 4 monographs, including Online TV from 2019 and Branding TV from 2012. She regularly works in collaboration with industry, regulators, and policymakers, and she's currently a member of the College of Experts at the UK Government's Department of Culture, Media and Sport, and chairs the Audiences Working Group for the DCMS's Future of TV Distribution Stakeholder Forum. So I invite you to the platform now. Thank you so much. Sure.
Now it is. Oh, yes, now you can hear me. Thank you so much for that introduction, Sarah, and for the opportunity to talk to you today about the Public Service Media in the Age of Platforms project. I'm going the wrong way. There we go. So the context for the project is that public service media has been absolutely central to European culture, society, and democracy for almost 100 years. But today, public service media is operating in a vastly different context. When we talk about this context in our project as the age of platforms, we're broadly thinking about 2 simultaneous processes that are happening. So the first is that public service media organizations are having to compete with largely global or transnational actors like subscription video on demand services, streaming services like YouTube, for both revenue, for production and talent, and for audiences. At the same time, they are now having to deliver their radio and television services, and we focus on television and screen media, through infrastructures that are owned by those global platforms. So there's this sort of dual focus. And within that context, our project asks how public service media organizations, but also regulators and policymakers are adapting to this platform age and what that means to the values underpinning public service media. We look at 6 countries. We principally focus on the European countries represented here on the map and the public service broadcasters within those. We do some of the comparative research with Canada as a sort of non-European test case. And I'm happy to say more about how we selected those countries in questions. I wanted to say a little bit about how we built stakeholder collaboration into the project. And unfortunately, Sasha Scott from the European Broadcasting Union, who's one of our project partners, can't be here today because he is unwell. But stakeholder collaboration is absolutely essential to the design of the project. So we have the European Broadcasting Union, which is an organization that brings together, I have it written down here somewhere, I think it's 115 organizations from 56 different countries as one of our project partners, and also the European Platform of Regulatory Authorities, EPRA, which does the same but for media regulators as opposed to broadcasters. And they're project partners. They sit on our advisory board and we work closely with them throughout that process. We discussed with them early on in the design of the project when we were developing the bid, and also with other key stakeholders like public service broadcasters and regulators in our case study countries, and that helped to design the research questions and the project itself. As part of the project design, we have 3 touch points, one every year, where we bring academics into dialogue with other stakeholders. So we had a knowledge exchange workshop at the end of year 1 in Brussels, one in Warsaw at the end of year 2, and we have a final project conference in September. And all of those are not focused on academics speaking to stakeholders. It is absolutely about providing equal space for those different kinds of stakeholders to come together, and that includes public service broadcasters, regulators, policymakers, and third sector organizations. Also built into the design of the project is outputs that are not just academic. So as well as producing academic outputs, we produce a series of policy briefs. They look like this, and I've got some copies if you want to see an example. These are written specifically for stakeholders in clear, non-academic language. They're 4 pages, and they include sets of recommendations and links to the project. And we're producing a longer final project report that we'll launch at our conference, again, focused specifically at our stakeholders. I'll hold off on saying a little bit more about other stakeholder engagement because I'm going to talk about that right at the very end. So in terms of the project and what we found in the project, it's very hard to summarize in a couple of minutes, that 2.5 years worth of work. And the challenges that are being faced are very contextual and they play out differently in different countries. But we've broadly coalesced it down to sort of 4 key challenges that all of the public service broadcasters in our case study countries are facing, although in different ways. So the first is audience reach. It's much harder to reach all audiences, particularly but not exclusively younger viewers, and that's a challenge faced across the board. The second and linked to that is brand awareness. So as it becomes harder to reach all audiences, the public service media brand awareness is just declining, so people don't even know necessarily what are public service media organizations in their countries. And in some cases, the value of those public service media brands is also declining. Sustainability, again, a challenge across the board. There are declining revenues. They're both in terms of public funding, but also in terms of commercial funding, because there's less money to be made on linear broadcast advertising as audiences move away, and you can't generate the same level of revenue on online advertising because there's too many intermediaries in the value chain. But at the same time, there are increased costs. So the costs of production have gone up because of the entry of new subscription video on demand players with lots of money into that sector. And the public service broadcasters are now having to run 2 sets of distribution. They're having to distribute on demand, on their video on demand services, and on linear. And they're having to innovate new forms of linear, like algorithmic personalization and so on. So all of this is adding to their costs. And some of them are exploring new distribution strategies around using social media and video sharing platforms, but that is extremely challenging, and I'm happy to talk about that more in questions. The final challenge, I think, is quite a common one for organizations that have been around for quite a long time and are having to adapt to change, which is what we call organizational path dependency, which basically means you've been a broadcast organization or a particular kind of organization for a long time. How do you shift your culture to being a very different kind of organization? And that is a challenge we see across the board. And these challenges are impacting the values underpinning public service media. And we've identified 6 core values that are being challenged in this context. So the first, I mentioned the difficulties of reaching all audiences. This means that the underpinning value of universality, that everybody should have access to public service media and should be using it, that is becoming increasingly open to challenge. Public service broadcasters in many countries were the providers of high-quality media content in their countries, and now increasingly subscription video on-demand services are replacing that in certain genres, so there's a need to redefine what quality means. In terms of diversity, the rise of platforms and of personalization offers all sorts of opportunities for public service broadcasters to meet the needs of diverse audiences, but our research shows that they are so driven by just trying to get people to their online services that they are focusing on mass content that brings large audiences in at the expense of providing a diverse range of genres and content for diverse audiences. The public service broadcasters we spoke to talked about the important role they play in challenging mis and disinformation, but this is a real challenge in contexts where there isn't sufficient independence from government or political interference, and it's really hard if public service broadcasters aren't on social media. Accountability has become more important because trust has become more important to the legitimacy of public service media, and with the decline in brand values, there's the decline in trust. And accountability is more challenging when public service media organizations start to use big data, use algorithms, and there's often a lack of algorithmic and data transparency. And finally, we heard that from the public service broadcasters themselves that innovation is the key driving value for them, but that is inhibited by their remits and their finances and lack of money. So I wanted to end briefly by saying a little bit about some of the knowledge exchange work that we've done. We have a massive spreadsheet on this, and I could have picked about 8 or 9 different examples, but I've just tried to pull out a few. The first 2 are unintended. We didn't know that they were not built into the project. So in the UK context, a piece of media regulation, the first for 20 years, was passed last year. We didn't know that was going to be passed. And the media regulator now has to implement that. And they came to us and said, we think there's learnings from your project. We would really like you to set up and run a workshop for our staff to help us to understand how to implement the Act. And so we devised the workshop and ran it for them to help them with that. There's been a set of work happening in the Nordic context where public service broadcasters and regulators are trying to understand how to adapt to the rise of platforms. So we've been invited to present our research at a workshop on state aid regulations with Nordic PSBs in the EBU, to present the staff to senior staff at the Danish PSB DR, to provide written contributions to the Danish Parliament that has this kind of written initiative on the status of Danish democracy, and to present the findings to the Radio and Television Council at the Culture of Ministry in Denmark. And finally, because Sasha's not here and he can't talk about the EBU, I wanted to say a little bit about how we've worked with the EBU. So we have presented the project to the EBU Legal and Policy Assembly, and we've had participation of EBU representatives, not only people like Sasha who work at the EBU, but the countries and public service broadcasters that they represent at or our K workshops, which has enabled us to extend the benefits of the research beyond our case study countries. And at this very moment, one of our project partners is presenting findings about the organizational change part of the research we've done to the EBU Media Summit. So those are just a few examples of how we've been working with stakeholders on the project. Thank you for the time, and I look forward to the discussion.
Just a reminder that if you have questions for Catherine or anyone, please feel free to scan the QR code, and then we can interweave them into the discussion, the preset discussion questions that we will have in a moment. So I am looking forward now to introducing you to Ruth Ogden, who's professor of the psychology of time at Liverpool John Moores University in the UK, and also the lead of Timed, Time Experience in Europe's Digital Age. Her research focuses on how humans perceive the passage of time. Ruth has collaborated across industry and policymaking, including partnering with the European Space Agency and the Argentinian Antarctic Institute to explore how extreme isolation and confinement affect our experience of time. She's also the co-investigator on the After the End project, which asks questions such as when is a global outbreak or crisis over, and how do such declarations of the end shape our use of resources, our ethics, and our ongoing care. So thank you so much, Ruth. I'll pass this over to you now.
Thank you. And thanks everybody for coming today. Oh, this was supposed to be animated and it's not animated, never mind. The rationale behind Timed is that digital technologies are often sold to us as a way of saving time. So they're marketed as a way of being efficient. You should have more time because you don't have to always go to the grocery store. You can ask Deliveroo to bring your food for you. You don't have to write letters to people. You can email them. You don't even have to call people, WhatsApp. You can just message them instead. Through some of our research, I learned that you can even have a bath tap that you can switch on from your phone so you don't need to walk upstairs, saving valuable seconds in our busy lives. So there's all sorts of ways in which, in theory, digital technology should be saving us time. And in my head, we should all be like the gentleman in the middle, just sat there with oodles of time on our hands, nothing to do with it. The reality, as I'm sure you're all aware from your own lived experience, is quite the opposite. So digital technology is proliferating activity within our lives. It's blurring the boundaries between work and home. And it's desynchronizing our activities with one another, both within our families, but also within our broader societies. So if you no longer go to work because you work at home, you're not meeting people on your commute, you're not having your lunch with other people in the same way that you would have done in the past. So we have these different sorts of factors that are affecting the way in which we use and experience time as a result of digital proliferation. So the Time Project is based in 6 different countries: the UK, Czech Republic, Poland, Switzerland, Germany, and Spain. And we're a very multidisciplinary team. So psychologists, philosophers, sociologists, computer scientists, clinical psychologists, and maybe others that I'm failing to remember. And what we set out to do in our project was to really try and understand, how is this digital revolution affecting the way in which you use your time, and how are those changes making you feel? Are they improving your well-being, or are they reducing your well-being? So we've asked critical questions about what it means to have free time in a digital age, and who are the types of people who are winning in this digital revolution in terms of time. So who are the time rich and who are the time poor? And what can we do to mitigate or to understand some of the implications for our right to time and our right to access free personal time during the digital revolution? We've done a phenomenal amount of data collection. We've collected data from 16,000 people, interviewed 550 people. We've done lab studies. We've created online apps to collect real-time behavior. These are all open access. So if you're interested in ESM, get in touch and we can give you the code. And critically, we've also developed new measures of digital experience and digital immersion to try and capture both positive and negative accounts of how people live their digital time. What we've found is, in some ways it's quite surprising. Obviously, the Chance programme was set up to explore comparative experiences across Europe, and we anticipated that there would be some more profound differences in the way in which people used and experienced digital technology. We didn't actually find that to be the case. Our research shows that, broadly speaking, across Europe, in the countries that we've studied, and across genders, people use and experience digital technology very, very similarly. And we can suspect that this is because of the dominant nature of certain platforms and certain apps which permeate across country boundaries. Rather than giving us more time, though, technology is making life incredibly dense for the population of Europe. So we are completely intolerant of doing nothing at a population level. We seem to feel the need to fill every single second of our time with some form of digital act. And this is not to be confused with being productive. People aren't trying to be productive. They just don't want to waste time. So, they go to the toilet with their phone because those precious seconds of sitting there doing nothing, they can't be wasted. They must be spent observing things that are going on in the world. But the problem is that we regret this. We regret it because we see this time as inauthentic or unintellectual. It's shallow. It's not quite meeting our core needs for intellectual stimulation and for connection. The other issue that we face when we think about time with digital technology is that the nature of the way in which algorithms are created means that people are encouraged to spend as long as possible on a particular device or a particular platform. So the key indicator of success for any digital device is how long someone spends on it. And your platform or your device is more successful, according to the industry, if you spent longer on it. Algorithms are therefore designed to make us lose track of time, and as a result, we end up spending far more time on digital technology than we ever imagine we will. So we'll start off by saying, I'll spend 10 minutes scrolling, insert name of platform, and then 40 minutes later, we're still there. Now, the problem with this, of course, is that means we've lost 30 minutes of time. We're even more time pressured than we ever were before. So it seems that the population of Europe that we've studied, they want a balance. They want some sort of way to have more conscious control over their digital technology use. But they also want higher quality digital content. They want the digital content that's meeting their intellectual and social needs, and not the content that is just good enough to keep them scrolling. So there's work to be done both from providers and from policymakers in that sense about how we try and meet our users' needs more effectively. It's difficult to conclude, to explain all of our conclusions, but I think the key themes that have struck me in this project are that there's a huge disparity between what people want from their time on digital technology and their time in general and what they get. So content is not truly satiating. And social norms are telling people that digital technology use is bad. So a lot of the work that we've done with our participants is exploring why they feel guilty about the time they spend on social media, why they feel regret about it. It turns out that it's not what they're seeing that's the problem, it's that they feel like they're doing something that society tells them is bad. So we need to do work as academics, both in terms of public communication, but also in terms of policy, to think about how we can better communicate the known science around the risks and harms of digital technology. Lots of the things that people worry about, dopamine hits, popcorn brain, there's no evidence for these things, yet they are creating feelings of negative well-being at a population level. The other issue that we found is that increasing digital immersion is creating an erosion of our right to time. So work and home are no longer spatially segregated for many people, but they're also no longer temporally segregated for many people. So we have evidence that people find this both difficult to manage and that they also feel like it is impacting on their health and well-being. So we believe that this perhaps indicates that we need to think much more carefully about how we can protect people's right to time. So acts like the right to disconnect are well-intentioned, but they don't get at the core issue that we live in societies in which working excessively is rewarded. And until we tackle the base level of reward that's associated with overworking, we're not going to be able to demark our time in an effective manner. So what we need, obviously, is policy-led interventions to preserve people's access to time, both in terms of time off digital technology, but also time away from work. We need algorithms that aren't designed to prolong use, and we need algorithms that provide people with high-quality content. At a social level, we need a real discussion about the fact that it is okay to do nothing. We don't have to fill our time consciously. And this may require really significant change in the way that we educate our children and the way in which we value individuals within the broader society. We also need a non-sensationalist public information campaign which details what digital addiction actually means and what neurological alterations actually are evidenced by the use of digital technology, because it is only through clear public communication that the public can make sensible and informed choices about the way in which they use their time. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Ruth. That was great. A reminder to those who've just joined the room that if you have questions for any of the speakers, please feel free to scan the QR code and enter any thoughts, constructive points, etc. So I am really keen now to be able to introduce you to one of the partners on Timed, Anna. Anna Rydka is a labor lawyer working as a collective bargaining specialist for the largest Czech civil service trade union, the Trade Union of State Bodies and Institutions, or OSSOO. She's also a standing member of the Legislative Council at the level of the Czech Moravian Confederation of Trade Unions. In relation to digitalization and automation, she ensures that the interests of employees in state and public administration are represented, be that in her role as one of the sectoral level negotiators of the higher level collective agreement for the Czech civil service, or as secretary of the OSSOO Digitalization Working Group. Thank you so much, Anna.
Of course. Thank you so much for inviting me today for the conference. I'm just gonna start the clock. All right, so now that Ruth took you over the what and the why of the Timed project, I would actually like to talk a bit about how the project is being navigated in everyday practice. So, as was already said, I work as a labor lawyer and as a specialist in collective bargaining. And it was actually almost to the day, 2 years ago, that I was approached by Wanda Černohorská, who is the principal investigator, one of the principal investigators on the TIME project, for me to conduct with her a structured interview dealing with the question of how Czech civil service workers are managing these digital transformations. Just a bit about us. Our trade union represents roughly 17,000 members. The section of the population that it represents is highly feminized, and our members range between 45 and 50 years. With a very modest average monthly income. So this just is there to give you an idea of who is meant to tussle with these new digital tools, who's meant to work with them, adapt to them. Right. So I want to give you an idea of how digitalization is actually affecting our worker base. So just like 2 years ago, today also in the Czech Republic, we are facing many challenges when it comes to digitalizing our sector. And the effect that digital infrastructure development has on our member base is significant and I'm afraid in a lot of cases also quite adverse. For example, our labor office workers who, just to give you an idea, they're basically the equivalent of staff that you have in, for example, the UK in job centers, so sort of advisors, work coaches. They are actually having to work around a severe understaffing of operations and also a near 2-year-long pay freeze due to a very imperfect digitalization of the process of administering universal credit in our country, which has been digitalized at the client end, but in such a way that I would say is not really an efficiency booster, but actually produces more work, but just offloads it into different departments of the institution. But it actually doesn't really save time, doesn't really save work. But it is being used. It is being used as an explanation for why we can actually lay people off, of why we can do restructuring, things like this. Also, the workers in our internal revenue collection service and our social security offices are telling us that they are dealing with a very minimal amount of training to deal with new system updates that they have to work in. This is something that they are struggling with, and it leaves them feeling that they have no way of affecting work processes or their working conditions. And I'm also being told that even on the part of employers, there is now being a move made to incorporate algorithmic decision-making into HR processes, so into hiring, workforce planning, and this is even so for the public sector, which is quite significant. And I'm being told that this year, over the summer, apparently HR personnel in municipality offices and in ministries are being trained on this. So I'm guessing these algorithmic decision-making processes are going to come into force, over the next couple of years. Just very shortly, as a trade union, what we're trying to do to lessen the negative impacts of digitalization. One big win that I can tell you about is that we've managed to negotiate some involvement, information, and consultation clauses on the issue of implementing new digital solutions in the new higher-level collective bargaining agreement that we concluded last December. This is a collective bargaining agreement which applies to all civil service and also some other workers, for example, like even firefighters, who I don't know if they're dealing with too much digitalization, but nonetheless, it is there. And a great source of inspiration for this for us was the Public Services International Digital Bargaining Hub, which gives you examples of clauses you can put in your contract. It doesn't guarantee enforcement, but it's great. It's a great tool to have. And we also do member trainings on the use of AI and other new digital tools for our members to aid in their work as workplace committee representatives. And also, lastly, we have positioned ourselves, I think, quite successfully as a key stakeholder and a critical watchdog of monitoring the implementation of digitalization. For example, you can see there one of our vice chairs is grilling the then Minister of Regional Development on how they've basically fumbled the digitalization of the building permit process. And what resulted from there was that the digitalization process had to be redesigned completely, and also actually the minister resigned after this. So our efforts there were, I think, quite significant. Yeah, that's it from me. I will be happy to talk about the potential benefits of working with researchers in the question time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. That was fantastic. And then the last formal presentation that we'll have is, before we turn to discussion, is from Frank. So Dr. Frank Seaburn-Thomas is head of unit of Fair, Green and Digital Transitions Research in the European Commission's Directorate General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion. The unit's in charge of policy development and analysis related to the employment and social dimensions of green and digital transitions and links with Horizon Europe. Frank has worked in different departments of the European Commission, including economic policy coordination, industrial policy, social dialogue, sustainable development, and international relations, as well as working outside of the Commission. He holds a diploma in applied mathematics and economics and a PhD in economics. So thank you so much, Frank, for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me, and not much which qualifies me to speak about digitalization necessarily. But I'm in this unit. We're dealing with the fairness of the digital transition aspects, and we're also in charge of programming parts of the Horizon Europe program, in particular as co-chair of Cluster 2, culture, which you all know, Culture, Creativity, Inclusive Societies, which also looks at socioeconomic transformations. So I understand my role here will be short. I have just one slide and talk you through that slide. And my colleague Mina earlier today, and also a colleague from a research executive agency is here. Mina said more about more generally stakeholder engagement, citizen engagement in research and innovation activities. So I will focus a bit more on our policy side and the employment social policy sphere. This said, such types of projects are very interesting for us. We also have regular meetings with the member states in the so-called programming committee configuration in Brussels with the member states and the associated countries. And we regularly invite 2 projects for these sessions to also have feedback in these sessions, make them lively and have open discussions also for ongoing research work, not just on programming. So these are excellent examples to do that. I'm not best placed to say how they could fit directly to policymaking, but obviously they do to some extent. There has been a directive in place. The Commission established a directive on the platform economy. The main issue there was how to define employment relations in this context, where you may be self-employed, but may feel managed or be managed by a platform, which is not under your control. So this is one important area, and there's more work going on. Negotiations are ongoing on the potential follow-up directive on the right to disconnect. So it's not the right to access to free time, but it's implicit, but the right to just shut off and not work for some time. This is ongoing, and the outcome currently unclear. And more generally, obviously, there's a lot of work on the field of working time. So in particular, social partners, trade unions and employer organizations in Brussels are organized in so-called sectoral social dialogue committees, and they may, in this context, negotiate themselves appropriate working time regulations for their sectors, and probably also take up new challenges. So social partners at European level do also conduct a joint analysis to at least to come to a joint understanding first what the challenges are, and then in the second step see is there at European level something we want to negotiate together or carry forward together in this context. And there are probably some few and this is done under a new pact for strengthening social dialogue at European level. Maybe one last example would be in the field of occupational health and safety, where you have directives and protection measures, for example, for using screen devices at work. So this goes together in terms of digitalization. This said, maybe from our policy perspective, we are, the Commission in general, but Directorate General Employment and Social Affairs, people-centered. Our policies are to support people to strengthen a social model and social Europe. So obviously a lot of the issues you mentioned, including on well-being, mental health threats and others, are part of what we look out for, whether there's need to work. There are rules in place how to regulate. We call them better regulation guidelines. They basically prescribe evidence-based policy making based also on impact assessments and public consultation of stakeholders. So something studies like yours obviously have done that and bring this type of evidence. Mina said before that every action in the European Commission starts with what we call a call of evidence. That's something all services draft together, and this call of evidence describes the problem, argues why things should be addressed at European level, but also already has a first loose assessment of what could be social economic impacts. What is the available evidence base, including from research, and then it's published. So the call for evidence is a public document to say, do we know everything we should know at the start of this potential initiative? And obviously the work you do on research should be reflected there, should be taken up, or should even inspire work. One particular important, and we do, for example, surveys also ourselves. We didn't discuss a lot today, but the Commission does regular Eurobarometer surveys on what are policy priorities of Europeans. Or we had one Eurobarometer survey on fairness perceptions in the green transition. We wanted to understand what do people, are they behind this transition? What are their fears and their hopes in the transition? How do they want to be engaged? For example, and there are many, many other topics, obviously. One particular category fitting to the last speaker as well is the role of social partners, who have a strong role provided for in the European Treaty, in particular the autonomy, and in the field of employment social affairs, there's an obligation to consult social partners, and only social partners first in 2 rounds, on the need for an opportunity for a social policy initiative and on its potential content. They can disagree or agree in those rounds. They can give input into the Commission work, or they can tell the Commission, stop, we prefer to negotiate this ourselves, in which case the Commission stops all initiative and gives social partners 9 months to come up with and supports them also, if needed, to come up with a negotiated agreement. If they do so, this agreement can be translated into EU law. There's a quite powerful role they have here. For example, a lot of discussions like your topics on what are new risks in the green transition, in the digital transition are key and are probably drivers of future actions. The Commission is currently consulting on what's called a second action plan of the European Pillar of Social Rights. The European Pillar of Social Rights are compass for all types of principles at European level to be defended, social rights, including, for example, reconciliation of working life and family lives, we discussed, which is also related to this. And again, research input is important also. This is currently a completely open consultation for this mandate's activities. What should be activities? Where's need for action? So to all of you, feel free to come in there as well. I didn't refer to Article 152 specifically, but this recognizes and promotes the role of social partners in the EU and in the member states at all levels, while accounting for the diversity of national systems, and we facilitate dialogue between the social partners respecting their autonomy. Having said this, maybe a bit more concretely, what do we on the European, in the field of research and innovation, once we know of your projects, to promote feedback to those and to put them back into policy making? We have a role to play in programming in the beginning, drafting topics, drafting calls, which then are being implemented by our colleagues in the research executive agencies and others. And we like to engage with the research consortia once the work starts, even including interim results like these. They're most important for us. So we all subsume all of this under feedback to policy. So we are interested in regular exchange with all the group we call SSH stakeholders, academia, policymakers, civil society, social partners, and others. We organize regular events, feedback to policy events or conferences. For example, we had recently a Research for Just Transitions workshop in Brussels, looking also at the link between sustainable competitiveness and just transition, job quality and just transition, and also the fairness dimension. We look at the ethical dimension of these transition processes, and we have upcoming seminars on social protection and inequalities. We want to hear from ongoing projects, what's the state of play in view of a future anti-poverty strategy, for example. One on global supply chain disruptions and one on education and skills, but I probably don't go into the detail because I don't want to miss one new tool. We have set up the Just Europe podcast. You see the logo on the right side. You can also link. We have started producing podcasts, and the main purpose is to bring together researchers and research findings with research users and discuss the actual impact on the ground, which may be of relevance. And we have published 3, a 4th one is in the making. The topics so far have been, the first was on left behindedness, a fact or a feeling, question mark, what is it, and how to address it politically. The second was about gamification and innovative approaches to reskill and upskill people, so a lot with digitalization, with the interesting finding that games, by playing games, even shooter games, frightening games, which were presented at the conference, people can skill themselves for the future needs of the workforce. Neurological, I'm not an expert, but issues included. The third one was on sustainable lifestyles, and the current one, the next one will be on migration, also topic economic costs and benefits of migration. I stop here just to say that we are, when it comes to implementation, probably not also a bit hypocritical in the sense that we don't only look at the number of clicks, but also the time that people spend actually on the podcast. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Frank. I'm now going to turn it over to Max. So thank you so much, Max.
Maybe I'll just stay here. Hope it works properly. So we'll start in a second the discussion part. Again, I want to reiterate that there's this QR code waiting for you, and I thought about the most effective way of encouraging you to send questions. So I can promise you that I'll ask all the wrong questions to make your life a bit easier, so you can provide us. But we have 30 minutes, so hopefully there'll be really enough space to discuss the topics we've planned and also some of the issues you provide. The projects you've presented are that fascinating that I expect that some questions would be related directly to the research goals and their content, but in that discussion, I'd like to focus a little bit on a broader perspective. The projects you've presented are demanding and quite complex, and with that complexity has its consequences. So they're fascinating and challenging at the same time, just like our future, I guess. So first, maybe let's start with the overview of this broad problem. How can we deal effectively with that complexity of dealing with many stakeholders, but also projects that cross borders and disciplines, how to organize them effectively, and also how to navigate that space so that we can maximize the gains and benefits. I presume that it's not that simple. I know whoever wishes to start.
I'm happy to start, if that's okay. I mean, there's quite a lot of different kinds of complexity, so it's probably, there isn't one straightforward answer. One of the things in our project, and I know that that's also similar in Ruth's project, is that we were very, very keen, because chance gives us an opportunity where we have research teams, well-resourced research teams in multiple countries. And so we really wanted to maximize the opportunity for doing genuine comparative research, which is often quite difficult because there are not many funding opportunities that give you the opportunity to work with like other research teams based in other countries. And so we specifically designed a methodology where for every single work package that we looked at, and I'm aware I didn't set out the methodology for time, but for every different work package that we looked at, we devised a comparative framework collectively as a project team. We're a team of 14, and we used that framework to inform the data collection and the data analysis so that we knew that everything that we were collecting and analysing was comparative. And then we did that data analysis together because we found that context is everything. And so you can look at the data even gathered through that comparative framework and think, I'm seeing the same thing. You talk about it, you're seeing something quite different. And so this was a very time-consuming way of working. It's much easier when you work on projects where the UK team does this bit and the Polish team does this bit. We met every 2 weeks as a whole team for 2 years. But this has really, really generated the ability for us to do some really genuine comparison. But it also, because we understand so much more about the context, it makes the writing up so much harder, because trying to say interesting things in 9,000 words while holding on to the context is really challenging, and that's been extremely difficult. I could say some other things about specifically the working with stakeholders bit, but maybe we should stick with this theme and then do that separately.
We'll move on to discuss that. So, Ruth, we hear during all the panels, I've heard at least 20 times today the phrase, I couldn't agree more. I'm just dreaming about someone starting with, I couldn't disagree more.
I completely disagree. No, I don't. So, like you said, we took the approach of collecting exactly the same data in exactly the same time in all of our countries. And that really helped us, I think, to coalesce as a team. It helped us to understand in our case, the overwhelming similarity of experience across different countries. And I think that, in some ways, is quite interesting. We, as researchers, are often tempted to sort of exoticize different groups of people and try and find differences that don't necessarily exist. And don't get me wrong, there were some minor differences between different groups and different genders, but overwhelmingly our data roughly showed that people were experiencing broadly the same things and feeling broadly the same, particularly in terms of the way they feel about their digital technology. So I think that in itself was very generative. I think what has been difficult about the projects is the extent to which the differing countries have similar structural goals within higher education and research. So, as you will attest, the UK is very impact driven. We are all about trying to get as much impact out of our research as we can. And this is, through the project, it's become evident that this is less important in some other countries. In the same way in the UK, we can basically publish wherever we want. This is not the case in some of our countries, so particularly in Poland, there are lists of where you're supposed to publish. So we've had to really be careful in the project about making sure that we are meeting the needs, particularly of our most precarious and our most junior researchers, by taking strategic decisions on where we publish, by always putting them as first author. And that's been great, it's been really good, but I think that reflecting on the Chance programme as a whole, there probably needs to be a little bit of thought about the differing priorities of each different funding stream.
I guess that we'll return to the difficult bits in a second, but I find the keyword impact quite interesting, and that's something that I wanted Anna maybe to reflect on, because I guess that we as scientists, we might define impact a bit differently than trade unions, for example. So
yeah, I think reaching across the aisle is really productive for both parties, for the research community and for organizations like trade unions. I would say that for the research community, we provide direct access to on-the-ground experiences and perspectives that would otherwise be, unfortunately, missing in the, if you were just to look at official documents, at concept documents, if you were to talk to most policymakers, even though, you know, the experiences of people working in administration, working in these digital systems are the precondition to how we all experience these systems and these networks and how we all experience digitalization. They are missing unless you actually go out of your way to speak to someone who is outside of your purview of where you'd be normally looking. And for us, I think this research is significant in the way that it produces this really valuable data that we can draw on, for example, during negotiations with the government, with employers in central public administration, and it also can shape our, and it does shape our campaigns and our order of priorities. So it's extremely valuable for us as well.
Thank you. So before we move on to discuss the next topic, I'm tempted to ask Frank about his perspective, because Catherine mentioned how difficult it might be for public broadcasters to adjust their practices, and they somehow, you know, in the world of agile business practices, certain institutions have more difficulties than others, and certainly universities and, let's be honest, funding institutions are probably, due to various reasons, are facing that problem as well. So in your opinion, what we could do to facilitate that kind of processes that are more reactive and in this changing, rapidly changing landscape?
It's a difficult question, but I do believe that hopefully what I present later, the answer is to provide, let's say, a longer-term framework which upholds certain priorities, whether they are public service media or others. I can't say, it's not really the area in which I'm working. But yes, I think research, public services and others need this kind of framework. We need them. We need them for good reason, and we need them for social resilience, which we'll discuss later, I guess. Sorry? Okay, I tried to say we need a longer-term framework for research or for public services. For public media, I can't answer the right question, what are the right media, the right outlets here? But I do understand, I understood the question as the pressure coming from the fast-changing technologies, or let's say also ownership structures in this field, etc. And I think we need to accompany it with some secured framework for ongoing research and ongoing activities in these areas, which are there for good reason. So this applies to SSH research, and applies to, as far as I'm concerned, to public services and public media as well.
Can I just come in on that?
Yes.
Because I think there's something really interesting about the ongoingness of things. So in my experience, and I've been working and doing research in collaboration with stakeholders for about 15 years, and you put a lot of time and effort into creating relationships, and those relationships are sustained by ongoing relevant research. And there's a real risk with projects like the one that we've done, that we've created this fabulous network, not just of researchers, but also of stakeholders. And one of the things that came out of our knowledge exchange workshop in Warsaw was that the public service broadcasters were saying, could you please create an online network where we could meet as a community every month and like share our concerns and hear about the different research that's going on, which we would love to do. It's completely outside of the remit of the project and the funding. And I think there is a risk that you put a lot of time and effort into creating those relationships, and then you don't have the resources to sustain them, and then you lose a lot of the potential that has been created through the investment of money in these kinds of projects. So I think it's a really interesting point about that long-term funding.
I think that there's also an interesting analogy with the time project, because that's this paradox of productivity or efficiency terror in our everyday life, and the way in which it permeates also certain academic practices. So actually, yeah, being more efficient might be somehow related to having long-term projects funding and broader.
Most definitely. I will always advocate for long-term funding of research projects.
Yeah. On the other hand, I have to say that when I heard about erosion of work-life boundaries or irrational pressure on everyday productivity, I thought that in terms of looking at cultural trends, certainly scientists were like early adopters, I could say. But okay, I guess that we have some interesting questions from the public. Thank you so much.
There are quite a few. I just wanted to jump in on the point about impact, because there's a question here for Frank, but I don't think it necessarily needs to be answered just by Frank, related to the relationship between research and impact on policy. So the question, or the comment and question, is that there's evidence that despite funding dozens of different types of research projects, for instance, migration research, by the European Commission, there's not much impact of this research, and the recommendations given based on the findings impact specifically on actual migration policies, including the current migration and asylum pact. So can we maybe speak here as a group a little bit more about the reason for this lack of impact and how to go about improving evidence-based policy making in the future, presuming that you agree with the statement that's been made here?
I mean, I don't mind giving my thoughts on this. Obviously, I'm not a migration researcher, but I can talk generally about academics. I think we've got two different problems, one of which is time, obviously. As Catherine has said, building these relationships takes time. Talking to the right people so that you can access the right populations to study takes a phenomenal amount of time, and we work on very, very short funding cycles. So often we just don't have the opportunity to meet with the people that we need to talk to. But I think a second issue for academics is that we also need to look into ourselves and the way that we communicate and the extent to which our communications are accessible and understandable to both the broader public, but also to policymakers. So much of our career trajectory is based on producing academic outputs, speaking in a particular language to a particular audience. And if we want to make change outside of the academic world, we really need to speak in a different way. We need to talk in the way that other people can understand and to stick to the very salient points, not all the caveats that we wish to include in our academic papers. So I think a lack of impact potentially can come from both poor communication on the side of academics and a lack of appropriate funding on the side of funders to give us the time to develop those relationships. Also, impact doesn't come overnight. Like, impact can take a while to come. Just because it's not happened yet does not mean that it will not happen in the coming years.
Yeah.
If I'm tempted to ask in this context, Anna, from your perspective, what would make because there is this dream that policy would be more rationally shaped by scientific, by the outcomes of our work, and the dream is not that often realized. And from your perspective, what would increase the chances of implementing certain policies, or is there anything that we could do differently?
Well, I think that the building of continual long-term relationships with the right people is absolutely crucial here, because I, for my part, can say that even if the executive to whom we pitch our legislative proposals, even as a trade union, even though they are not always really amenable to them, especially with the current government that we now have, but with continual push that is backed up by results of scientific research, that is backed up by supporting arguments from other stakeholders, the policies that we push for can actually get affected into law, or at least this is the experience that I have from, it's obviously not on the European level, but it is on the national level. So, yeah.
And I can't speak to the European level, but I can speak to the UK level, so that since, well, for about the past 6-7 years, I've been actively moving into influencing policy. I've made a very specific decision that I wanted that to try and see some of the changes that I thought needed to happen. That's what I needed to do. And so there's a few quite specific things that I did. So taking on policy advisory roles, that taking on that first advisory role, I advised a select committee, just opened up doors because suddenly you become the expert in that, and then it opens up all sorts of doors. And then the other thing that it is, as well as doing the things that I do, like, and I completely agree with Ruth around learning how to communicate your research to policymakers is absolutely crucial. There's a completely different way of writing, and you have to turn things upside down. Start with the headlines, end with the recommendations. Don't say too much about the method. It's not comfortable for academics. I think, at Anna's point, I would say working with third-party stakeholders. So there are a lot of groups that do policy advocacy, and they often already have the relationships with the policymakers. And so actually working with those groups to provide them with a better evidence base to support their advocacy work, and doing joint, I've done joint responses to requests for evidence and so on with third-party groups and activist groups, and that's been a really, really productive way in. And I would also want to put a plea out to academic publishers, because I think there is a real problem with academic publishers encouraging us to write in a way that is not accessible. But policymakers want peer-reviewed, independent research. So they want the kind of research that we produce, but they cannot understand it in the forms that we produce it. And these policy briefs are great, but these are not peer-reviewed, so they don't have the same status when it comes to policy evidence. So we're caught in a bit of a bind as academics, and I would really put a plea out to all journal editors and reviewers, as academics as reviewers, to really address that.
So that leads us to the reflection that there is this sobering pressure of reality, as represented by various stakeholders, is needed. As a social scientist by training, I have to mention that so many panel discussions throughout the conference ended with that conclusion. So, what shall we do now? Educate. It's so Plato is really happy listening to that in some seventh dimension, that knowledge directly leads to change and moral behavior, etc. But actually, reality doesn't always follow that dream. But I guess that idea of changing the practices leads us to this second topic. So I'm quite curious, because your project, you started them several years ago, and probably these lines of research even earlier. So this, following that years of building collaboration with stakeholders, I'm tempted to ask, okay, what do you wish you had known years ago while planning these projects, by planning this collaboration? What are the lessons learned that could be useful, not only from your own perspective, but also for many other people listening to us?
I wish we'd thought about how much data we'd collect and thought a little bit more about the publication strategy in relation to just this amount of data and the challenge of writing that data up when it is so rich and contextual and looking across so many different countries and different cases. So we're mostly writing about 10 different public service media organisations across 7 different markets. So I really wish that we had thought a little bit more about that. The other thing is that we did build in stakeholder working and impact activities, but nowhere near anything close to what we've actually been asked for. And we don't want to say no when stakeholders reach out to us and say, we really need your research, can you help? But none of that is built into the time in our project, and none of that is built into the funding in our project. And so we're just doing that on top. And so I wish we had found a way of building in a little bit more flexibility into our work plan for these kinds of unexpected activities. But I think that also depends on funders being open to you building in some space for unexpected outcomes in the course of a project.
Great. So that sounds a bit like trust-building activities that are somehow accompanying the projects that are necessary. Any other reflections or comments?
I think I would say that if I could look back, or if I could advise particularly early career researchers or even more experienced academics who are moving into a field where they think they might be able to create impact, that you shouldn't doubt the value of the research that you do. I think I have spent a lot of time in my career thinking that no one would care and thinking that no one would be interested and perhaps that it wouldn't be important. And I think we're tricked into thinking that as academics because of the way in which we interact with one another and the way in which peer review takes place and the way in which we publish. And I think listening to everybody on the panel today, it's clear that there is a market and there is an appetite for this work. And it might not happen overnight for people. You might get knocked back. But if you persevere and you have, a belief that it's okay to fail, it's okay to be told no, but eventually you'll probably be told yes and you will make some change. It requires a degree of tenacity and a degree of self-belief that I certainly didn't have, and I know lots of my ECRs don't have, but it's something that we're trying to foster.
Any other comments?
A short one, if I may. I don't know if this was the case here, but let's say from the policymaker perspective, as I said, we are interested to be informed when new topics, new research work starts, to get into it. We may still remember the topic we drafted, but the world may have changed in between, or let's say that the research consortium may have a different angle to it. And I think then, from our perspective, it's useful to try to understand each other at that level, for the policymaker to see what could be in such a project, what could come out, not knowing what priorities will be in the coming few years, and for the researchers to listen and to say, okay, they don't mean to be prescriptive here, they don't mean to change our research planning, but maybe there are points of connection one can find together. And I think on projects where we can identify them, for us it's extremely rewarding and helpful, because otherwise this is information we would never get in the process and which could not inspire us.
I think that's really useful, Frank, and it speaks to Ruth's point as well about dialogue. And I also thought that I couldn't imagine that how my research would be, people would be interested or it would be valuable, and I thought it had to be like only empirical. And I think on the last panel, one of the panelists was talking about the benefit of conceptual research. 100%. One of the things we get asked most, what questions should we be asking? Can you give us some concepts to help us understand how to navigate this? So we hear that all the time. And what really opened the door for me was just dialogue. I went along to some different organizations and I said, can we just have a chat about what are the issues on your agenda? What are the challenges you're facing? What are the problems that you're facing at the moment? And then like 2 or 3 of those were like, that's exactly the same question we're asking. And it might take a while to find the right people or to have that conversation with, but once you do, it's so productive for the research.
I also guess that it takes time to find not only the common ground, but also common language, and that is a time-consuming activity.
I have an anecdote on that. But the first time I ever did this, I went to an organisation that I'd interviewed someone from, and I said, "Oh, are you interested in research?" And they said, "Oh, no, we've got companies that do that," because their understanding of research was audience research, and they didn't have any concept that there was any other kind of research. And then we said, "Well, what questions and challenges are you struggling with?" "Oh, this and this." "Well, we've got some research on that." "Oh, what do you mean?"
A similar experience related to the connotations of the word experiment, which in Polish language sounds like sort of a risky activity. From a business perspective, if you're informing someone that you're planning some experiments, it's basically a high-risk, responsible activity. And from our methodological perspective, of course, causality, beauty, elegance. So the languages differ. As Anna, you're n equaling 1 representing the stakeholder perspective, but I'm really curious, what is, from your perspective, when you think about your involvement in the project, what were the unexpected aspects of it? So, because we all try to plan, and then at least that was my experience with some industry partners, for example, that without it's not just building trust, it's also an unexpected type of activity and involvement for various organizations which are not in academia. So I'd be happy if you shared some of your thoughts.
Right, well, I think what was really positive to see was like a mutual recognition of value of the work that we do. That was really nice, especially in the Czech context. It did take a bit of explaining from us to, or from me to our trade union management to relay all of the practical reasons for which we need to engage with our researchers. But it was really positive for me to see that we are now in the Czech Republic building this network of where we, invite each other to conferences, to roundtables, to sort of share, I guess, our expertise or just experiences from our concrete work. And yeah, I feel like as long as the research community is at all interested in the questions that that are most pertinent to us, like how do workers navigate digitalization? Are they consulted in co-designing these things? What prevents them from being more involved? All of these questions are super important for us in designing our activities, in designing our advocacy, in drafting our collective bargaining agreements, and apparently they are also of interest to you due to these like bigger conceptual sort of framings. Yeah.
So certainly one of the benefits of that kind of collaboration from our perspective is that you can hear that some aspects of your work are really useful. It's not a common experience for us academics. Okay, so as we asked you to provide us with some questions, so now it's time to ask at least some of them.
We have a couple that kind of can be melded, so I've done my best to try to meld them. Like this one is directed towards you, Ruth, but again, I think it's a general enough one in some ways, because the question is about actually implementing some of the findings from your different research. So in this case, with respect to time, they said, could you provide some ideas on how the access to free time could be implemented? Are there examples of such regulations? And is this a matter of regulation or education so that people know they need to take care of their well-being and have time to do nothing? And then there was a related question also for you, Ruth, about where is the boundary between freedom and regulation?
I mean, I'm going to tackle the latter one first because I think it's a super interesting one that we were discussing last week at one of our events, not last week, the week before, at one of our events in Switzerland. I think when we think about the way in which we discuss digital technology and particularly approaches to digital education and digital literacy, they are almost exclusively based on the user being responsible for knowing what they're doing and for implementing what they're told. And, it's your responsibility to make sure your kids aren't doing this, so it's your responsibility to make sure that you change your password or whatever it is. And this is problematic because it doesn't necessarily need to be the individual's responsibility. We can shift this responsibility away to, or shift some of it away to the providers of digital media. And I think that a really good example of the way in which our project tells us that we should do this is through the use of algorithms which are specifically designed to lengthen the amount of time that you spend on digital technology. So you've got sort of three key issues at play here. You've got that there could be legislation, much like there is in gambling, to prevent these types of algorithms being used within the EU. There could also be shifts in the way in which technology companies judge the success of a product. So if we took a more ethical stance on what success means, so rather than looking solely at duration, we looked at experience, would we start to get higher quality digital content, which would satiate our needs, which would improve our well-being? These are questions, I don't know the answer. And then the third issue, so we have the algorithm, we have the level of responsibility, and we have digital education. So I think that the balance between regulation and freedom is obviously incredibly difficult, but what the public generally don't seem to understand from our research is that they don't have that much freedom at the moment when it comes to using apps, because they are designed to reduce their ability to stop using them, or they're designed to prolong the extent to which they're using them. So I think the interesting question is about regulation that we can all see and we can appraise and we can consult on, versus control from unknown sources through backdoor processes that we don't have access to. And there is a combination, or there is a spirit level between these two options. But I think that, I mean, my one hope would be that we can start to move away from it being solely the responsibility of the individual to think about their digital safety and their digital media use, and move towards a more platform-based account. I've forgotten what the other question is. Sorry, I've got terrible short-term memory.
So as we certainly need more time for discussion, but I'm afraid that we have to postpone that for the coffee break.
Didn't need to remember it anyway.
There is. You will be. Yeah. So I hope that we'll continue that discussion later with those of you who are interested. But right now, I guess it's time to Frank's contribution. So could you please provide us with some more details concerning the...
Yes, thank you very much. I'm trying to go fast. I can't provide much more time now, but maybe a framework for continuing such exchange and discussion and research. So I would like to say a word about the Commission's proposal for setting up a social...
Frank, could you speak more into the mic?
Sorry, for the proposal for setting up a new partnership on social transformation and resilience, which I'm very grateful the Polish National Science Center has agreed to coordinate, and colleagues Barbara and Sabina are here, I see them, and heartfelt thanks to all of you and to Malvina for setting this up. Maybe I would like to thank you again for all the interesting discussions today. We have been following closely the developments of Chance, and some colleagues also attended last year's midterm conference in Bucharest, so it's a pleasure to see the projects now. As Chance is coming to an end in 26, we've also been fortunate to work closely with many of the research funding organizations which are involved in Chance, and related networks like HERA and Norface. And it's through this collaboration that we are trying to build this new initiative, one that is expected to be launched under the 2026 Horizon Europe Work Program, and which would carry on into the next framework program, FP10, for the next MFF. Just to say, I think it relates to many things we have discussed these days, and in an earlier session today I heard somebody say, some moderator, that we're in a deep age of societal transformations, and I was thinking, but those are not happening on their own, so they're driven by mega drivers. And for example, in the green transition context, the IPCC a few years ago had a report saying we have to speed up the transition towards climate neutrality. Otherwise, the only way out would be societal transformation. So societal transformation was shown as the risk we run by not acting fast enough. And we also see here now what could be the dangers of AI, for example, if we don't address those. So so the background idea behind this proposal is also to avoid a transformation or transition by disaster. We want one by design, and we want to contribute to social resilience. Against this background, we have proposed this new partnership, which will bring together actors across the EU, researchers, national ministries, regional authorities, civil society and beyond, to co-create a long-term research and innovation agenda grounded in the social sciences and humanities. It's not just about studying what's changing, it's about driving practical evidence-based solutions to ensure that our societies remain fair, inclusive, strong and resilient in the face of global changes and unexpected shocks. This partnership would, and I think that's on the next slide. Oops. I'm sorry, I have, I think, gone too far. Would have 4 major impact areas and fund research and innovation in this regard: modernizing social protection and essential services, shaping the future of work in a rapidly evolving labor market, fostering education and skills development for all, and ensuring a just transition to climate neutrality. These are not just research topics, they are core political priorities, as you have been discussing throughout this conference, and they are very much aligned with the principles under the European Pillar of Social Rights. Therefore, as I said, we are thrilled that the National Science Center in Poland, who has been coordinating the Chance Network and has co-organized this session, has also accepted to take on the coordination of this new partnership. This marks the first time that a Central European country is leading a partnership in Horizon Europe. We think that's a very welcome achievement, more than 20 years after enlargement, and it showcases Poland's commitment to advancing research and innovation within the EU. However, this partnership cannot be built on its own. We need strong commitment of other members. And I'm a bit lost in the slides, sorry, but we'll share this with you so that you can reread it as well, because we're now getting, I think, to the lower part of this slide. We need a strong commitment of other members and associated countries to get involved and strengthen social science and humanities research, especially with the uncertainties we face on a geopolitical level. The Commissioner in charge of research and innovation has launched a request for financial commitments to national R&I ministers. The strength and effectiveness of this co-funded initiative will depend on them and on their commitments. Therefore, I would like to strongly encourage research funders and public authorities who are interested in this partnership to also seek the involvement of sectoral ministries in labor, social affairs, education, and others, maybe climate action, environment, and others who do relate to the impact areas I just sketched out, to ensure that we have a close collaboration between researchers and policymakers. So as we look ahead to the next phase of Horizon Europe and beyond, this partnership reflects a clear message that social resilience and social transformation are strategic priorities going forward. The partnership will foster collaborative, interdisciplinary, policy-relevant research that helps us navigate the very real tensions and transformations affecting our citizens, economies, and societies. We are deeply convinced that this is about putting people at the heart of our policies and ensuring that no one is left behind in the green transition, in the digital economy, or in the face of crises like COVID or the war in Ukraine. In the slides here, you do have, sorry, these are the impact areas, but I don't go into this. I want to end with this last slide. You have a couple of links. In particular, you have a link to what's called the Foresight platform and the survey. We attract your attention to those, and thank you to fill them in because they are still collecting stakeholder inputs into what this partnership should do and what the areas should focus on. And with this, if you would like to get involved, please don't hesitate to reach out, also to our colleagues at the National Science Center, whom I thank again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Frank. Thanks so much to all the speakers, and I will pass it over to our host to wrap up.
I'm very sorry, probably it is quite likely that the battery ran flat because it shines red and green. It's never done that. Well, it had its chance, it didn't use it. You had your chance and you used it perfectly well. So let's put our hands together for Maximilian Bielecki, Frank Zieben-Thomas, Catherine Johnson, Anna Zitka, Ruth Ogden, and of course, Sarah Perry herself. Thank you very much, and it is time for tea before the second keynote. But before this happens, this is the moment when some of our volunteers are saying bye-bye to us. Can I invite all the volunteers here for probably a family photo with members of the panel? These are the people thanks to whom we knew where to find food, where to find the speakers. So, the Grey Company, by the way, is there anyone among the volunteers who know who the Grey Company were? Lord of the Rings? No? Yes, please.
So I would like to thank my volunteers a lot. Thank you very much, all of you, and for your work yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and I hope in the future as well. So we are great volunteers, and thank you.
And of course, tea and cakes are for volunteers also. Okay, and please be back in about 12 minutes. toast from 2,000 years ago. Everyone serves the keynotes first, but when the guests have listened freely, they go for the panels. But you have kept the best keynote until now. For that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Natalie Welfens, a scholar who doesn't just study migration governance, but rethinks it from the ground up. As principal investigator of the Tetramak project, she leads a transdisciplinary team exploring how technology is transforming migration and asylum systems. Drawing on political sociology, science and technology studies, and migration research, her work focuses on digitalization, with inclusivity and co-creation at its heart. Dr. Welfens is deeply committed to participatory action research. She ensures that the voices of frontline staff and migrants aren't not only heard, but help to shape fairer, more responsive migration policies for the digital age. Today, Natalie will answer the question, why has migration research so little impact, in her lecture on knowledge practices in policymaking and migration studies. Ladies and gentlemen, here before you is Dr. Natalie Welfens.
Thanks so much for the kind introduction, also for the invitation to be speaking today. And in a sense, the last panel really was a great introduction to this talk because we have already touched upon the question of impact and also the challenges and opportunities of research collaborations where both academics and practitioners are involved. And I would like to also connect to yesterday's keynote a little bit, which just as some of the recent political discussions and events also in this country has shown that migration really has really powerfully shown that migration remains one of the most politically charged, socially complex, and economically significant issues of our time. And especially since what came to be known Europe's 2015 refugee or migration crisis, we have been continuously talking about migration and mobilities in politics, in media, and in society writ large. We have also heavily invested in research into different aspects of migration, and in that regard, migration research has really flourished in the past decade. And the puzzle that I would like to address with you today with regard to migration research, but I think we can ask the question maybe more generally, is why, despite this exponential growth of migration research, its impact on policymaking and public debates really remains strikingly and sometimes shockingly limited. And tonight I would like to invite you to explore with me why this is the case, but also what we can do about it. And the following draws on an article with almost the same title, Why Has Migration Research So Little Impact? Examining the knowledge practices in policy making and migration research, that I published together with my colleague, Dr. Katarina Natta, from Leiden University in International Migration Review last year, and where we also draw on the excellent work of many colleagues who have studied knowledge dynamics in policy making and in research. There are too many to mention all of them, but any of you who are interested, please do take the time to read the article and look up some of the sources. So let me begin with an example to also connect to yesterday's introductory keynote by Hein de Haas. I'm sure many of you are aware that in response to this 2015 migration crisis, the EU launched the EU Trust Fund for Africa, which is a 4.9 billion trust fund, emergency trust fund to address, I quote, the root causes of migration on the African continent. And at the time the trust fund was launched, but also throughout the different phases of implementation, many migration scholars actually reacted with frustration and even disbelief. Why? Because as we have heard in yesterday's keynote, there are really now decades of research that have shown that development aid does not automatically reduce or even stop migration. In fact, development tends to increase migration, at least at the short and medium term, because it's actually poverty that traps often people in place, while investment in education, networks, economic opportunity, and so on actually expand people's capacity and aspirations to move. And among migration scholars, this is a very well-established insight, and it's also known among policymakers. We know that because there has been so much research on this migration-development nexus. And yet the narrative of development against migration persists. It's not only repeated in public discourse, also at the national level, but it is increasingly built into EU development funding itself, despite a lack of supporting evidence. And this disconnect between what we know and what is done is what we call the knowledge policy gap. And the migration development myth, as Frank de Haas, as Hein de Haas calls it, is just one example. The list is long, and maybe if you're not in the field of migration, you can think of other examples where you know the research and evidence points into another direction than what policymakers actually do. In the context of migration, we can think of, we have heard yesterday about the problem of smuggling and trafficking, where then often the fact that it's the lack of legal pathways that actually creates the business model of smuggling in the first place is often neglected. Or restricting access to welfare to deter migrants, even though we know that welfare is rarely the decisive factor in settlement decisions. Tightening visa regimes, we have heard yesterday about that, even though we know that such restrictions actually reduce circular migration, freedom of movement, and tend to lock people in permanent settlement. Or another example that we just discussed yesterday in one of the coffee breaks, the criminalization of search and rescue missions in the Mediterranean by NGOs, although really by now several studies have proven that there is no so-called push-pull factor when NGOs are present in the Mediterranean Sea. You don't get more people to leave, but you just get higher numbers of deaths when NGOs are not present. So all these examples raise this question, why has migration research so little impact, apparently? And I think that this is puzzling for at least three reasons, which I think also connect to some of the things that we have heard and seen in the past 2 days. So the first one is that historically migration research as a field really emerged to inform policymaking in part. This is where parts of it came from. And the second one is, and I think that has also been very, very present in the last discussion, is that policy actors, practitioners, they are interested in research, in evidence. They do want to do evidence-based policies that actually work. And the third one, and that I think at least from my perspective, is somewhat specific to migration research, or which was the puzzle that also drove this research article, is that we have more institutionalization, we have more research. Really, migration research has boomed in the past 10 years, and yet we seem to have less impact when we look at policy making in the world today. And what we argue in the paper is that maybe if we look at the dynamics of knowledge production and use, not only in policy making, but also in academia, and that is something one of the speakers in the last panel also mentioned, we need to look both outside and inside. If we look at the knowledge dynamics both in policy making and in academia, then maybe this knowledge gap is actually not that surprising after all. And that's something that I would like to explore with you today and hopefully also then discuss after the talk. So maybe before I delve into this, let me just start by saying a few words regarding my own academic journey, and this is also something that we do in the paper to kind of explain how we came to it. So my journey in academia began just when migration studies was really rapidly grown as a field and becoming more established. I remember trying to find a thesis supervisor for a thesis that touched upon both migration and gender, which like 10 years ago was really not that easy. And so I first started to work on migration as a master's student, then later on as a research assistant, as a PhD researcher, as a postdoctoral researcher. And I've seen the field taking off. There was a real gold rush in migration research that coincided with this migration crisis in 2015, but then also was bolstered by every new crisis and recently, of course, with the displacement from Ukraine. And like many others, I have also benefited from it immensely, I want to say, through the new journals that were created, research centers, networks focused on migration. I've highlighted, of course, how important migration is to help secure funding, like the research group that I'll start leading, in organizing events, developing research, and so on. I've also had the opportunity to speak at policy-focused events, and yet, just like Katharina, my co-author, like recently, I've had an increasing unease, both when looking at the dynamics in policy making and just not understanding how we can produce all this research and then it doesn't seem to land, but also sometimes when being in our own academic bubbles and thinking about how we produce research. And I'd like to begin by looking with you at the dynamics, at the knowledge practices in policy making, which, as I said, is the first side of the coin that I'd like to look at. And here we can distinguish between knowledge use and knowledge production, which is also a little bit, when you look at the research approach the topic of knowledge differently. So the researchers that look at knowledge use, they tend to understand knowledge as something that is given, a resource that can be either used or disregarded, but they are primarily interested whether knowledge lands in the policy making circles. And then why is it that from the perspective of these researchers that knowledge on migration doesn't land? The first one is, and that's a scholar that has been mentioned yesterday, the work by Christina Boswell, who has shown that actually oftentimes in migration policymaking, knowledge is used symbolically. So she distinguishes between instrumental knowledge, where you really use knowledge as a resource to make better and evidence-based policies, versus the symbolic use, where you use knowledge and it's real factual knowledge, but it's cherry-picked or curated in a way to legitimize already existing position or to increase your institutional power. And that's a dynamic that we see time and again in policymaking. And that's, of course, related to the second dimension, institutional dynamics. And that is that we know that evidence can get easily lost in the bureaucratic maze of policymaking, especially in the field like migration, but I think nowadays really many topics that we have also covered in these past 2 days are cross-cutting. So you have several ministries, EU institutions and agencies, international organizations that are all involved. And also, as was said in yesterday's keynote, they tend to look at it sometimes with a bit of a different angle, a different perspective, or they have also their own interests at stake. And then knowledge in this complex institutional setting becomes a tool of power struggles and organizational self-preservation. One of the examples that we quote in the paper is that the European Parliament actually dismissed its own internal research on search and rescue missions in order to maintain a stronger negotiation position vis-à-vis the Commission and the Council. And what makes it difficult then for researchers, and again, this is something that was mentioned in the previous panel, is that we as researchers sometimes really struggle to identify who is our right policy audience, or what are effective ways to communicate our knowledge, and that to communicate knowledge effectively, we need relationships of trust that have to be ongoing. And therefore, it matters whether research, how research and policy is structured, whether this is through personal networks, advisory bodies, or in-house research units that you have, for example, also with regard to migration, and that oftentimes have a closer connection to policy making in the first place. So ultimately, what counts as valid knowledge often depends also on the evidence itself, but also on trust, timing, and political alignment. And that brings me to the third factor regarding knowledge use, and that is politicization. We have talked about it also here, and in a sense, it is a no-brainer that the way that knowledge is used in migration policy is always strongly shaped by political dynamics. And migration really, as I think we've seen in all past elections of the last 5 to 10 years, is highly visible and often a really polarizing issue. And these political pressures can help, this is what we know from research, can both help and hinder the role of research. It's really context dependent. So in some instances, politicization actually helped to give researchers a stronger voice, whereas in others it weakened the connections between researchers and policymakers. And these political dynamics, of course, can push decision makers to either ignore the evidence that doesn't align with their agendas, or they may also use it again symbolically just to prove that something is being done. So to go back to this EU Trust Fund for Africa, which I have researched together with a team in Amsterdam and at the University of Gothenburg, we have looked also at the monitoring and evaluation system of the Trust Fund. And we were really struck by the fact that there was a very comprehensive monitoring and evaluation system, which is really rare for most migration policies. It rather comes from the development side of things. And we were wondering, so you're setting up a policy which from research we know will have limited to no results, but then you also have this monitoring and evaluation framework. How come? And what we actually found was, yes, they could do a lot of monitoring in terms of showing how many trainings were delivered, how many items were delivered, but the side of evaluation where you really prove the impact of the policy, they couldn't say much, if anything, about it because there was no baseline survey. There was no baseline study to assess what was the status quo and what was then the situation 5 years later after the first phase of the trust fund. And that for us was a case where the EU wanted to clearly show that something is being done, that the EU is also, subscribes to evidence-based policy making, wants to closely monitor what is happening on the ground, especially after some criticism, like for example, the close collaborations with some autocratic governments. And it was something to just bolster its legitimacy as an actor, but in terms of real substance, it was rather thin. And that brings me to the dynamics of knowledge production in policymaking. And some researchers even would approach policymaking itself as a form of producing knowledge about migration. So these are questions like, how is migration framed? How is it framed in policy debates, and how does it shape people's understanding of what migration is? And there the focus is that really how we come to know migration is deeply shaped by powers of nation states and especially global north, especially the states in the global north, just because of the power asymmetries that there are. And migration scholars have shown that producing reports, statistics, but also official categories for people on the move, this is just, it's not a neutral act, right? It's political in the sense that it can problematize certain forms of mobility more than others. It shapes how migration is understood and the responses that are seen as legitimate or appropriate. So it actively then shapes also what knowledge can make it to the policy arena. So for example, when governments classify people into categories like refugees, foreigners, natives, and so on, these labels then justify also, for example, unequal treatment or why certain populations need to be controlled and others less so. And of course, the state-centric view then limits whose voices count. So scholars drawing on decolonial or post-colonial perspective, which is one of the recent turns in migration studies, have highlighted how the knowledge of migrants, civil society groups, or actors from the global south is sidelined or has just less impact in the policy arena. And so the second aspect is that how migration is framed in policy making shapes, of course, also the concrete actions that can be taken. So when we continue to frame migration as a crisis and a security threat, this will limit the kinds of responses that are seen as possible and appropriate. Again, something that was mentioned in a panel yesterday. In other words, how a problem is framed defines what solutions are considered. And this matters also for knowledge production in policy circles. So for example, IOM, UNHCR, Frontex, they also have their own research units. They produce maps. So I think Frontex is the most powerful example, the EU agency that's in charge of protecting Europe's external borders. It produces so-called risk reports, where risk then relates to the risk for European borders. And it has these very impressive, I want to say, maps of Europe, where it shows then, migration trends with big red arrows. And scholars have looked at these ways of knowledge production from the perspective, like, how is migration represented here? Very much as a threat that endangers Europe when you see these disproportionately big errors coming from different sides. So these are really just some dynamics in policy making, but as I have said at the beginning, this is really only one side of the coin, and with that, I'd like to turn to the other side, that is migration research and its own knowledge production. And let me start by saying something that I think is really universal and not specific to migration studies. Maybe it is somewhat specific to the social sciences and humanities, and that is that impact in the metrics that we operate in is not necessarily a priority. It's not easy in the academic structures that we need to navigate. And that is that the day our daily work is structured doesn't prioritize impact, because we are very busy doing other things to jump through all the different hoops, especially as early career researchers. And that applies, I think, more to the university world than to the work in think tanks and some research institutes. Because at the university, our work and our success is usually measured by a very different set of metrics. It's about how many books and articles we published in higher-ranking journals, the number and size of research grants we secure, the prestige of the institutions on our CVs, and the awards we collect. And these benchmarks that define then academic credibility are especially difficult to navigate for early career researchers who operate often on short-term contracts while juggling heavy teaching loads, supervising students, and performing the often invisible labor of what we call academic self-management. And in all of that, knowledge dissemination then, public engagement and impact is something that many of us, I think, aspire to. But it's not. It often comes on top of the already long list of duties that we have. And we perform these duties in a neoliberal academic market, which also matters for the way we produce knowledge, and I'll come back to that in a second, that rewards working in existing power structures and reproduces also a number of access barriers, as they have been mentioned also in the last panel. So these collaborations or conferences, as this one here, that brings together academics and practitioners, they are really seldom, partly because, as was mentioned, we first need to find a common language, we need to identify questions that we share. It's usually the extra mile we have to walk. But also because they are not necessarily highly rewarded within our own academic circles, not always. I think there is now an increasing awareness that we need it also in order for our research to be successful, but it's really, really not the norm. Also, when we look at how we disseminate our knowledge, oftentimes in research projects, it comes at the very end. It comes in the last year, the dissemination phase. This, again, is also, I think, something that is changing, I think, with the calls that bring researchers and practitioners together from the very beginning of the project, that build it into the call for proposals even, so that you have this close collaboration from the beginning onwards. And then there is the last aspect also mentioned in the last panel, that is the kind of research we produce. So these are articles of usually 20 to 30 pages, some of them hidden behind paywalls, and they are just not very accessible. I mean, like, who is going to, on the one side, it's demanded that it's peer-reviewed and is in a good academic article, in a good academic journal, but on the other hand, who's going to read these 30 pages that in some instances are really theory-heavy or full of academic jargon that we need to use, we feel, in order to convince our respective academic audiences. And with that, I would like to come to some of the aspects that I think are more migration specific, but maybe they also apply in other fields. And the first one is that just like in policymaking, also in academia, there are dynamics of institutional self-legitimization and issue politicization. So we can think of the different turns that we have seen in migration studies, where we always self-legitimize why we now need to be more reflexive or do decolonial, post-colonial migration studies. And in that sense, I think there is a political economy of certain topics in migration studies that is maybe not that different from the dynamics in policy making, where certain issues are really politicized and trendy and people have to jump on it. So if we take, again, the 2015 migration crisis in Europe, it really triggered a wave of new research projects, dedicated conferences, publications, much of which also adopted then the framing and the categories of European policymakers. And as a result, we have seen then a disproportionate focus on certain themes, and the focus on refugees and displaced people, which, as we have heard yesterday, is a small proportion in the overall migration volume. But this is something that we kind of contributed to by focusing so much on these particular groups and these particular problems and hotspots in migration geographies. And as a consequence, then, we focus on migration and asylum in Europe, while other regions or migration experiences really remain under-researched, simply because they are seen also as less politically urgent or also less fundable. And this then also has, of course, just like in policymaking, has consequences who gets to produce knowledge or who benefits from these dynamics. And these are, as we know from research, tend to be researchers that are located in the global north and in Europe, and also particular, so the migration research centers that were created, they concentrate in certain parts of the world and also within Europe, whereas other voices from Global South research, for example, are really marginalized. So when we criticize these power dynamics in policymaking, I think we also must recognize how similar dynamics operate in academic research, structuring whose knowledge counts, what topics gets visibility, and ultimately also who gets to define the field of migration studies. And second, and that really was one of the key puzzles that drove this article, is that we have this growth of migration studies as a field, but it also seemed to went hand in hand with fragmentation. So since I started to work on migration in the 2010s, this field has grown so rapidly, but it has also become more fragmented to an extent that it's difficult to actually sometimes follow what is going on. I've just been 7 months on maternity leave, and you come back to your work and you feel that the debate has yet moved on and there's so much you have missed. And that is also because we have seen the rise of distinct subfields, like forced migration studies, return migration studies, mobility studies, critical border studies, and more. And each of these subfields then tends to create their own networks, conferences, sometimes even their own dedicated journals, and importantly, their own ways of thinking about migration. So in that sense, these strong communities with their own norms and expectations, they work a little bit like what we call academic tribes. Because there are these codes in these communities, and they are very powerful. So there are certain concepts one ought to know, and people one ought to cite, or institutions and questions one ought to study, to then show respect and gain respect to these respective subfields. And while then the internal conversations are often very fruitful, there tends to be less engagements across the different sub-communities. So as migration researcher Favel concludes in a recent review of the field, migration studies has never been so fragmented or uncommunicative across subfields, even as, or as we would argue, precisely because it continues to grow and gain mainstream disciplinary recognition. And obviously this fragmentation and lacking dialogue is also because of the competitive and neoliberal character of academia, where we constantly are incentivized to actually carve out our research niche. We need to legitimize the research that we do in papers, jobs, and grant applications by showing that existing approaches are insufficient and our approach will be better than others. And these dynamics seem to be particularly acute in migration studies due to the increased politicization of the issue. But I'm sure they can be found in other fields in a similar way. And third, and relatedly, migration scholars then are not only fragmented in terms of their research focus, but also with respect to how they define impact. And that is one of the, maybe also within the field of migration studies, one of the provocative theories that we put forward. And very crudely put, and let me just emphasize that this is really simplifying just for the purpose of making an argument. In migration studies, we can distinguish between the reformist stance and what we call the revolutionary stance. So the reformist, very crudely put, believe that we can, if we just, research is a resource that we just need to communicate more effectively, that needs to be just better presented and then used. So their goal is to optimize knowledge transfer and just to fine-tune interactions between scholars and policy actors, but perfectly believing that this is perfectly possible. The criticism against this group or side of the spectrum, of course, is that this can come across as a bit naive and ignorant of the power dynamics in policy making, and that there's the big risk of being co-opted by policymakers. On the other side of the spectrum, you have what we call the revolutionary stance, very much in the tradition, or very much coming from the angle that its power shapes knowledge production. So also, again, a little bit of a different research focus, I would say. And the goal is then, in the most extreme form, to just resist any kind of connections with state actors and to rather build coalitions with other groups, more societal actors or activist groups. But then the criticism towards this kind of approach, of course, is that you risk abandoning the idea of having impact on policymaking altogether, and you might end up just deconstructing problematic policies without proposing any kind of alternatives. And as I said, this is really, it's two sides of a spectrum, and many of us would probably put ourselves somewhere in between, or on some issues we might stand closer to one end of the spectrum than another. But what we argue in this paper is that this division has really also risen in recent years due to this, what we call academic tribalism. So rather than recognizing the value of diverse strategies or also diverse research focus, the critical stance on the one hand and engaged dialogue on the other hand, these different camps, as we can call them, really sometimes discredit each other's legitimacy. And then what is the result of that? We argue that it undermines our collective credibility and the impact that we could collectively have as migration scholars on policymaking and public debate. Because to an extent, it allows policymakers to cherry-pick perspectives or dismiss inconvenient voices, which I think is particularly problematic in an era of post-truth politics. So if we as scholars don't recognize and address these internal divides, we risk marginalizing ourselves and then weakening the impact that we can potentially have. The challenge then is not just how to bridge the gap between research and policy making, but also how to navigate and bridge the gaps within our own fields, within our own collective, within our own research communities. That brings me already to the conclusion and the way forward. And I wanted to, after Hein decided to conclude on a very optimistic note, I thought I'm a bit younger than him. I should do the same. I have to. How can I be more pessimistic than he was? So let me try. so the message really for me, and this is something that I can fully subscribe to the question then is how, but the key message is that I think especially in the times now, we cannot give up on impact and on trying really hard to steer policy making in a more evidence-based direction. But this, I think, is not only a task for scholars, nor is it only a task of policymakers. It really can only work if we join forces. And there as well, I think, you know, in the last panel when Max asked Anna, how can we do better? What would you actually need from us researchers in order to have evidence that you can then use in your practices? I think this is precisely what we do need to do more in both directions to create this joint understanding, the common language, to walk the extra mile and to somewhere then meet in the middle to understand how we can really join forces. So I think this who needs what, when, and how, this is what we kind of need to work on. And my message to migration researchers, or really just researchers here in the room, is that I think the way forward really involves fostering dialogue across subfields, but also across sectors and disciplines, to really encourage collaborative research that, as I said, builds in this perspective of what is needed on the ground. And then finding ways to also present research in a more unified and more impactful way to policymakers and the broader public. And that, I think, relates to a fact that where, you know, Hein was very optimistic, because he said, well, if you ask people, they have very nuanced positions on migration. But then you could ask, why do we have the election results that we see all over the place today? And therefore, I think we really do need to do a better job in translating our research findings to work towards what I would call migration literacy, but I think you can speak of literacy in really any kind of field, and that is knowing some basic facts to take informed positions in debate and voting decisions. Because, for example, it's true that we have seen, if you look at election studies, there was an increasing trend that, you know, the younger the voters, the more liberal, more progressive they are. In Germany now, this is not the case anymore. We see that now the younger generation is as polarized as the older generation, and that like radical right positions are becoming increasingly popular among young voters, especially among young men, which I find really extremely worrisome. And it makes me think that with respect to migration, this is the generation that was really politically socialized after the 2015 migration crisis and really politically socialized into this crisis narrative. And then I think that after talking for more than 10 years so intensively about migration, we need to have a better basic knowledge about some of the basic facts, some of the things that people like Hein and other researchers present in their research and in their books. We don't need to read them all, but I think we do need to know some basic facts, such as the distinction between migrants and refugees, who qualifies as a refugee, how the Temporary Protection Directive works for Ukrainians, or why it is that people can only move irregularly oftentimes, or that there is this lack of legal pathways. So I think these are some of the basic things that we need to work on, because yes, migration is a complex topic, and no, we don't need to know all intricacies of it, but a basic level of migration literacy is, I think, something we need. And then I'd like to conclude with what my suggestion or my way forward with respect to policy making would be. And there, again, looking at research is important, because research on populism has shown that if mainstream political parties just reproduce populist rhetorics, they will not necessarily benefit from it, because people then tend to vote the original. And I think that's important, because especially in today's climate, it seems more urgent than ever for policymakers to engage meaningfully with evidence and academic knowledge. And that is because democratic institutions face this mounting pressure, and alternative facts are used to legitimize exclusionary policies. And therefore, I think grounding decisions in evidence is not just good governance and a way to have more effective and efficient policies, but really it's a defense of democracy itself. And with that, I thank you for your attention and look forward to your questions and the discussion.
Right, we have a microphone, so number 1 and number 2. I can see 2 people so far.
Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you for a very interesting lecture. A lot of interesting points, but I will just ask 2 questions. Maybe our ambitions about impact are simply too high. Maybe we should have some kind of a benchmark and measure what could be achievable by the advice of researchers. And another question connected to that, but maybe actually we achieve quite a lot advising the policymakers. Let's make kind of a thought experiment and imagine how the matters would look like in Europe without migration scholars and what we are actually telling to the policymakers.
Yeah, thank you. I will start with the second one because I think you're totally right. I mean, as you can tell, we wrote this article with a bit of a, with a lot of frustration in mind and looking at the things that we know on knowledge production, knowledge use in policymaking and academic research. But I think what we would actually need is research on impact. So I mean, we do know a little bit, but we have no really systemic overview because oftentimes, and I think maybe this is also what your question points to, the impact that we have might be very subtle, or as was mentioned in the other panel, right, it might take years. And then we know it, I mean, in the UK you have the REF, right, you need to prove that you have impact. It's also in now the Netherlands have introduced similar metrics in their grant applications. Where impact on policymaking is a criterion. So I think something is shifting there, but it's often like when I had to fill in the form for a grant proposal that then didn't get funded, it's very difficult to say, oh, okay, I advised a policymaker back then in a round with also, 10 NGOs, but was it because of my impact and what I said? But I think getting a better sense of also how to measure, like first understanding, we took a deliberately broad notion of impact to really be as inclusive as possible and in order to also show that people that define it very differently. And we'll have so for those of us going to IMISCO, there will be a follow-up discussion with other researchers because we wanted to have this as the beginning of a conversation. What do we understand as impact, right? And this brings me to your second question. Are our ambitions of impact maybe too high? I think that's a question that we should really ask ourselves as a discipline, or maybe figure out what we want to focus on. I think what is just frustrating to me is to see all the money and time that goes into it, and some of the things are debated, right? There are issues where you have, depending on how you study it from a qualitative or quantitative perspective, where you can have ongoing debates. But some of the things are fairly established. And that even these things that we as migration researchers would say, like, these are facts, they are disregarded in policymaking, which seems to be so driven and kind of preoccupied with this crisis narrative. And there, I think, I personally cannot accept that there we don't have the impact that I think we should have as migration researchers. And there I think we should insist on the fact that there are some facts that you need to take into account, because otherwise, ultimately, your policies will fail, right? I think this is the ultimate risk that you also suggest that we, I don't know, I can speak mostly on the German debate because this is what I have been following quite closely. And then we are, when you have these bold messages of we will do massive returns, or we will now refuse that people can enter the territory. It's not only unlawful, and then all the migration community mobilizes and problematizes it from a legal perspective, and yet it is done kind of as a really, I think, symbolic act, and we'll see what happens to it. But I think these are things where ultimately also policymaking risks to lose its credibility when they then do policies that do not work. So there, I think I would insist on us trying to have as much impact as possible and also prioritizing it in the current times. But as I also said, I think in the current setting, in the academic setting that we are living in, and where we do need to do it on top, in a sense, it is quite ambitious, I would agree.
My question is quite in line with what you just said. And it was two words that you had on your slide. So the idea of literacy and factfulness. And it seems like these concepts are very far out of favor. And the conversation doesn't really require or value these ideas anymore. Do you think that it's your role, the collective you, to try and convince people of these ideas? And if you've tried, like, what has worked? Because I don't think other people are trying this. Politicians certainly aren't. And
yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. And I think you are right in your diagnosis that factfulness seems to not be en vogue these days. I think, and then I think there's a real risk that, and I can see that happening among researchers, that we retreat, that we give up, because it seems that that it's just not the time and place where we can convince people by facts. But I think if we give up on that, then we give up on everything, in a sense, right? So if you ask what works, and that's again a question that I think we need to discuss collectively, I mean as researchers, but really as society as a whole. And it's something that we among migration researchers also discuss time and again, because we know what doesn't work. What doesn't work is the 10th open letter to the newly elected government, or just like sometimes you're lucky and a newspaper picks it up. But these are things that do not seem to work because they don't reach enough people, I would say. I think that we also need to think about other channels and as I said, like translating it, boiling it down, maybe doing all a training on how social media platforms like TikTok work and to translate our research findings. I don't know, maybe this is a way forward. A more offline and very basic way forward that I truly believe in is teaching. It sounds so boring, but I think really education is, in a sense, the most powerful tool, especially if we want to address young people. And I can see it with my students who, at the beginning of the semester, they don't know much about migration, and they I really, like this semester, I was shocked also by how much they have internalized some of the discourse. They all speak very easily about the migration waves, about the migration crisis, about people who come here who come for illegitimate motives. They have really internalized some of the discourse. But through like just the semester, so this is now six weeks onwards, I can already see how it's changing, how they are thinking, how they are speaking, becoming more nuanced in their claims, looking for additional evidence, and being genuinely surprised. I think just like many of us yesterday, right, in the first keynote, when, for example, Heinde has mentioned that a lot of migration is actually internal within China or within the African continent, right? So just myth busting on the everyday level, on the day-to-day business, in teaching conversations with friends. I think it's very heavy in a way, because you need to constantly do it. It's really the Sisyphus task that you need to do. But I think that ultimately this is what hopefully will change something.
Thank you.
So
and
now
was there a question?
Now it's my turn. May I have just 2 or 3 comments and then 2 questions? Or?
Yes, please. We
So
still
let-
have a lot of time for
Yeah, so
more questions.
I will
so
use this opportunity.
This is a very different session from the previous ones.
So let me start with comments, and there will be basic ones. So first of all, thank you for pinpointing several things. The first one, I know it's obvious, but it's great to know that we should not blame one side only, in fact. This is the first point. The second point is about mentioning how impact, in fact, is being valued in academia. And I can only hope, for example, that these people who are responsible for example, funding schemes, they know it. I can only hope that this is the case, because exactly as you said, for example, in this country, we have something which is called third mission of the university, and this is about societal impact. And of course, many people just start thinking about it every 4 years when you have evaluation of scientific disciplines, yeah? Because apart from this, and this is what you said, really, it doesn't matter. What matters is just academic production and not that much impact. And then we have, for example, Horizon Europe projects. And in my opinion, there's a kind of tension. Maybe you can discuss it also further. This is what most of us do, but this is not natural, as you said. This is at least my impression. And the third comment, what is absolutely key is that this is what you said, is just interaction and real exchange. And in my opinion, this is why also we have events and conferences like this one, because in my opinion, we are only in the beginning. So we need to learn how to do it in a proper way. So that's why also the previous session was so important, when we just have a real examples how to make it efficiently. Because it's very, this is difficult, particularly for those people who are just doing mostly academic kind of research. And two questions. The first one is, because you mentioned the very rapid development of migration, studies as subdiscipline, and the question is, to what extent this rapidness matters for the question you're asking? And the second point is maybe more serious, and I would refer to the morning session about democratic backsliding. Because the question is, in fact, do we really need evidence these days? Maybe what we need is just how to manage emotions. Of course, this would demand as well kind of evidence, and apparently in many countries, politicians, they do quite well in terms of managing emotions, but the question is, do we still need evidence?
Thank you.
Can we ask you a
Can I
supplementary
just
to
answer
this?
the other two questions
Can you hear
first?
me?
Time for the answers.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you also for the remarks, and that indeed, I mean, I just wanted to re-emphasize that I think it's never one-sided. And this question of, how impact is valued, I mean, this is something that some powerful institutions and universities themselves could change, right? Because it's also the question of hiring committees, right? Like, what do you hire people on? Like, you hire them based on their CVs, and you count their publications and the impact factors of the journals, which I think is really very limited. And to your two questions, the first question on subdisciplines, yeah, I mean, I don't. Again, one would have to like actually look at the evidence. The evidence that we draw on is a study by Peter Scholten and Asya Pisarevskaya and I think others who have traced this fragmentation dynamics, and have shown that that these subfields then tend to really speak only among them. So this is something that you can actually show when you can do fancy network analysis. And this, I think, is really problematic to an extent when we among migration researchers don't have a common language anymore. And in that sense, well, I wonder, I don't know, the rapidness and the growth of the field, I mean, they also link it to the concrete dynamics, like more funding, more professorships on migrations, more journals, more conferences, and so on. So I do think that this contributes to it, but I mean, I do not focus that much on causal explanations in my own research, so I would have to defer that to other people. And the second question, do we need evidence? I mean, I think it links back to the other question on like factfulness and factfulness and evidence, which is not very popular, and one might indeed, I mean, there's research that looks at only that, right, that studies emotions and politics, and it's an open question. Again, I would say that we cannot and should not give up on facts, and I think that, I mean, there is the research of Andrew Geddes, right, who together with the EU has worked on the question which framings of migration actually work, right? This very much goes into this direction. But this can only be, I think, part of the story. I think it's the combination of the framing, I mean, we shouldn't use a framing just because it's effective if it's not grounded in facts, for example, right? So I think, again, maybe these are two sides of the same coin, where we do see that narratives, framing, and so on, stories about migration really matter, but they have to be underpinned, they have to be grounded in facts and factfulness, I would say. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Sir?
Okay, I think it's a supplementary question, and that is, it's hard to disagree with you at the very general level. It's true of migrations, it's true of defense, it's true of health. Most areas of public policy have this problem. I think I slightly disagree with you, however, when it looks at the production of evidence, the academics. I think we are tribal. That's the nature of the beast. We probably will be much poorer if we are not. I think we have to disagree. It has to be contestable. But the problem is, as I can see, is that there is very little transmission of knowledge through information to people who can possibly do something about it, because there is very little incentive for people who can do something about it actually to act. There is adverse selection, and I don't quite know how you propose to address that. I mean, how for someone of my generation, a baby boomer, you could have Mr. Trump elected in US? For me, it's an abstraction, and yet it's a reality. How come? So do you have a formula for improvement? I don't.
Well,
Yeah.
from sciences we went up to practice.
The answer will be very brief. I also don't have a formula, and I don't have a magical recipe, I'm afraid. We can try to develop it tonight over 3 bottles of wine. Maybe we can... Of course, this is something I cannot explain, and many of the things that are happening, they seem to be irrational, that at least half of, or the majority, but oftentimes it's a very close call, right? But then more than 50% votes despite the facts, one would think. The question is, like, did they know? Do they believe it? The facts that are out there, and then do they matter? I don't know. I cannot explain the election of Trump, I'm afraid. The tribalism, I think you might be right that this is, it might be just intrinsic to academic knowledge production to a certain extent. I wonder, but for that I would need the insights from other fields, whether it's that confrontational or really siloed as I experience it in migration studies, because there you would have people at the extreme sides of the spectrum that I outlined, who would just consider the other side of the spectrum as illegitimate. They would consider them as activists, or they would consider them as totally co-opted researchers who are rubbing shoulders with the policymakers in an opportunistic way. And I think that because, migration is so much about, migration in a sense is about how democracies treat the outsiders, right? It is a topic where human rights, fundamental rights are so center stage, and where, there were very intense discussions also about what position should migration researchers take, and that sometimes when you do take a position in the current debate and the way that the also discussion has shifted, even with positions that are just grounded in evidence, you are already seen as an activist. So I think these things might be something that are, I would say, somewhat particular to a field that is so concerned with human rights and human rights violations, I'd say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I believe the last question, please.
Thank you. It will be a comment and a question. So first of all, I wanted to thank you because actually this will to have impact brought me to the research. So it's quite important to know at the very beginning also like how it looks later on. And I think I have a remark that we are here during the conference organized because of Polish presidency in the EU. And as far as I see, none of the representatives of the government state during this presentation, nor during yesterday's keynote speech. So I feel that maybe also referring to what was said at the beginning, we did what we could do, and it's a bit too much to expect more than is possible. And the question would be also referring to Trump's win in the US and what's going on politically now is my explanation for that is that things that are easily digestible win, and this content just speaks to people. And I'm thinking like how, what you mentioned also, like how to present the results of the research so that they will be understandable for public, for the society. I was just thinking like how to do it, how to frame it in a simple way that can counter the content that you can, for example, easily find on YouTube. And I think that's what people base their knowledge on. And that's what we are struggling with. So thank you again.
Yeah, thank you for the remark and also for the question. I will try to resist to also do a second attempt in explaining Trump's election. I mean, the examples are really, they are manifold, right? I mean, but one can think of the Brexit or Trump's first election or many other things. And I think, yeah, like some of the things we know, right, about populist rhetoric, about easier messages, but also about scapegoating, right, and this us versus them rhetoric that we have, I mean, we've seen it time and again in history, and that's another thing that I find frustrating when talking about my students, how, you know, how narratives around migration have shifted, but they often end up in this us versus them. So I do think you are right when saying like one of the things is making it more digestible, making it simpler, and we as migration researchers, we tend to emphasize that it's complex and, you know, sometimes I think we also shy away from taking positions or just saying things in a blunt way, because we do it sometimes for research proposals because we know that people have less time and we need to be very brief and also very bold, but we don't do it in academic articles, and this is why they are 25 pages long, because we need to, you know, be all nuanced and nod to the different crowds and so on. So I think this is part of the story. And then the other thing that just, you know, came up when you also said like thinking about the platforms and so on, I think the question is like, who is exposed to which kind of knowledge, right? And also who controls the platforms. And then, you know, the tech billionaires are probably the most powerful example, but also, I mean, the AfD in Germany has been quite good, one need to say, when it comes to using TikTok. And maybe these are indeed things that we need to think about, just like where we produce our knowledge, where we as researchers gather, whether we shouldn't, like, you know, leave the university buildings, and whether it's enough to just like, I don't know, put our recordings online, put our policy briefs online, or write a blog post on the latest article that we wrote to then tick the box that, hey, I've put it online, it's open access, everyone can read it. I think this is really, unfortunately, not enough.
Thank you. And I must repeat the words, unfortunately, there is not enough time for more questions. Let us, however, thank Dr. Natalie Welfens for all her time, for the great lecture on knowledge practices in policymaking and migration studies, and of course, answers to all your questions. This is the end of the conference for today, but please stay on for one moment more, because there is one more very important thing to do today, I believe. And perhaps you may also want to learn what is in store tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, the 6th of June. At 9 a.m. Central European Summer Time, we meet here for an hour's session on currently open 2025 calls for proposals of all destinations of Cluster 2, that is culture, creativity, and inclusive society. Then we go on without a break at 10 for a 90-minute session entitled Navigating Opportunities and Challenges, Early Career Researchers in Transnational Projects. And then we have a break for lunch and networking at 11:30, so it's a very early lunch. At 1 p.m., we move to the Faculty of History for your opportunity to present ideas for Cluster 2, of course, 2025, called Destination 3 Topics, followed by a Horizon Europe side event, Cluster 2 on-site brokerage meetings, and it's also held at Faculty of History. And the conference will end around 3:30 p.m. So that's the plan for tomorrow. I hope all those of you who are interested will be here infallibly. But there is one thing more to do, as I said. We've thanked the volunteers as some of them finished their duty. I believe it's time now to thank all those who help us override the curse of Babel Tower. We have Zuzanna Błachuszewska and Arkadiusz Falkiewicz, who help our Polish-speaking audience online. Could I please ask them to come down the stairs? They'll be here in a moment. They'll be here in a moment. They still have stairs to navigate. And the two ladies you can see in the corner, I'll ask them also to come to the center of the floor. It will probably take some time because there's some equipment, so that we can have, together with the English interpreters, also the interpreters of the Polish Sign Language, and they are Mariola Kozłowska-Nowak and Marlena Florczyk, working for our remote participants. There they are. There they are. Absolutely deserved. And now I suggest a big round of applause for you, because you have stayed here to the end of the day. So a big round of applause to you. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.